Hello everybody and welcome to round 5 of Battle of the Sexes GibChess 2022. We are, well, nearing the halfway stage. Today, after the round, we'll be exactly halfway through the tournament. And for all of you who've just joined us for the first time, a very warm welcome. This is one of the most interesting and unique tournament formats that were really taking place in the world of chess since I've been playing. It's a Scheveningen team event, and it's exactly what it says on the tin. It's the Battle of the Sexes, 10 men against 10 women, fighting it out for a prize fund of £100,000. Some of the most talented and interesting and dynamic players playing here. And we've had a roller coaster ride so far. The first 2 rounds were dominated by the women's team. The next 2 rounds, the men have made quite the comeback. And Irina, things are almost equal going into round 5. I believe it's the women winning by 1 point.
Exactly. Things have got very, very tight.
Yes.
And I believe that today being the last round before the rest day, it will matter a lot. Especially, it will have a big impact on the player's mood, right?
Exactly.
Because you don't really want to go into the rest day after losing the match.
Absolutely not. Rest day tomorrow, but, you know, as you said, Irina, I think today's quite an important round to set the tone for that rest day. You saw on the graphic there, it's 20.5, 19.5 in favor of the women. And let's take a look at the pairings for today. Let's see if we can get them on the screen. The women all have white today, but we can go through each pairing and our predictions and talk about some of the players' performances so far. So first, Irina Sukanda playing Leandro Krisa. Now, Irina was doing phenomenally well. She was on 2.5 out of 3. She had a tough loss yesterday against Bilal.
Yeah, right. And it was really unpleasant for her to face that G4 in the Nimzo on move 4, right?
Yes.
And she didn't do well after that. And, well, she's in a new situation in this match now. Let's see how she will do after a loss.
Indeed, and she's playing Leandro Krisa. Leandro has been extremely solid, maybe the most solid player in the tournament so far. He won a fantastic game in a Caro-Kann just 2 rounds ago. Knowing Irina, I believe she's a 1e4 player, so we might get another Caro-Kann. Is Irina going to have something better prepared? We'll soon see. Jansai Abdulmalik playing Ravi Haria. Now, Ravi, you know, he was smiling after the game yesterday, but he was disappointed. He had a winning position against Gunnar. He played a really nice opening, missed a lot of chances, and ended up drawing. Jansaya also, she yesterday actually played quite a good game, I would say.
Yeah, I believe she was really disappointed by how the previous game went, the one which she lost with the white pieces. And yesterday she told me that she just wanted to play, you know, an energetic, nice game without spending too much time on her moves and just trust her intuition. And it worked out quite well for her. She made a draw without any adventures, to say so. And I believe that today she will be looking for the moment to try and win the game.
Yeah, I think Jansaya with white, she's definitely going to be optimistic and want to try and win. Gunnar also with white against Joe Gallagher. Gunnar surviving just a catastrophic position. Shows that she's good on the front foot and she's good on the back foot. That's the sign of a class player, that she can survive such a position. And now she's got white against Joe Gallagher. Joe also surviving a dead lost position yesterday against Pia. I've got a good feeling for Gunnar in this game. I don't know. She's she's young, she's fresh, and she's got white. She's well prepared. What do you think about this one?
Actually, I tend to agree with you. Yeah. I have big confidence regarding this game for the ladies' team.
Yeah, and it's going to be an open game. You know, we know Joe loves to play the open Sicilians and the Kings Indians, and so it's going to be a game full of very interesting moments. Pia Kramling against Bobby Cheng, one of the most solid pairings of the round. Pia with white, she'll be very disappointed about yesterday. Bobby's been a bit difficult to kind of
Read here,
yeah,
no?
read. Yeah, he's just been uber solid.
Yeah.
He looks very difficult to beat. And I don't expect him to lose today either against Pia, to be honest, even with black. I expect this to be actually a very quiet game. And
Right. And you know, I'm actually wondering, will any of the ladies players be able to provoke him to go to an open street fight? Because I would be very curious to see how will he do there, because until now he had, you know, those long strategical, slow battles, and I would love to see him in some tactical mess.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm not sure Pia is the right person for that, though. I think Pia is going to be settling for a calm game, white before the rest day. She won't want to risk too much. Marisa Bag playing Balázs Csonka. Again, two super solid players. I mean, Marie has drawn all her games. Balázs has won one, I believe.
Right.
But Marie with white, if I had to guess here, I would say draw.
Yeah, that's exactly my feeling as well.
All right, moving on. Maria Muzichuk against Eric Rosen. Now, this is going to be a fan's favorite, of course. A lot of people tuning into this broadcast. So many people, in fact, are Eric Rosen fans. He's got such a big following on YouTube and Twitch. They're checking him out in a live classical chess setting. He's doing okay. He got off to a bit of a shaky start. He came back. He won a really nice game. Yesterday, he drew what looks like actually quite an important game, maybe theoretically even. It was a decent game.
Right.
But, Irina, black against Maria Muzichuk, not the easiest game in the world.
No, indeed, that's not going to be easy. Maria is such a difficult player to prepare against because she can play basically any system. I believe she's more of an e4 player, but she can play also c4, I believe, on the first move. So Eric will have to be very well prepared today.
Indeed. Olga Giria playing Sabino Brunello. Another interesting pairing. Sabino has bounced back quite substantially, winning 2 games in positions where he could have lost,
Right.
especially yesterday.
Yeah,
Playing black against Olga.
That's going to be a very interesting matchup because Olga has been very solid so far, and Sabino tended to have wild games, especially in the last few rounds.
He has.
And I'm really curious, will he be able to make Olga go into this kind of chess, or will Olga be able to have a solid game?
We'll soon find out. Nino Batsiashvili playing Gillian. Gillian had a really rough game yesterday against Jovanka Huska. He overextended and he got punished. It's one of the big risks of playing the system he played against the Karakan, if you want to check that out from the game yesterday or the stream yesterday. Nino also losing yesterday against Sabino. That was a tough loss for Nino. What do you expect in this game?
Well, I believe that both players will try to come back from their losses yesterday, and I believe it is one of those games in this match which will end either with one player winning or the other. I don't believe that's going to be a draw.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a very, very interesting match. Jovanka Huska playing against Hussein Aziz. Jovanka should be riding high on confidence now. Hussein also, he's been actually more solid than I had predicted. But a good opportunity, I think, for Jovanka today.
No, indeed. The luck was on her side yesterday, and I believe she will try to use that momentum and have another win perhaps today. But, I'm actually thinking now that Hussein only played against e4 so far in this tournament, and I believe Jovanka's a d4 player. So that's going to be interesting.
Yes, she has been, yeah. Yeah, that will be interesting. Well, let's see what Hussein has got up his sleeve. And last but not least, Marcel Efroimski playing against Bilal Belassin. That could be a potentially very wild game, because I don't think Bilal is looking to make a draw today. I think he wants to win. Yeah,
and actually he's the only player, I believe, who so far has not made any draws.
No draws, yeah. He played actually a gorgeous few games. I mean, yesterday was a really nice game against Irene, and then he played a great game against
Jansaya.
Jansaya as well. Very, very exciting chess. Very nice. So those are the pairings. We can see Marcel Efroimsky sat down there. She's getting ready for her game against Bilal that we just mentioned, getting settled in, and we're going to be zooming out. And for all of you, again, who don't know, we are not at the Caleta Hotel. For years and years and years, this tournament took place at the Caleta, and unfortunately, with some reconstruction going on, we've had to move the event, but we are in a fantastic location anyway, in the Garrison Library, and it's a beautiful setting nonetheless.
Right. Lawrence,
Yes.
who do you think will have the toughest game today?
The toughest game, I think that Eric Rosen with black against Maria Muzichuk is going to be the one that struggles the most. Alternatively, it could be Joe Gallagher.
Yeah, that's exactly my feeling as well. And judging by that, it means that men might be under big pressure on two of the games. And right,
Yep.
we're going to see how they will deal with that one.
We will, and in the playing hall we see now Brian Callahan. Brian, who may be making the first move, the honorary first move today. We've had ministers from local government, we've had local businessmen who are supporting the tournament, and now the man who really makes it all happen, the biggest supporter of chess in Gibraltar for over a decade, Brian Callahan. Of course, he's really been the rock of Gibraltar chess. Excuse
Indeed.
the pun. And it looks as though he's going to be making the move for the game between Jansaya and Ravi Haria. And we can see the players waiting there. Some words by Brian. Obviously loves chess, loves Gibraltar, and has poured his heart and soul into making this event work, especially given the fact that his beloved Caleta Hotel is no more after decades. And I spoke to Brian, the hotel was in his family for decades. So
Wow.
it went back 40, 50, 60 years, something like that. So heartbreaking that the Caleta has to go, but he understands that times move on, but we've got to keep on going, trying our best. And the other thing with Brian, of course, is that he has been single-handedly the biggest promoter of women's chess in the world, I would say.
Exactly.
As an
I
organizer.
believe he's the one who's put Gibraltar on the chess map, and that is something we are all really grateful for.
Yeah. He's put Gibraltar on the map, and he has made this an event that all of the top women in the world have had the pleasure of coming and the honor of coming here. If I think of all the top women that have come over the years, I think pretty much every single big name has come. Ho Yifan,
Judith, I believe, was here.
has come. All the young talents, of course. Even if you look at the tournament here, we've got some of the best players in the world. So he's managed to attract them. Fantastic prize fund, and long may that tradition live.
Right. And actually, if you ask any woman, which tournament she would like to play, that's definitely going to be Gibraltar.
Yeah, I would say a fair amount of women love this tournament and love it here. It's an interesting place, small place, got a very homely feel about it, and people love playing chess here. All right. We've got the games. They have kicked off. We're getting the moves through already. When we've got a few more, I guess we'll go to a game. And in fact, what we'll do is we're going to take a very, very short break. And we're going to get set up for an interview with the man himself, Brian Callahan. So we'll be back in literally 1 minute. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. And we are joined by the man himself, Brian Callahan, the organizer, the brains, and the man behind this tournament. Brian, welcome. I shouldn't really be saying welcome to you, right? I mean, you are Mr. Gibraltar.
Well,
it
but
should be the other way around.
You're the Grand Inquisitor here, so, you know, and you'll be surprised to know this is the first time in 19 years that I've sat in this chair and been interviewed on screen. It's the first time.
Oh, my goodness, that's an honor.
Yeah, no, I had my arm twisted, and hey, I'm happy to be here with you. Huh?
Well, as long as I'm not the Spanish Inquisitor, I guess it's okay.
No.
We'll keep the bad
You're
jokes.
the guy that asks the questions, you know?
Well, let's see if we can do some. We're after, what are we? This is round 5.
Yep.
Brian, this year things are a little different. For years that I've known you and come to Gibraltar, we were down the road in your lovely Caleta, your beloved Caleta Hotel. I know it's a very sentimental subject, but how are you feeling about the tournament being here this year compared to there? And, you know...
well, I think that we've built, if you like, the reputation of chess in Gibraltar through a huge social scene over 10 days in the Caleta, and the loss of the Caleta is, as you can imagine, one of huge sadness to me personally. We had to think out of the box, and I think that Gib, in terms of chess, has always thought out of the box. We started this tournament off, Franco and I went to see Hastings, and many years ago, and we walked out of there saying, we can do better than this. You know, it was pretty awful. Okay, I'm not saying the chess was awful, but everything surrounding it was awful. And we took the view that it should be possible to have some fun and have some enjoyment when you finish your game of chess. So that's how that started, and I've always favored the ladies, if you like. So we thought that we'd invite some ladies in and try and encourage them. And suddenly we had a whole social scene going on. Yeah. And we played very serious chess for very serious money, but there was a lot of fun being had at the same time. And I think that introduced a completely new element into the game of chess in terms of tournaments, because normally people have sort of played, left, gone home, done whatever they've got to do. But under our roof, a major part of our activity was to try and provide entertainment and a social atmosphere.
Well, I can tell you firsthand, Brian knows this as well, I've come to Gibraltar to play, but I've also come just for the social element. I've literally traveled here in order to hang out with people, and in the Caleta it was a hub, it was a buzzing hub of social activity. People were congregating in the bar area, in the lobby, wherever it may be. There were chess players everywhere, but there was such a jovial atmosphere. And it's obviously extremely sad that we're no longer there. But looking forward to the future, I think, and I think I can speak on behalf of a lot of people, we don't want to lose that. And hopefully in the future, we can find a similar setting where everybody can enjoy themselves. Now, clearly this year, it's very different because we've got global restrictions, basically, and you obviously can't do the same sorts of things. But if we're being optimistic and in the future, in the near future, these things get relaxed and we get back to kind of normal, do you anticipate being able to create a similar atmosphere as well in the next 2-3 years, wherever it will be next time around?
Well, it is my intent to open the new hotel with a chess tournament. Wow. That is what I would like to do.
Fantastic.
Whether that is possible to achieve, but I say it now, and I will work towards achieving that. And I think that Gibraltar has such an association with chess over so many years that hey, it's a good target. We've been set back because of COVID, and last year we didn't know quite what to do. And then speaking with FIDE, they said, "Can you help us out?" So we hosted the Women's Grand Prix.
You did, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I think that we did a good job for FIDE. And they took half of our team to go and work in Dubai, let me say. So I think we did quite a good job for them. And then this year, it's been in the back of my mind for some time that the women don't necessarily get equal opportunity at this game. And is this to do with their ratings? And you ask the question, why are there only 2 women in the top 100 in the world? And so you need to get into that a little bit, and you try to find a way to establish some proof over a series of time, not just this tournament, obviously, that the women can play, given the level playing field, as well as men.
Absolutely.
And therefore, the objective is, how can more opportunity be given? And particularly at that sort of 2,500 rating, in that area, 2.4 to 2,550 or 2.6 or something of this. How can those players more easily earn a living, or how can we help them to earn a living? Because obviously the people at the very top of the game are making a very good living.
Yeah.
And my direction at the moment is that we should be helping the wider body of the game as best we can.
I think that's very noble, and I think there's a lot to be said for that, because we have some fantastic players who, you're right, they don't get the same opportunities as the absolute elite guys. And I would love to see everybody thriving who are, you know, super talents. And you're right, if we could create an ecosystem where that could be possible, I think a lot of people would be in favor of it, basically. Let's talk about this tournament this year so far. We're in this lovely Garrison Library, full of history, great setting. You've been following it. The ladies, they got off to a very strong start, but the boys have come back very hard in the past couple of rounds. In fact, last round, it could have swung. There was point swings all over the place. At one point, it looked as though the ladies were going to be winning by 1 or 2, and then the boys ended up winning with 1. It was absolutely fantastic. How have you sort of evaluated what's gone on so far?
Well, I don't think it could have been better for the tournament. I don't think it would have been good if it had been all one way.
Right.
I think that tomorrow we will be halfway through the event and we're going to be where we started, pretty much.
Yeah, could be.
So we're building to quite a crescendo at the end.
That would be great,
yeah.
wouldn't it?
And I think it's going to be very tight. There's a lot of interest to win.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be a great affair. I've always taken the women, most women that I've met are smarter than me, and therefore I don't see why they can't be smart on the chessboard, you know.
Well, I mean, absolutely. I mean, I had them down as big favourites, to be honest, before the tournament. Remember, we went for dinner. We discussed it at dinner. The organising committee, we've all had a little friendly wager before the tournament. We put in £5 or something for who's going to win.
Yeah. And my money was on the women, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean,
yours were too. But I think we could be in for a shock.
We could be in for a shock. Let's see, because the boys are coming back. Yeah. And let me ask you another question. Who are your favourite players? We haven't really discussed this, but have you got any favourite player? Let me ask you, your favourite player from the women's team and your favourite player from the men's team. Have you got any pet favourites?
No, I don't have pet favourites, and I think that would be incorrect.
Okay.
Clearly, I have a great fondness for Pia.
Yes, she's lovely.
Because she's been here right from the very beginning.
Has she been to every single edition?
She's been to every single edition.
Wow.
And in her first edition, she was pregnant with Anna.
Oh, wow.
Who is now running her own streaming career.
Mm-hmm.
And I was watching her the other day with my grandson, and he said, hey, that's a good-looking girl. And I said, why don't we talk to her? He was quite shocked, you know. And so, yeah, I think that Pia stands out as a beacon of what this tournament is about. And Jovanka, of course, I think that she will freely admit that she had her first opportunity at commentating in this tournament.
That's right, she did. And she's a wonderful commentator in her own right. Obviously, a lot of people will have seen her at the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, the Magnus Carlsen Tour, where she's going to be commentating again in about a month's time. She's got a whole year of commentating from the studio. She does a phenomenal job, but also a great player. She played a great game yesterday against Gillian. I mean, great to see her on the board. Yeah, I mean, it's neck and neck. It's so exciting, and I know a lot of people commenting are really appreciative of the fact that this tournament is able to take place under such tough conditions.
Yeah, and the coverage that we're getting, the sort of the numbers are sort of mind-boggling. I mean, the interest out there, looking in on this, and don't forget we've still got Tata going. I think they finish maybe tomorrow, is it, or the day after?
I think it's 3 more games.
3 more games?
Yeah, so probably towards round 7, 8, 9,
and
10.
It's not normally until they've really finished. They change dates a little bit. That our numbers really shoot up.
Right.
But I think that we're really this question of the women against the men is created some interest.
I think it has. I think a lot of people are enjoying it, and I want everybody also at home to remember that it is. There isn't there's no political underlying element. This is a fun event, engaging event, where everybody, even though they're on 2 teams, are friends. There's a lot of camaraderie amongst all the players, and it's just a great, unique idea. And I think we're going to see many more in the future. I think so far it's been very, very successful and popular amongst the public. So hopefully we get many more events in the future.
Lawrence, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Brian. We're going to take a look again at the playing hall. We'll be back in 1 minute, where we are going to kick off with the games. They're all in full flow. Don't go anywhere. right, welcome back. This is round 5 of Battle of the Sexes. The games have kicked off, and as expected, we've got all different kinds of positions on the board. And by the looks of things, Irina, just browsing through all of them, we're going to have a very, very interesting day. No flat, dry positions anywhere, actually. So I'm going to let you decide, where should we go first? Who do you want to see first?
Well, let's start with the games we thought will be the most challenging for the men's team. And let's go to the one of Maria versus Eric. It's been quite an unusual opening here, I believe.
Yeah, we've got a very unusual opening. Well, the start of the opening is something we've seen already quite a lot in this tournament, which is a Sicilian defense, a main line, and then d4. And here, Eric Rosen plays a very unusual move. The move knight to f6, of course, the move c takes d4, the main Sicilian move must be played 95% of the time in this position. Knight f6 is a bit of an offbeat opening that Eric for sure would have prepared before the tournament.
But what surprised me is actually Maria's reply, because you would expect her to play knight c3 and go to that classical Sicilian, so then it will be black's choice to go to a Najdorf or to, like I said, a classical position.
Right.
And bishop b5 check is not a move I know, and judging by the fact that Maria's taken 7 minutes to make it, is she really knowing what she does?
It's a very unusual move. As you said, knight c3 looks like it would transpose to a Sicilian main. So bishop b5 check. And now after bishop d7, you're kind of forced to take. And after queen takes d7, now this pawn is on pre here on e4.
Have you ever seen this position before? Because I definitely haven't.
No, I've not. And I've played a lot of chess, and I've played a lot of these openings. I've never seen this. And I guess the point is that actually this is a pretty bad version of a normal bishop b5 check Sicilian. So in other words, if white starts with bishop b5 check, bishop d7 takes and takes, white never plays the move pawn to d4 here. Instead, white either plays c4, we've seen this a few times.
Or they prepare d4 by playing c3, short castle, queen e2, and so on.
Exactly. They go short castles and then something like this, trying to get in d4 in one go. So Maria, who's obviously very aware of this, understands that this isn't an ideal setup and instead takes on c5. But after the move knight takes e4, I mean, d takes c5 also looks very reasonable to me, by the way.
Exactly. I was surprised Eric did not go for that one. I believe he's not looking for an endgame in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, because the way Eric played it after knight takes e4, so he wins the pawn, Maria now chops this pawn, and he now chops the pawn with knight takes d6. That knight has made a lot of moves already. Castles and knight to c6. And knight to c3, and that's the position we have. So Maria clearly with her eye on just getting her pieces out rapid. And Eric...
You know, I actually start getting worried for black here.
Yeah, me
because
too.
I see a very clear plan for white to go for queen e2, rook d1, and then pressure the knight on d6, because it would be great if I force the pawn from e7 to come to d6 and be an isolated pawn. And actually, I don't really see how... Because normally I would like here with black to play g6, bishop g7. But unfortunately, I think black doesn't have time for that after queen e2. Bishop g7, rook d1.
Let's say castles.
And now knight to e4.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how bad this is. No, I wanted
maybe
to
you've
play,
got queen e6,
yeah,
no?
I wanted to try queen e6 here. And if knight g5, I wonder if I can start getting...
All right, but I could avoid that
Very
by
tricky.
playing knight b5 instead of knight e4
Okay.
with the same idea.
Okay. Yeah, it's plausible. It might just be slightly better for white. Even if you take here, like, how bad is this for black? I'm not sure because of the pressure down
But I will
here.
have c3. Actually,
Yeah,
I could play it.
c3 d5. You know, it's going to be...
Bishop e3.
Right. So it's one of those typical, slightly better for white positions.
Yeah, but like you said, that might not be much because black maybe will be able to play d4 at some point.
Exactly. I think a more interesting, just again looking at it, a way to play here, what intuitively came to mind was after knight c3, if you go, well, if I wasn't sure about g6 or e6.
There is also e6, right?
Yeah, let's try e6. I just thought, what about playing simply bishop f4? And the point is that it's very important that this queen on d7 is unprotected when black castles.
Let's say bishop e7.
So let's say bishop e7, and now a move like, let's try, I don't know where, it's not completely clear to me where to go with the queen. So I had two ideas. I had a queen move, and I also had the move knight to e5 as an idea.
All right, I will take that
Yeah,
one.
something like takes, takes,
Castle,
castle. And now I've got ideas of queen g4. Again, I'm not sure how good this really is.
yeah. I've got to play knight f5, I
Yeah,
believe.
knight f5, and now some rook ad1.
Queen c6.
c6, and maybe now I try some lift and claim a little bit of initiative. I don't believe it's probably very much, but of course white can't be worse here. That was one idea. And then another idea was, what if I just get a lot of things on the d file? I could even try your move. Let's try queen
I like
e2.
that one more, yeah. Let's say, but wait, if I castle now, then after rook d1, it might be an unpleasant pin on the d file. And the problem is I cannot really play queen c7 because of knight b5, and I'm pinned all over.
Exactly.
So I guess that I will have to move the knight before castling.
But then you are getting hit by rook d1.
Queen c8.
Ooh, but now I start to get now I can get similar to what we just looked at. And even here, I would be tempted by g4.
Yeah, exactly, because now my knight is in big trouble, and after knight h4, which is kind of forced already, you can just take, maybe. Yeah, exactly.
Or queen h5. So for example, if h6, queen h5 wins a piece immediately.
Yeah, I like this idea a lot, and actually that's the point of my trying to play g6 in order to have that knight protected by the pawn on
Right.
e7.
And he did play g6, so Eric has gone for this. It still feels ever so slightly like white has got half a move to try and make something work here.
Yeah, indeed. That's exactly my feeling. And let's leave the players to try and figure that one out.
Sure.
And let's move to another game.
Okay, where do you want to go?
Let's try the one of Gunay versus Joseph.
Okay, Mahmadzada playing Joe Gallagher. Already 12 moves played, and we have a very theoretical position.
Yeah, it's interesting that Gunay plays the Najdorfs with white, with black. She really loves this kind of positions. Yeah. And I actually liked what Joe did. He played after bishop e3, knight to g4.
Right.
And knowing Gunay as being, as loving this setup with bishop e3, it's something which she cannot get anymore after knight g4, right? Because she has to move the bishop away.
Well, she could come back, and then the best move is this.
Right.
To repeat. And could she not go f3 here?
Well, f3 is a possible move, but there are slight differences because I believe she really likes her pawn on f2 in all those English attacks, and she prefers the plan with h3 and f4 actually later. So this is a very smart way not to allow her favorite setups, I believe.
I see. Yeah, the move knight g4 in this position against the English attack was the main line in the 90s. I remember, if you look back at these positions, all the top players, Gelfand and everybody else was playing knight g4.
But you know, actually it's quite logical because knight g4, that's the only reason why bishop e3 might not be working as a concept, you know. And I really like that Joe has tried it in this game, and let's see how Gunay answered to that.
Yeah, so knight g4, she plays bishop g5, and now Joe plays the main idea, which is to kick with h6, bishop to h4, and now the very sort of...
Principled move,
It's principled, but it's also double-edged and strategically very double-edged. The move g5, bishop g3, and bishop g7. So black says, you've moved your bishop 1, 2, 3, 4 times already in the opening. That can't be good. Yes, I've weakened my king side, and yes, I've especially weakened 2 key squares. But I can justify it because you've moved your bishop so much, and now this diagonal can get a bit dangerous if you don't know what you're doing with white. So
Yeah.
this has been played a lot, h3. And now black has got a clear choice.
Knight f6 or knight e5.
Exactly. That is the fundamental choice. They lead to 2 totally different games. Joe decides to go with the move knight to e5, which is perfectly fine. And here, Gunay plays a move which I guess is the main line, although I'm not entirely sure of the theory.
I'm not either. But knight f5 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Just getting to those light squares, which black has weakened.
You have to take. You can't allow this knight just to be there, so you take it off. Pawn takes, and Joe brings his other knight out to c6. And this is the position on the board.
Yeah.
Very double-edged. White has got the 2 bishops, but white is behind in development. Black has got a kind of dragon-esque position, and Joe has spent exactly 0 time. So Joe, well in book. Gunay, however, has already spent over 20 minutes. It looks as though she didn't look at this today and might be trying to remember some ideas. Perhaps knight into d5, I remember being some kind of move here. If you're a bit slow with a move like bishop e2...
That's what I was going to ask. White wants to castle on the king side here, right? Because
Right.
it would be very risky to go on the queen side with that nice bishop on g7 black's got.
Right, exactly. And my question is, do you start running into moves like queen b6? Hitting this pawn, and your idea is that if
Knight d5,
if
yeah.
knight d5, maybe I can just take it anyways.
Ooh. Yeah, that's
Possibly.
interesting. But then perhaps I have the rook b1
Yeah,
intermediate now.
you might have rook b1. Even these positions are not potentially not. No, this is probably clear actually. Yeah, this move is important. I just want to illustrate that if you go in for the check immediately and take this rook, this is where sometimes a tactic works out along the long diagonal. It's not letting me...
Right, and she actually went for the knight d5 move immediately, not allowing black's queen to b6, like you've just illustrated for us.
Right, yeah. I vaguely remember this being the correct move, and I think here you go e6 as black, actually.
Oh, that looks so risky. What about f takes e6?
Oh, have I made this wrong? Fe6, Fe6,
Queen h5?
Queen
Can I do that?
h5, knight f7.
Can this really work out?
I vaguely remember the move e6 here. It could be completely
Interesting.
wrong, and I could be completely insane, but...
No, it looks like it's working because then if I just sacrifice the knight on d5, you have just enough pieces covering the e5 square, right?
Yeah.
So I cannot really go for a long castle, e takes d5, rook to e1, because you just cover against this
I
check.
cover. Even king f8 might just be good enough here.
Yeah, exactly.
So I vaguely remember e6 as a theoretical move. The point is that if you do nothing here as black, I wonder if white is actually threatening some kind of positional sacrifice with the move f6. For example, if you castle, can white just go f6 here?
That would be definitely the first move I'd consider.
Yeah, but that said, black can just take with the pawn, and f5 is coming next, and f4, and who knows. Things can get completely crazy. Maybe here h4 or something, I don't know, can be considered.
Yeah, or maybe even knight e3.
Or knight e3, trying to occupy the f5 square. All kinds of ideas. But again, as somebody who doesn't play this opening, I just have got a vague memory of something like e6, something like this,
But
knight e3,
isn't
and
it
knight
again
d4 or something, I don't know.
against the chess principles to open up the position when your opponent has the pair of bishops? Why should it be fine here? How
Yeah.
does black justify this one?
Well, I just think it's very concrete, and we can talk about principles, but I just think it's been analyzed with computers, and ultimately it either works or it doesn't. It's one of
Right.
those positions. So we'll see if Joe does eventually play that. Let's move on to another. Oh, he did play e6. So, so this is clearly theoretical. Actually, maybe knight e3 immediately is the move now that I think of it.
But look at that. Guinea is once again very behind on the clock, and I'm wondering, is it some sort of is it a style thing? Because I see her doing like that every day, and it doesn't feel like it matters that she knows the opening or if she's surprised. It just seems that she likes to take quite a lot of time in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I think she's just calming us. So I do think she's probably mildly surprised. Maybe Joe in his previous games hasn't played knight g4. That's my instinct, that he plays more of a classical Najdorf. So she's just trying to remember. So we'll see, but it's going to be a very interesting game, whatever happens. So I'm excited about that. Let's move on. Let's go to another position, and
It's your turn to choose
my
now.
turn. All right, let me see what we've got. Well, we've got a fascinating game between Nino and Gillian.
Oh, that that is some sort of okay. It's not a stone wall, but how do you call it? Like a Dutch?
It's a weird Dutch. I don't know what kind of Dutch. This is the start of the Dutch defense, and Nino plays the London system against the Dutch, which is a very reasonable way of playing. Of course, the main lines are playing with c4, but you can play like a London system against it. Bishop f4, knight f6, and e3. This is all absolutely fine. And pawn to d6 by Gillian, completely fine. Knight to c3 and pawn to e6, just playing a position. Knight f3, knight to c6, h3 and h6. Gillian playing very originally. Again,
Will his king not get in trouble? Because, well, you would love to have g6, bishop g7, and then short castle on the board, but it takes quite a lot of moves. And otherwise, if you develop the bishop to e7, then you're not going to be able to play e5 anytime soon.
right.
It looks a bit risky for me, this setup for black.
Oh, it's definitely risky. There's no question about it. It's a very double-edged way to play. You're moving all your pawns in front of your king. You're creating weaknesses. Here as white, I want to punish black. I really want to... I want to say, you can't play like this. You know the move I would play here, or one of the moves?
Which one?
Queen e2.
Ah, so you want to go for a long castle and then go for... You know, actually, I was thinking that you're going to play e4, but then now that g4 has become so fashionable, I'm thinking maybe g4 would also be an idea.
Exactly. e4 or g4.
Yeah, and Gillian will have to really find a way to respond to these ideas. Because, as I said, the king on e8 is really not doing great. You would want it to castle. Perhaps, no, but actually long castle could be possible, but then the pieces would be very weird. Bishop d7, queen to e7. Can that one really work?
Yeah, bishop to d7 or queen to e7. It looks as though it could work. I mean, it could work, but I feel like I'm first here as white. Feels like I'm first. For example, bishop to d7, castles, you go queen to e7. And now, maybe
e4, no?
e4 looks very reasonable, looks like a perfectly good move. Something like takes, and white is just miles better here. Alternatively, g4 is very interesting here as well. because after takes, in this position here, if you play knight takes g4, now I've even got ideas like d5, now that the knight has been distracted, and something like e takes d5, knight takes d5, black is already in huge trouble because the queen would have to go back to d8 to protect
And
the
then
pawn.
the king is in big trouble in the center.
Exactly.
Right.
So all the pawn breaks look good.
Well, we're gonna have to see what Nina's gonna play. This plan with Queen E2 and long castle definitely looks interesting, and we see that she's taking her time thinking in this position, trying to work it out. Yeah, a very exciting game. It promises to be, right?
Indeed. Okay, so let's we'll come back to that one in a minute. We'll check out one more game, and let's see who we haven't seen yet, who we haven't visited, and I can see that Marcel Efroimski. Let's go to her game against Bilal.
The most uncompromised player so far, with only 2 losses and 2 wins, no draws. Let's see if he will keep up in the same manner.
And we get another bishop b5 check. This seems to be Marcel. We're seeing a lot of these bishop b5 checks this tournament, and now knight to d7. We've seen a lot of bishop to d7s, but this time Bilal doesn't want to simplify the position for Marcel, keeps pieces on the board, and Marcel decides to go for what I would consider the old main line. Pawn to d4 immediately, c takes d4, and now the point is you can take with the queen. And the reason you can do this is because the knight has already developed itself to d7, so it can't come out to c6 and gain tempo, and the queen sits very nicely on d4. That is, of course, unless you kick it away with the move e5, which is one of the main ideas, but it's a very, very complex strategic idea that if you don't know what you're doing can go wrong very quickly, because you give yourself a backwards d-pawn here.
And the d5 square will be really weak.
Exactly. And Marcel, she plays a move which I'm not sure is actually the main move here, which is going all the way back to d1. I tend to remember the queen just dropping back to d3, but queen to d1 has to be okay. Knight c3, knight's here, and bishop to e7. And now Marcel plays a very natural move, a4 as well, gaining
just
space.
To be ready to meet a6 and b5, because now black's not going to have that option.
Exactly. So castles and castles, all fairly standard. And now the move knight c5. So at least now the queen is not being hit. But a lot of the time we would get a transposition because the queen moves to e2 anyway. Pawn to a6, kicking the bishop, and bishop to c4. All fairly natural stuff.
You know, I like a lot what Marcel's doing in this game, because Bilal played very aggressive chess in the last 2 games, and he proved very successful with that approach. And now we will see a strategical battle all around those white squares and the d5 square, perhaps. Actually, it was played bishop d7, bishop g5, just trying to get that knight. I believe that this is a really, really good strategy by Marcel to try to play in a strategical manner.
Yeah, bishop g5, all very logical. And now Bilal played a very interesting move. He played the move knight to e6. Maybe this was his big plan from the start, hitting this bishop. And the point is, when you take on f6, now Bilal can recapture back.
What about knight d5 here?
And knight d5, right. Yeah, this is all very standard stuff.
I actually don't want even to take that bishop so far, because that dark squared bishop is a bad piece for black, having the pawns on d6 and e5, and my knight is very nice. But I want to increase the pressure on the d5 by playing rook f to d1, let's say, and then try to get to that d6 pawn.
Yeah, indeed. And we're going to find out exactly what happens, because that's on the board. But we are going to take another short break. We've got another esteemed guest with us in the studio, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 1 minute with continued coverage of today's Round 5 Battle of the Sexes. See you in just a moment. Okay, welcome back, everybody, and I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by His Honour Sergio Bassano, a Member of Parliament and the Minister for Economic Development, Enterprise and Telecommunications for Gibraltar. Mr. Bassano, thank you for joining us.
Pleasure to be here.
Now, my understanding is we've never actually had the pleasure of meeting. I might have briefly passed you in over all these years, but you've been a long-term supporter of GibChess,
Yes, from the
haven't you?
beginning. Initially through the telecom company, which is state-owned, and I'm one of the directors. And more recently, when the company wasn't doing so well, the Ministry for Economic Development stepped in and took the baton of providing the support. So, but it was still, on both occasions, it was under my remit.
I see. Okay. And it's a new venue this year. It's been at the Coletta all those years, but there's still it's a very special event. As you talk to people about chess in Gibraltar, and they smile. There's a joy. What is it about Gibraltar that brings this joy to such a tournament?
Well, I think you see the fact is that we've achieved with chess something that started in a very small way, an exposure globally, which is all our proportion to our size and population. I mean, look, there's only 32,000 of us, and this is only a couple of square miles, and it's a micro-state, right, with all the problems and all the benefits of a state. Our parliament legislates independently. We have to pay our own way, and we run our own finances. And I think what we've done is done something that's got a global reach, which is something important for us. And I think also, although I'm totally ignorant of what's going on in this room,
you and me both.
I can tell you something that I think philosophically is important in what happens here. And the fact that there are so many millions of people, following what's happening here, and the fact that it's, if we analyze it, it's teaching us something about what is happening now to the human species and what is happening in terms of our civilizations. We've got, we're the only place in Gibraltar that has got white monkeys, the Barbary macaque.
Right, I remember, the macaques,
And the macaques, of course, like other members of the primate branch of life, that share a big chunk of the DNA. I mean, that is to say, the only reason why you're not a macaque is because there's a 2% difference between you and the macaque.
Maybe not even 2% in my case, if you ask the production team.
So I think sometimes much of our negative rivalries and fights and some of the problems of the world that are happening when people become very conscious about borders and threats and put the whole world at risk is, in fact, something that we carry in our genetic code from being a successful form of life that has conquered the planet at the expense of everything else, right?
Right.
What we're doing now is that the miracle of internet brings us together. So increasingly the internet is helping us to understand how much like each other we are in a particular field where we have a common interest. So at the same time, as we still carry the genetic code of rivalry and differences, and that is happening here, it is rivalry which is not one that makes us enemies, but a rivalry that makes us friends.
Wow. How wonderfully put, may I just say. And I agree with you. It's I speak a lot, I use this word here, camaraderie. There's a camaraderie amongst the players. They are fighting on the board and they are competitive, but there's an atmosphere of friendship. There are over 20 nations represented
Right,
in this.
right.
I mean, to achieve that under these circumstances is really tough as well. So,
And you see, the national identity means that, I mean, look, we had a young lady a couple of years ago that won the Miss World. Well, look, we never thought, that one of our girls in Little Gibraltar could beat the rest of the girls on the planet, right?
Right.
So I am not one that is very favorable to beauty contests, because I think it has to do something with equality between males and females being something that should see women as human beings, right? But the reality is that we all felt very proud for the place where we had a big party.
I think she came to the chess tournament.
That's right.
She did the opening.
That's right.
She was at the opening ceremony. Yeah.
So, and that is a national identity. I'm a socialist, but I believe in having a national identity. I think it is something fundamental to human beings. We need to belong to a tribe. It's part of discovering who we are, and we discover who we are by reference to those around us.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
But what is happening now is that now you can belong to a geographically defined group with which you have relationships of being born in a place like Gibraltar. I think one of the most wonderful things about Gibraltar is that it's in some respects it's a little village, and therefore I'm going to be 83 this year.
Wow.
Yeah.
You look great.
And I'll be standing for election again in a couple of years. It's my 50th year in the Gibraltar Parliament.
Wow.
But the wonderful thing about a small place like this is that I've got mates of mine who went to school with me, and then became comrades of mine in the Socialist Party, and now are grandfathers like me, and that is what humans have, that gives us the social bonding which all primates have.
Right.
But then we've become so clever that we can do an equally strong bonding with total strangers all over the planet, simply because we've got a common language in a particular area. So if we were talking about quantum physics, physicists would be talking to each other independent of their background and their nationality and understanding each other. And if we've got people who are top chess players, they are the equivalent of those physicists doing the same thing. And this is a remarkable thing.
It is. It's phenomenal. And I'm so proud and honoured, really, to be here commentating on this. Perhaps the last question I'll ask you, because I know you're very busy, is this particular format is a very provocative format. It's men against women. You don't get that in many sports for reasons of for obvious reasons. But we're lucky enough to be able to do that in chess. Have you been to events, men versus women, before in anything, or have you got any views on the concept?
I think I remarked when I opened it on the first day that in these days where one has to be so careful about saying anything about anything without crossing red lines, right, sure, even to talk about the battle of the sexes is probably something that somebody will complain about. But I think the one thing that I mentioned, having heard before that the reason why it wasn't happening was that it was considered that men had an innate competitive advantage, that it would be something great if it was proved that the result of the competition proved that in fact they don't have a competitive advantage. And given the way it's going and how tight it's been,
it's clearly going to be the case, basically. That theory, I think, especially in chess, needs to be rubbished, because we've got some fine young ladies playing. I mean, they are, when I look at some of the players, wow, I mean, they can really play chess. And I think all of our hope, Brian, perhaps you, and I know most of the people working here, our hope is that one day is that we can produce world champion, but world champions, who can challenge for the top places, and we produce many more super talents over the next few years. That's that's the hope, and it's an absolute pleasure to be able to look at their games. And I'm secretly hoping they, well, not even secretly, I've said it on air now, I hope they crush the men. I mean, I hope they just give them a good old hiding, because all of these guys, Joe Gallagher and who are all washed up old grandmasters, let's give them a good shoeing. So we're in full swing. Well, thank you so much for your support.
Yes.
Thank you so much for...
It will be there in the future, believe me.
I hope good luck with your re-election. And again, a big thanks to the local government as well for years and years of promoting chess. And I know many people are looking forward to coming back to Gibraltar to play chess.
It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much. All right, let's take another bird's eye view of the playing hall while we get set up. We're going to be back in just 1 minute, and we'll be looking at any developments in these games. So thank you, Sir Joe Lozano. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everybody. This is round 5 of Battle of the Sexes, live from the Garrison Library here in Gibraltar. We just had Sir Bossano, who was extremely insightful into, the concept of rivalry and evolution, and that was extremely, extremely interesting to listen to. I suggest you all go and wind that back and have another listen if you missed out. For the moment, though, Irina, we've got a bunch of games that we haven't yet covered. So let's go to one that we haven't seen yet.
Let's go to the game of Jansaya versus Ravi.
Yep.
Because it looks like a very interesting opening to me. Jansaya is playing with the white pieces, so d4, going for the Scotch. Yeah.
Yeah, first time we've seen this, actually, this tournament, a Scotch opening in full.
I know that she has won some really nice games in the system with bishop to c5, actually 2 of them against former ex-world champion who's also here, Antoaneta Stefanova. But here Ravi plays knight f6, the main line, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Knight takes, b takes, all theory so far, queen e7, queen e2, knight d5.
Just very, quickly, it's... This move, queen e7, is the best move because you force white to put the queen in front of the bishop and the bishop can't develop, and only then you play knight d5.
Well, c4 now, and I know that black has 2 main moves, bishop to a6, pinning that pawn to the queen so that we can't capture that knight on d5. But Ravi has chosen the knight b6 one, which is also a main line. And now a slightly surprising move, knight to d2. I believe knight to c3 was more widely played. But knight to d2, was it a surprise for Ravi because he took like 17 minutes?
Yeah, it might have been a small surprise. It's not that much of a sideline. If you play this with black, you really should know what to do against knight d2. Also, the move b3, or even sometimes a move like h4. Very modern way of treating this have all been played. Knight d2 is not really a sideline, and the move a5, I believe, is the correct response. The idea is that if white now plays the move pawn to b3, trying to fianchetto this bishop, but also setting up some kind of sturdy pawn chain, the point is that a4 now comes, and after bishop to b2, you can take, and now play the move queen to a3, if I remember correctly my theory.
Exactly, and that's exactly the point why black is actually already better here. 3 is not the move played. Queen e4 was played instead, somehow trying to open up the light-squared bishop, because white would like to finish that development with castling short, I believe.
Yeah, and Ravi also plays, if I recall again, I think it is the main move, which is to play queen to e6. And the idea is to be able to develop this bishop somewhere along the diagonal. Jansaya plays the very natural bishop d3. Now, of course, you are targeting h7, so castling is not easy. And you've also got to decide where you want to put your king here with black, because a lot of the time you can castle on the queen side. For example, playing the move bishop a6 here is very logical, putting a bunch of pressure down here.
Well, yeah, there can be also some plans with d5, right?
Exactly. d5 immediately might even be a move here. The point being that if you take...
I take on d6, no?
Yeah, I can probably just take with the pawn. Maybe even with the bishop, but with the pawn, and claim that the exchanging of queens I can't be doing too badly. But I can't remember, is the honest answer. I can't remember anything. It's been a long time since I've played this position. You can sometimes also put the bishop on b7, castle on the queen side, and then try and organize c5 to open up this diagonal. So lots of different plans, but...
It's going to be a very interesting game. You know, I've been playing all these positions with white, but having the knight on c3. And I'm very curious to see what is the difference that this move, knight to d2, is bringing to the game. Because I feel there are certain subtleties here which white could try.
Exactly. So we'll see what happens there. Let's continue our nose through the games. Marie Sebag, we haven't checked out yet. Marie playing Balashchonka, a very solid position on the board as we expected. It was a Berlin, anti-Berlin.
Anti-Berlin, yeah.
Bishop c5, exchanging here, knight bd2. This position been played thousands of times at top level. Important to point out that the move knight takes e5 is never winning a pawn for white, because queen d4.
With a double attack on the f2 pawn and the knight on e5.
Yeah, just wins. So white plays knight bd2, and now you do have to defend that pawn in a lot of positions, because knight b3 might be a threat. So black plays the move knight to d7, and now white attacks the pawn, and black protects with f6. This has all been played many times, white castles. And here Chonka plays after 12 minutes, so he had a good think here. The move knight to f8, which...
You know, I believe that he didn't want to castle immediately, because he might have been worried about moves like knight to h4, probably, with all kind of ideas of f4 later on. And that is the downside of playing a move like f6, because you slightly weaken that f5 square, and the knight from d7, you know, it's a bit in the way of black's bishop from c8 controlling f5. So maybe that's why he decided to first solve the problem of that square. So I guess, yeah, knight f8.
Yeah, so knight f8, and the idea is, to bring this knight to e6 in a lot of variations. Marie played bishop e3, developing with tempo, exchanging black's bishop off the board, takes, and knight e6. And we have this position on the board, which is, well, actually, Marie now played a very interesting move. She played the move queen to e1.
I really like this one. You know, her point is that she really wants black to castle short, because then again, the knight on e6 is standing in the way of the bishop, and you can play something like knight h4, going for the f5 square, and even following up with sorts of either f3 and queen g3, or g3 and f4, and the queen will be closer to black's king side.
That's certainly one idea. I think there are some other ideas with this move as well. sometimes you get a weird moment where you can post the queen out here in some positions, either on a5, b4, or c3. Let's say, for example, castles, and now let's just say, for example, the move queen c3. It looks a little unusual.
It looks very strange to me,
Yeah,
actually.
it's very strange, especially if black can play c5 and kind of clamp down. So maybe that's just not a very good idea.
Another idea could be to play rook d1 and d4, but I know
Right.
that's not the usual way of white handling those positions, because many times, even if you eventually get the pawn majority on the king side, having the bishop against the knight with pawns on two flanks is just enough for black to have a decent position.
Right, exactly.
And yeah, so it's going to be interesting what plan will Marie choose. She could go more ambitious today. Perhaps we will see that one coming, as she has 3 draws so far. Or is it 4?
I think she has all draws, actually.
All draws,
I think so,
right.
yeah. I think so. All right, let's move on. We haven't checked out the game between Olga Gear and Sabino Brunello. So let's go there. Now, Sabino had some wild positions in this tournament so far. This time he's gone for
Queen's Indian, is
Queen's
it?
Indian with bishop a6, b3, and dropping the bishop back. All very known stuff. And the move a5.
You know what I heard in one interview? I don't remember who that exactly was, but it was during the Tata Steel, and somebody was saying that you cannot really play the Queen's Indian with black anymore on top level. And I think it was somebody said this like a mean comment towards Richard or somebody who did play it in the tournament, and they said that, all right, if somebody would play against me the Queen's Indian every time I play d4, you know, I would be 2900s or something along those lines.
Was that this year?
Yeah, yeah.
Really? I wonder who said that.
Yeah, I'm also curious. Perhaps our viewers could suggest us the name of the player who said that, if they were following that one. Perhaps we could ask Sabino. How does he feel about it?
Well, clearly he doesn't think that the Queen's Indian is losing, and I highly doubt it's losing. So we'll see. So after bishop d2, well, the main move for years was to actually just to drop the bishop back to e7. And you might ask, well, why did black give a check only to come back when he can go to e7 in one go? And the idea is that you claim that the bishop on d2 is actually you claim that the bishop on d2 is actually badly placed after bishop e7, that white would like to have more control of the d5 square, because d5 is such a big move in a lot of these positions. But Sabino instead played another well-known idea, which is to protect with a5, white castles, black castles. Now you kick the bishop back by force, and the bishop comes back. The knight comes to c3, all very standard stuff. And now another typical Queen's Indian move, knight into e4, attacking the bishop and knight. And the point is that if you take this knight, after bishop takes e4, the bishop actually sits really nicely on e4. It's very difficult to dislodge. The problem you've got is if you play a move like knight e1, when all these pieces come off and now black plays d5, you've got absolutely nothing here with white.
Exactly. And actually, I've been on the black side of the board in these types of positions a lot, actually against Olga herself. I lost a very important game in that one with black, because it was during a World Rapid Championship, and it was one of the only games I lost there. I was leading, and yeah, I believe Olga knows the important stuff in this opening.
Right.
Queen
She
C2
plays Queen
followed.
c2, which is, again, a standard move in the Queen's Indian. The inclusion of a5 and a3 and b3 might make this a little bit... There's some very subtle differences. Now takes... And now she decides to take with the knight and not with the queen, which is interesting.
It's really an unexpected turnout of the events, because that means that black solves a lot of the opening problems, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
He could just take and play d5.
That's exactly what happened. He played d5, and normally this isn't very much for white at all. After takes, Okay, the knight came back to f3. Black.
But that was her point now that she played on 16th move, pawn to e4. And now we can see that black's knight is still on b8. And if you take on e4, which actually happened in the game, now after knight e4, let's say, it will be not so easy to develop that knight from b8 because it has to protect the pawn on c6. It is an interesting point, even though I'm not sure. If the pawn would have been on a2, perhaps I would think that white is better. But here somehow the rook on a1 has to stay there and protect the pawn on a3. What do you think of this position?
Yeah, well, for a start, I'm not sure, and Olga's taking a moment to think here, because after e4, d takes e4, it's not clear to me which recapture is actually better. Queen takes e4 is a very valid move. After knight takes e4, I guess as black here you can consider even the move queen d5 to be able to then try to develop the knight to d7.
What about a move like knight to e5? It doesn't
F5?
work, no? Even queen d4 perhaps, yeah. Oh, sorry, the king is on g2.
The king is on g2, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, then it makes a big difference, and then probably she will be taking with the queen indeed.
Well, she can also go back to c3 here. I was trying to make something like this work. And now let's say queen to d6 perhaps, but...
That would be a weird repetition, no? Knight d4, queen d5.
It's a weird one, yeah. But I guess the point is that if I can get my knight to f6 successfully, I'm probably doing okay. But I still do have some weaknesses, so it's not completely clear to me whether this has worked out better for white or black. So I'm very interested in how this game will develop. We'll keep an eye on it. Let's go to Irene's game. We haven't... sorry, we did check that out. No, we didn't. I beg your pardon. We haven't seen Irene yet. Sukanda.
And it was Caro-Kann.
Expected. And the exchange and the modern variation with bishop d3. Very popular variation.
I know Irene has won some games with that one, so I guess both players kind of expected to see that this line on the board. c3, queen c7, knight e2.
Yep.
An interesting move. Many times it supports the bishop from c1 coming to f4. Well, yeah, an interesting line. And I see that after bishop g4, f3, black went for bishop to d7. Bishop to f4 now.
Correct.
And e5.
Right.
Well, it is a very direct approach because strategically it isn't such a great idea to play with an isolated pawn. But because white's pawn is already on f3, somehow there are a lot of dark squares weakened there. So black is perhaps playing for the activity in these types of positions.
Exactly. So black says, well, you've created all these dark squared weaknesses. I've got a very weak pawn, and that's a justification. So Irene now castles. Bishop to d6 by Leandro, knight to d4, okay.
You have to be careful at some point on moves like knight takes f3, right? With a discovered, or is it a discovered attack, or how do you call that?
Yeah, discovered attack.
For now, it's not possible because the queen and the rooks are protecting the f4 bishop, but it might be an idea to keep the eye on.
Exactly. So here you can't quite do it, so Leandro just completes development with knight f6, bishop f5 and castles, and after bishop takes d7 it is Leandro's move. I have to say I'm not that in love with white's position. I think black has got one of those versions of an isolated queen's pawn that is really quite fine.
Is it because of the pawn on f3?
Yes,
yeah,
it's just because of the pawn on f3. And, you know, after, let's say, queen takes d7, the rooks can come into the middle very quickly.
The knight can jump from e5 to c4, perhaps, and somehow disturb white's pawn on b2.
Indeed. And queen takes d7 played. And as I say, I'm not... It's one of those isolated... I mean, in general, with the isolated queen's pawn, when you're playing against it, you really want to have as many pieces on the board as possible. And...
Do you actually? Because it is a strategy to
Sorry,
trade
I beg
services.
your pardon. Sorry, the other way round. When you're
Exactly.
playing against the isolated queen's
Yeah.
pawn, you want to take pieces off the board.
And it will be not so easily achieved here by white, exactly because of those light squares, which black's knight from e5's got. All right, do
Precisely.
we have any other games to check?
I
or
think we've looked at all of them. So what we're going to do is we're going to go for a short break.
And while doing that, you could enjoy the live feed from the playing hall, a really nice venue we've got, the Garrison Library.
Yeah, you might have the live feed. We might even have a video snippet for you. In any case, we'll be back in just a few minutes. All games still in play. Lots of action to come. So don't go anywhere. See you soon. Hello everybody, welcome back. This is round 5 of Battle of the Sexes, GibChess 2022. In the break, we have had a result come through, Irina, and it's a draw, perhaps a little premature, between Marcel Efroimski and Bilal Belasin.
But I've just had a little thought about that one.
Yeah.
It might have been part of a strategy from the women's team, because Bilal has scored 2 points in the last 2 days against women, and perhaps they just wanted to not to allow him get too excited, you know, just to hold his horses off.
I agree. I think, mate, because, you know, last night in the lobby of the hotel, Pia had another meeting with the team, and I think she's been giving clear instructions about which games I think she thinks is a game to really play hard, and others which not. And maybe she said to Marcel, look, you know, Bilal, he's playing very aggressive, enterprising chess. Play something calm and solid. Don't risk too much. And if you don't have anything good or anything particularly special on the board, a draw is fine. I think that is a very...
That could be the case,
Yeah,
right?
it could be. And they agreed to draw in this position after knight f4. And I don't think it's a bad agreement because, well, for a start, White has got many options here, but...
But I have a question. What about a move like Queen d2 here?
Yeah, okay, so you play Queen d2, you just take...
Bishop takes.
And just Queen c7, and even though you have control of the d5 square, it's really not that much. It's a typical Najdorf position, and the advantage is slim at
Yeah,
best.
because black could go bishop c6, then b5, and I don't see much going on here.
Yeah.
The knight is badly placed on f3 because it cannot get really fast to d5. Yeah, seems like a fair result, even though they could have showed us a bit more of their ideas, no?
Yeah, but it's fine, and a peaceful ending there. Let's carry on. Let's actually go to Eric Rosen, back to Eric Rosen against Maria Muzichuk. We were saying around here that I felt like White was in time to exploit and take advantage of her lead in development, because it takes Eric 2 more moves to get castled, but apparently there is no direct way to do that. So she played the move bishop f4, which is the move we expected, bishop to g7 and queen e2, very similar to what we looked at, connecting the rooks. I'm looking to bring a rook into the game with the move rook a to d1.
And I actually really like what Eric did in this position. He played queen f5, saying that he's ready to sacrifice a pawn, because now after bishop takes knight, e takes, rook takes, White is a pawn up, but perhaps black could play... All right, I'm not saying this is the best move, but even moves like bishop takes c3 could be considered. Somehow spoiling white's pawn structure and then having those doubled c-pawns as a target on the c-file.
I mean, that's definitely a possibility. And of course, sometimes your compensation is so great here with this wonderful dragon bishop that you don't even need to take simple moves like, well, you could attack the queen first with rook e8, or you can play rook a to c8. You can even exchange one pair of rooks. And your claim here is that the extra pawn is very difficult to leverage because the knights don't really have clear angles, you know.
Oh, wait, even knight b4 instead of rook c8 is possible to attack the c2 pawn.
Yeah, knight b4, for example, is a move. There are all kinds of moves here, and intuitively, again, it doesn't feel like white is able to do this successfully and just win a pawn, because, as you said, at the very least, I don't think this position is bad for black after bishop takes c3, b takes c3.
And that's exactly why Maria did not take on d6, but she played knight to d5 instead. And now a very energetic reply from Eric. He played e5.
Yeah, I kind of like it. Again, without analyzing a single variation, it feels like
a good way to make white's pieces leave their active positions now, because now the bishop has to go, and perhaps in the near future the knight can jump to d4 or the pawn can go to e4. And yeah, that's going to be an interesting battle here.
Oh, has Eric actually blundered here?
How so?
Because after, so let's just break this down. So the one thing about knight d5 is what you look at here is you are always eyeballing knight e7 check, right? Which is a fork against the queen and king. So after e5, which looks like a logical move to attack the bishop and reduce some pressure on e7, has he missed the move knight takes e5, or is this just okay? Because what do you think he wanted to play here?
I don't believe he missed it, because it's the first thing you would check exactly because of that fork from e7. But maybe he had in mind a move like rook to e8,
well,
trying
that's
to
the point.
pin the knight. Oh, and now after rook e2, you've got knight to e7, forking that queen anyways. But I'm not forced to take on e7 here, right?
No, you're not forced to take, and if king here takes. But if we look now, this is a pawn, but actually...
Two of white's pawns are hanging, both c2 and b2.
But it can get still probably okay for white. For example, rook d2. And
I
if
take,
you take,
and now I take the pawn.
And rook b1.
And now my pawn from b7 will be. Oh, but wait, you have troubles on the last rank. I could try a move like rook to d8, perhaps.
c4.
Oh, you have this move. I was thinking about something like b5, but it cannot really work because the rook from b2 will be protecting the bishop from d2.
There's also a check on the long diagonal. So I wonder, because Eric is taking a moment here to... I mean, when you play e5 and your opponent responds knight takes e5, in general, you should reply immediately because this is a move that you have to calculate. Now, again, I'm not saying Eric has missed rook f8, knight takes
Wait,
c6.
but there are some other moves to consider here. What about bishop e5 instead of rook f to e8?
Sure, bishop e5.
Bishop takes, I guess, right?
Yeah.
And now rook to e8. Can I do something like that?
Knight f6.
Queen takes.
Okay, takes.
Take, and take on c2.
And now rook e1, and I'm very worried if I'm black here.
Yeah, because that bishop on f6 is such a great piece, and we have weaknesses near to our king on the dark squares. Yeah, that might be a big problem for Eric.
So let's see this again. So knight takes e5. Is there any other move? Well, no, there is no other. I mean, you have to do something here. If I can take your knight on c6, it's all over because I then hit you with knight e7. So let's try bishop takes e5 again. Bishop e5. I don't see it, you know.
What?
Wait, what's
Oh.
happened here? Sorry.
But I can take with the queen on e5.
Yeah, sorry. What's going on? Am I losing a piece or am I losing my mind?
No, you're not losing a
right.
piece.
Because I take, and then I can go...
Knight e7 or knight f6, and then take on d6.
Yeah, and we get this position. Now, this feels a lot more playable for black.
Yeah, because you could try something like knight... I'm not sure, knight c4, you have rook d7. Perhaps rook to e8 first.
Rook to e8 is possible, but I was also thinking, can we just go rook to d8?
Ah, trying to trap that knight
Yeah.
on e7.
Exactly.
Yeah, that might be an interesting idea, because if I play rook f to d1, then I might get into troubles with my last rank.
For example, knight d5, knight c4 is already winning for black.
Exactly. And Eric has
He has
just
played
taken
bishop
on
takes
e5 with the
Okay.
bishop.
So, now there is another move here. You don't have to take with the bishop. You can take with the queen.
You're being tricky, but it doesn't make a difference because I can take with the queen as well. Worst case scenario.
Yeah, but I wonder, is there any difference in this variation with knight e7 check? And the answer probably is that there is. This is probably very good for white because I
Why
force
for
your...
white?
Yeah, because I force your king to a dark
Knight
square.
takes f5. I will have f6 here compared to the previous variations.
Yeah, but I just put the bishop on c3 and I'm a pawn up.
You're a pawn up.
Yeah. Not to
Oh.
mention I've got g4, g5 ideas and... no, this is very bad for black. This is just a pawn.
Yeah, and that means that he will have to take with the queen on e5, right?
Okay, so he takes with the queen.
You must take.
You must
and
take.
we get to the same variation we've just looked, right?
Yeah, exactly. Now, Maria can't play like that, so what if she puts the knight on f6 check? Let's try this one.
King g7 again, but now the knight from f6 is in trouble. Wait, couldn't I play something like knight c4 now?
Ah, knight c4 immediately, yeah.
Because the rook from d6 is protecting the knight on f6. Now maybe... Oh no, I'm afraid to take the pawn on b2. But perhaps I can take it actually.
You can probably take it, knight takes b2. I mean...
After knight d5, I have moves like b5 even. Okay, there might be even rook d8, but b5 just makes sure that my knight is not trapped on b2.
This feels like a position that will just actually die to a draw because I think as white you should probably go rook d1 here. Rook b1.
What about rook? Rook b4 is quite the same. Yeah.
Yeah, rook b4, rook d1. I think this is this. If and Maria did play queen takes
but what
c5.
about knight? Knight d7. I have rook c8. It's all right. Maria took on e5.
Yeah, and we could really get this. This looks like a very... I mean, Eric, I think, has to play queen takes e5 here.
Exactly. And that will most likely end with many trades, and then a very equal position might be reached.
Exactly. I think...
Well, but this is great by Eric, because we thought it was one of the toughest game of the match, and we thought he might have some difficulties against Maria's white pieces.
Yeah, and
I like how confident he was playing all these moves quite quickly. He took only 6 minutes to make e5 on the board.
Yeah, and I think his position is fine. All of these endgames look like black is getting active enough, quick enough, and white can't consolidate the pawn advantage. So
right.
All right, so looking decent for Eric to be in a decent position. Let's go to another game, and should we go to Pia Kramling? We haven't seen Pia.
Yeah, let's check the game. She's playing against Bobby Chang.
Yeah.
We thought this is one of the most solid matchups today.
Yeah, and Bobby playing a Vienna game, and Pia playing the classical pawn to e3, transposing to a kind of Queen's Gambit accepted.
Exactly.
If you play c5 here, bishop takes c4, we have one of the main Queen's Gambit accepted, but Bobby decides to play a newish way of playing, which is to play b6, bishop takes c4, and develop the bishop on the long diagonal, castles and bishop e4, all very standard stuff, fighting over the e4 square.
Right. Queen e2, short castle, knight to e5. Well, that's a move I'm not familiar with, because normally you get those positions with black having the knight on d7 already. So it might be an interesting idea. What does Pia have in mind after knight bd7 now? Is she gonna play a move like f4, or is it just too risky?
No, I don't think she wants to. I think she possibly...
Oh, there's one more possibility. Maybe knight d3?
Yeah, no, I was looking at knight d3, but then bishop d6.
Now I was hoping to make b4
You
work.
can actually make...
Even e4.
Well, e4, e5 is interesting. I was also thinking after knight d3, maybe you can take. But you're right, now I have ideas of going f3 and e4, and...
White has got a really nice pawn structure in the center, right?
Right.
Yeah, very interesting move, this knight to e5. And I'm quite curious. Yeah, how did Bobby play after that
Well,
one?
he just played c5.
Immediately trying to to challenge White's center.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but the problem is that the bishop is already on b4, and now after Pia's move, which is knight to a2, that bishop is actually in trouble because the pawn from c5 cannot really move as it's protecting the bishop. And is that bishop stuck over there?
Well, the bishop comes to a5, and this move, bishop a5, is actually a fairly standard idea that you see in a lot of these positions. The bishop can never really get trapped there. Well, of course it can if black is careless, but a top player, of course, will most likely not fall for that. And so I think this is fine for Bobby. Rook to d1, the queen.
I have to say that I prefer White's position here, and by quite a large margin, because, well, that bishop from a5 could get back into the game only if black succeeds to play b5. And I have very good control over that square with white. Both my bishop and my queen is on the f1, a6 diagonal. The pawn on a4 controls b5. I'm not sure what to think of this one. Even though, you know, there is also a downside for white. That knight on a2 cannot actually come back to the game either, because any square it will choose, it can be traded.
Exactly.
And Pia played b3?
Yeah, b3 and knight c6, and the bishop to b2. I think this position is fine for black, really.
Yeah.
I'm not that convinced that white is putting on huge pressure, but I think you do have to be precise here.
I might have an interesting plan here for white. Knight c1, and the second knight goes to d3. I mean, the one from a2 finds its way towards that square, just in order to avoid black trading that bishop from a5.
Yeah.
Black also has his own ideas. Perhaps he could play something like knight b4 at some point. Not sure.
Not sure. It's not a position I'm very comfortable with as black, even though my intuition says I think I'm fine. I'm not, like, the ideas don't come quickly to me here.
Perhaps black has to do some waiting rook moves.
Yeah, some rook d8 or something like that.
Because the point is that after knight c1, perhaps I could try bishop b4 with the idea of taking on d4 and then going with the bishop towards the king side.
You mean here or?
Yeah, here knight to c1, bishop b4.
Ah, I see. Bishop to b4.
Because after knight d3, I think I've got enough time to take on d4. Should be a good position. No?
I'm not sure.
Can you take on c6?
Well,
No,
I
you
can take.
actually can't,
yeah,
because I will take back with the queen and...
Oh, you're mating me. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what if I just take?
I take back with the knight.
And bishop takes d4.
It reminds me a little bit about yesterday's
Yeah.
game, which we saw between, who was it with white? Was it Chonka against Sebag or? No, they are playing today actually.
No. It was.
It was also maybe it was Bobby against.
No, it was Marie. It was Marie was. It was Bobby against Marie.
Yeah, so now he might be on the other side
On
of the board.
other side, exactly. Okay, I mean it's one for Bobby to think out, but certainly doesn't feel like it's.
He's really much behind on the clock.
Yes.
By the way, Pia
is.
has an hour and he's got less than 30 minutes.
Yeah, he's spent a long time. Let's go to one of the more exciting positions, and let's go to Nino Batsiashvili against Gillian, because
Yeah, that one looked really exciting.
yeah, remember how in this position here, I was saying that I intuitively like the move Queen to E2 here. Well, Nino went for it straight away.
Wow, G4 is
G4.
really the most fashionable move these days.
It really is.
Yeah.
And it's a well-known
crazy.
move, but it makes a lot of sense. And Gillian's reply is also very modern, which is to go G5. Just so people at home know, if you do take twice, the problem with this is you leave yourself very exposed. So in this position here, you don't have to win the pawn back as white. The idea is to try and expose this king. So, for example, a move like bishop d3 coming in here, or queen d3 is possible, or even knight g5 might just be...
Or even knight h4.
Or knight h4. Both of these knight moves uncover an attack on here, and knight g6 will come in. This is horrible for black. You can lose this position very, very quickly because of your open king. So Gillian plays g5, which is just an incredibly...
Risky move, no?
Well, it's risky, but it's also probably the correct way, because you force the bishop back, and now you go bishop g7, and you try to get some kind of position. Nino took on f5. Again, that's a move that might not be necessary here.
I really don't like it, actually. Couldn't she try something like... perhaps d5 isn't possible, because then that bishop from g7 will get opened up, right?
Well, I mean, if we see how she plays, we'll see that I actually don't mind it because of her follow-up, which was takes, and now d5. So the idea is that the knight comes to e7, you overprotect this pawn, and after a6 you put the knight on d4. This is the game. And you're saying, look at this huge hole in your position here, Gillian. What are you going to do? I can play knight e6 whenever I want. Your f5 pawn is weak. It's very difficult to castle because your king can, well, you know, I can play h4 and try and open up some files.
Right.
So how do you plan to navigate this position? And
I have an idea. Perhaps I could play knight e4. I'm not sure if immediately or...
My goodness.
Yeah, perhaps after short castle then.
Okay. So castles... All right, let's see here.
Because for white, it's also a very unusual position.
Yes.
You should be careful, because after all, black is ahead with the development, surprisingly here. And with white, you probably don't really want to castle short, because after moves like f4, you might get into serious trouble, no? Because the pawn on h3 will be hanging. I think it's a very double-edged position, actually. And it's so funny, I've just thought that Gillian actually has played so far only offbeat openings.
Yes.
Wants to surprise his opponents with.
Yeah, he has. He's a very offbeat opening kind of guy, absolutely. And
He's about to... Oh, he played b5.
oof.
He's sacrificing all the light squares.
Is he? No, he doesn't want to take this point. Okay, well, Nino is going to play bishop b3.
It might actually... I don't like this b5 move.
No, me neither.
Because now a problem will be that after a move like short castle from black, you might even have to consider moves like knight to c6. And suddenly the king is in trouble, and also that bishop from c8 is a bit strange there.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it's not overly forcing. I mean, I have queen e8, and even taking, I'm not sure how bad this is, because f4 is coming in a lot of variations.
What about a move like h4 now? That was my idea, to
Yeah.
try to exploit black's position.
Yeah, now we give up squares. Now a move like knight e2 and...
Yeah, somehow, if this diagonal a2 g8 is opening up, black's king suddenly doesn't feel as comfortable as before, right?
Exactly. Bishop b3 was played. Yeah, I think Gillian is playing a bit recklessly. He's
Yes.
playing... It's a bit reckless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Nina's position here.
Yeah, me too. I really like Nina.
And she has had a few rough days. She
Yes.
lost 2 games in a row. And I believe it is exactly the moment when she will try to come back and win this game. I believe Gillian will have to be really careful because the position might go very bad and very quickly. Now he will need some accurate moves, and I'm not sure he'll be able to come up with them.
Yeah, I agree. I think Gillian has got some problems in this position long term. All right, let's carry on. Now, there is a game I'm looking out the corner of my eye that looks like a game we have.
Oh, and we have another draw, actually,
we do.
between Marie and Balázs.
Yeah.
And I will have to say that I am disappointed.
In Marie.
Yes.
Okay.
That's rough of me to say, but so many draws.
Yeah, she has made all draws.
And all quite fast.
Yeah.
I know she's such a great attacking player.
She is, yeah.
I know.
Well, we have to give her a little bit of leeway because she did have corona a week ago.
Oh.
So she got corona, or 2 weeks ago. She recovered, but the after effects obviously can still be there, and I'm not so sure if she has the energy. She already booked everything. It was last minute, so...
Yeah, all right, then my guess is that it should be the reason, because otherwise she plays very fighting chess.
Yeah, she's an extraordinary fighter and class tactician and everything, so it doesn't surprise me so much. Hopefully she improves after the rest day, gets some rest and can start fighting again. But I know it's been hard for her. Balázs, of course, well, it's a perfectly good result for him. He's been, of all the men, one of the more stable, reliable guys. So
is it a word you'd use when describing Balázs? What would be one if you could choose?
Well, Balázs, Mr. Reliable.
Mr. Reliable.
Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Reliable.
And then Marie is Mrs. Reliable.
Yeah, and she's Mrs. Reliable, exactly.
All right. A good pair up then for today's match.
Very, very solid players. There was a game that I was looking at, and I was like, oh, we haven't actually looked at it yet. And I think it's the... Oh, no, we did look at it, but it has progressed.
It was very early, yeah.
Yeah. Jovanka Huska playing white against Hussein Aziz. And Hussein plays this very fashionable move, knight to d7 on move 2 against Areti. This move didn't exist when I was a youngster, or at least people didn't know about it. The point is that if bishop g2, you allow e5, and you get a kind of Pirtz reversed.
Exactly.
And you don't want that. And so if you want to prevent black playing e5, you play the move d4. And now black has got this extraordinary idea, playing knight b6. Again, this concept simply didn't exist years ago. And the reason why you play knight b6 is if you just play the move knight f6, white might be able to play the move c4 and claim that she's got a good version of a Catalan. So the knight b6 basically stops white playing c4 at all costs. Now, the downside to this move is that the knight looks a bit funny on b6.
Exactly, and it also does not really control the e5 square. And
Right.
yeah, you stop c4, but then it has, like you said, the strategical downsides that later in the game you won't be able to bring it to the important squares. And now I really like Jovanka's move, a4, trying to immediately challenge that knight on b6. And after a5, she played b3. A double fianchetto, also controlling the c4 square, so the knight is not jumping there anytime soon. Bishop f5 followed.
Yep, this is now getting the bishop out. Knight bd2 and e6, all very classical stuff. Bishop to b2 and h6, also very clever by Hussein, just giving his bishop a safe space here on h7. Okay, pieces came out. Bishop g2, knight f6, castles, bishop e7, all fairly standard. And now knight to e5. As you said, black doesn't have control. But what black does do in this position is he just says, okay, well, you have e5 for the moment, but I can always come back. The knight isn't doing anything. I'll challenge you
Right.
there, and I've still prevented you from playing c4 and challenging in the center.
And it's very important that black's light squared bishop is already on f5, because we see many times that it struggles on c8 in these types of, how to call them, Queen's Gambit or Catalan or double fianchetto, however you prefer. And I really like the bishop on f5, actually, yeah. So knight d3 was played here.
So knight d3, knight b to
d7.
d7. So knight d3 trying to keep pieces on, also kind of classic idea because black has a little less space. But I don't believe it's anything too serious. c6, c4, and now really a very surprising move to my eyes.
But I really like the concept behind it.
Knight b8.
You know, you see a weak square on b4. Do you know, it is so interesting because sometimes you have a position and you are not sure how to continue. And
Yeah.
you often forget to ask yourself, which piece could I improve? And I believe that's exactly what Hussein has done here. He thought, okay, what is the knight on d7 doing? I have such a nice square for it on b4, and he found the best route for it.
Yeah, he's investing a bit of time, but he's saying that the knight sits very well on b4. And if the knights are traded, the bishop will also sit very well there. So this move makes sense. And now another move, which is very interesting by Jovanka, knight to f4. And her idea is that she wants to prepare e4. Now, I have to say,
It's all very, very unusual.
it's all these pieces on the board. I mean, no piece has been exchanged.
But you know, it's so interesting. When you play f3, you should be aware that the dark squares around your king are somehow weakened, and then black might try some ideas with c5 at a point, you know, I'm not saying it's right now, and then the king might be a bit in trouble. But then if you play c5, maybe you weaken the b5 square, but once again, you don't have anything to go to place on b5. It's so interesting. I could go on and on with trying to justify the position both for white and for black. And I think it's actually really complex and it probably should be balanced, no?
Feels like it should be quite balanced, yeah. And we see Jovanka going for that e4 push, and the bishop comes back, queen e2 ricket. So white has got this big center, but the question is it actually doing anything? Because this bishop is so good on h7 combined with this knight is that e5 always, well, I say it runs into something. It doesn't. The knight protects the d3 square. So you could theoretically think about playing e5 at the right moment.
Yeah, but the problem is that after knight d7, probably I already want to play c5. And you don't really want to take on d5, right? Because then I will have the c file for myself, and then the c2 square, the d3 ones might be even weaker than they are. And somehow the bishop from b2 is not really attacking black's king. And it actually reminds me of the game between Fabi and, was it Anish? Yeah, I think it was Caruana versus Anish from the recent Tata Steel, where actually Fabiano struggled to make that b2 bishop come to c1 and then attack on the king side.
Right.
Yeah, it could be the case that Jovanka will have to do something different, and maybe she doesn't want. Oh, and actually she played knight to d3 instead of e5.
Yeah, so she put the king on h1. Hussein played the very logical bishop f8, just opening up the e file. And now knight to d3.
But I don't like that she has played that knight for so many moves
I
in a
agree.
row, or what? Even not in a row, but it has moved a lot of times. And look at the clock. Hussein has 52 minutes, twice as much as Jovanka does. And it seems to me like his play has been more consequent in this game.
Yeah, I much prefer how things have gone for black over the past few moves. And also I'm a bit worried that after knight takes d3, queen takes d3, there is a pin here, but there's also a pin down the d file. So immediately what I'm looking at is something like takes, and can I now play a move like pawn to e5? Because if I can play e takes d4, I think I'm very happy with black, because I get all of this play on the e4 pawn.
Oof.
And if you go d5 and I take, you're now forced to take this way. And you're lucky that I can't play knight takes d5 here as black. That nearly wins. But it feels as though, you know, a move like bishop to b4 perhaps, threatening bishop takes d2, and then the e4 pawn is this. It feels, this is the way I would describe this position. It feels a bit loose for white. It feels a bit loose.
What about bishop c3 here? Because, well, if I manage to trade those bishops, I believe all my weak dark squares will not be an issue anymore.
I'm not so sure.
I will take now on b4 and play rook c4.
Okay. Makes a lot of sense.
My point is that maybe that bishop on h7 is a bit out of play for now. Not sure.
I think
Well,
it's okay.
actually, you had to consider also my playing rook takes f6 instead of rook c4.
Wow. Okay.
Not sure if this works, but...
Yeah, I'm not sure.
And wait, now we move
Okay.
like g4.
Wow.
You know, just trying to play against that bishop on h7. Could it be a concept at all or not?
I don't think so. Because I think the bishop isn't fully locked out, because it's just always eyeing e4. So there are positions where you just can't move the knight.
Yeah, right. And here I run in trouble over the c file.
Yeah,
Yeah, perhaps it's a bit premature, but you should keep an eye on that at
definitely.
times.
But there is something about this position after knight d3 that, yeah,
Oh,
he
wait.
takes.
He took, yeah.
Queen takes d3 will be played.
Will he now take on e4?
I think there's a really good chance he takes on e4 here. And I'm very curious. I'm going to cheat. And yeah, the computer exactly likes what I've said, which is good news. It likes takes e5, d5, and now the other classic move, which is to go bishop c5. Keeping the c file closed, and now knight g4 sometimes is an idea. Oops. Threatening knight f2 or knight into e3. And it says it's equal, but I would definitely take black in this position.
Right.
I prefer black.
I think I still like white here, but I love how I said before how black has handled this game so far. So I still think that black isn't better, but I definitely like what he's doing.
Okay.
Let's move on to another game, and perhaps we could check the game of, who should that be? Let's check the game between Maria and Eric, because there were a lot of trades going on there.
Well, we've got a position that's very similar to what we looked at, but a much worse version for Eric Rosen. So things have...
Yeah, I believe it's bad news for Eric's fans, because he's a pawn down for now, and in all the lines we were trying to make work, black did get the pawn back. So did we miss anything there?
Let's have a look. So it went... so we had this fantastic move, queen takes e5, Okay, Eric took, which is correct. Takes, takes. Now check on the e7 square. We had looked at this. We win the piece back. Rook d8. And now we were looking at rook fd1, but rook dd1 looks like a much better move by
Yeah, he definitely missed it, because otherwise he would have played knight c4 immediately, I believe.
Yeah. And now after knight c4, the point is b3. The knight comes back to b6, which is a try by Eric to basically trap this knight on e7. The problem you've got is that, I mean, Eric still has got drawing chances here, for sure, because I'm not completely sure, actually, well, it might even just be a draw. I mean, Eric, let's give him some credit. He might have calculated this to be a draw.
But you know what he should know if he claims that it's a draw? Because it actually is. White will have to play c4.
Yeah.
And then king f6, knight d5,
Yep.
knight takes, e takes d5. This position is not winning anytime soon for white, even though white has the extra pawn. And this is because you can just double on the d file, play rook d6, then rook d8. And when white does the same and doubles, you can always play king to e5. And then white has nothing better to do than to give a check and then return.
Exactly.
And the same goes if you trade a pair of rooks, then it's even worse because you cannot really protect that pawn on d5. But you must be sure in your knowledge of rook endgames here. Well, it's not so difficult.
It's
even
not
if you
difficult.
don't, you can calculate your way out of this one. But yeah, my feeling is that he could have achieved a draw easier.
Well, I mean, if he achieves a draw like this, it's been pretty easy for him, and it's not very difficult to calculate. So king f6.
Well, yeah, you have to play knight d5.
You do have to play knight d5. I take. If you take with the rook, it's an even easier draw, probably, after rook
Yeah,
d8.
it definitely is, because you also don't have time for playing something like rook c1 and rook c7 because of the back rank mate. Yeah. So you'd have to play c takes d5 and then just rook d6.
Yeah, another move here, just out of interest, is to play rook c8 straight away.
What about rook d2 now?
Rook d2, similar idea, rook c5.
But now I can play d6 perhaps.
Okay, rook c6.
Rook, or should I play d7? No, rook d1, rook f to d1. And I was trying to get my rook to e7, something like rook e2 check, king f6. But once again, because of the back rank mate, I don't have time for it.
No.
Yeah, it seems like in all these variations, white is missing at least attempt to even be able to pose black some problems. So yeah,
Yeah, Eric is gonna make a draw
yeah,
here.
definitely. I might have.
Which is a
been
good
wrong.
result.
Yeah.
All right, we carry on.
Actually, both of the toughest games, which we thought would be, are actually
That's
not
bad news, maybe for the women.
for the ladies.
Yeah,
Yeah, might
possibly. Let's see, because the
Let's check Gunay's game against
Gunay.
Joe.
Okay.
I'm very curious about that one.
Oh wow.
Oh, what is that? This
Well,
is crazy.
We had around here, we saw e6, and I said that I vaguely remember takes, knight to e3. This has all been played, and now queen a5 check. This is the move. Yeah, this is the line. c3, and now this wonderful move, knight f3 check.
What?
Yeah, this has been played lots of times, and I think.
Oh my God.
Oh, I can't remember the theory. You evacuate this diagonal to then land with bishop takes c3.
How is that possible? G takes f3.
Yeah, this has all been. This has all been seen before. Bishop takes c3, takes, queen takes c3, and now the point is king e2 runs into knight d4 check.
Wow.
So you have to go queen d2, and now I take on a1 and knight d1, and we can stop and pause here. We have a very, very crazy material imbalance here. Black has got a rook for a bishop and knight, and black has also got two pawns. So on paper, he's got the direct material equivalent, But white's king is, well, it hasn't castled, and it will castle, but you also have these damaged pawns, and I really don't know what the assessment of this position is. Like, I have no idea.
Yeah, but black will also have to answer some questions regarding his king.
Right.
Because where do you castle? Perhaps you should castle long, I believe.
Probably you castle on the long side, but
Because on the king side you have too much of a loose pawn structure, right?
no, castling this way definitely feels correct. Well, Joe decided to come back with the queen first. He spent 9 minutes on this move.
Yeah, because an endgame would be great for him, I believe. As you've mentioned, a rook and 2 pawns are better than a knight and a bishop in an endgame, where there are no tactical ideas against each other's kings.
Exactly. So he went queen d4. Gunay declined, said, I'm going to attack... Oh, sorry, I'm going to develop a bishop. Rook and now Joe here spent 33 minutes
33?
on this move. Yeah, so he went for a long thing.
What was he calculating?
Well, there's a lot to calculate here because, again, it's not entirely clear, to me at least, what the correct way forward here is at all.
Yeah, there are many possibilities. There is knight e5.
No, knight e5 isn't, because bishop check.
I was looking.
Oh, no, wait. You're right. Knight takes f3 at the end exists. But I can... Yeah, after bishop g6 check, you can go king e7. And if I take, you now have this knight takes f3.
That was actually a very smart blunder.
Smart blunder.
Yeah, lucky me today.
Yeah, so knight e5 is a move. Castle's queenside has to be a move, you would think.
Right.
But Joe went with rook to f8, just hitting the pawn. And I guess his claim is that it's a bit difficult for white to actually protect this, because on a move like bishop to e4, black can exchange queens and play d5, perhaps. Bishop g6 check, king d7. And this looks like one of those very good French defense positions, actually.
Yeah, one thing I'm not sure about is a move like h4 here. Because that king on d7, is it safe there?
Yeah, it's all right. Knight d4.
Take on g5.
Okay, check.
King to e3 or e2, not sure. e2, let's say, all right.
Okay, so I take.
Rook h7 check. All right. And now I should bring on my knight somewhere. No, yeah, this is completely fine for black.
It's
Black
all right.
might be actually better.
The king can scoot over and.
And we actually see on the second screen there that Eric has just gone into that rook endgame, which we've just discussed, and I expect that to be a draw quite soon, actually.
Yeah. Gunay, though, here in this position here, she played the move castles, so she said, okay, I don't really have an adequate way of defending this pawn, so if you want it, take it. Rook takes f3, and she said, more important to me is to get my pieces in. Now, let's do a quick count. She's now 3 pawns down. I'm not convinced by white's position.
I definitely believe that black has outplayed his opponent, but knowing Gunay and her resourcefulness and remembering yesterday's position, which she was in very big trouble. I think Joe will have to somehow be very, very careful not to miss any tactical shot, because she's got a lot of pieces.
She has, yeah. And as you said, she's very resourceful. And Joe now is in a bit of, let's say, it's a tricky position because, firstly, it's the moves are not intuitive, so you can't just go by instinct. And secondly, he understands that a poor move could just cost him the game immediately because, white has got so many pieces on the board here. So it's already a very tricky position. And another big question is, what do we do with our king here as black? Do we put it on e7, where suddenly I get worried about just checks at some point?
No, I would castle long.
If we castle long, are we now running into something like rook to c1 followed by this and this?
Might be the case.
There's suddenly like already the philosophical question of where does this king belong is not clear to me. Like e7,
definitely.
d7, castles. I don't. I'll tell you how I view this position is. I would like to be neither color here. I would like to
Exactly.
pass. I just pass on this position, and I'll let them play it, and we can discuss it. So
That's a very good strategy.
yeah, I think so.
Right.
Now, I want to quickly go back to Pierre Kramling's position because I said things were solid for Bobby Cheng, but for the moment, things are definitely not solid. And Pierre has done something wonderful. After rook fd8, she played the move knight g4, which I really love, trying to remove the only defender on the king side. And after knight to d5, she took on c5.
Just stop here.
Yeah.
And have a look at the board. Try to divide it into two parts. So draw a line right in the middle. And then we will see that actually all of black's pieces are on the queen side, on the left side. And that means that the only piece, the most important piece, which is the king on g8, is completely unprotected. And actually, white has already 3 pieces looking at black's king. The bishop from b2, which is looking towards g7, the knight on g4, and potentially the queen on e2, which after, let's say, after a knight h6, or who knows what kind of sacrifice will jump on g4. And I really love what Pia's been doing. And, you know, you'd think that she's a positional player, but she can attack her way through this game, I believe.
Oh, absolutely. She's still a great attacking player. Now, let's assume Bobby takes on c5, okay? And we try the move that if we were playing a tactics.
And he took on c5. Now it will be Pia's turn to calculate this sacrifice. G takes.
Okay. So first things first, we have to understand that g takes is not actually forced. But let's go with the g takes first. We give a check. The king has to come to f8.
And now actually we have, I believe, a choice. All right, let's start with queen g7 because e4 might have also been possible.
Oh, wow. Okay. e4. Yeah. Let's start with the checks as we should. So queen g7 check. Now, if the king comes to e8.
Oh, that's big trouble. Queen g. Oh no, queen g8, you've got king e7. For now. But I could play e4 now. And then bishop f6 will be coming.
e4.
That looks terrible for black, I must say. If he had... I mean, if he's forced to take on h6, my guess is that white is winning here. Because now let's say the knight goes away. It cannot go to e7 because of a mate on h8. And the rook from d1 is covering the way for black's king.
Okay, let's say it goes here.
And bishop f6.
And that's just immediately the end of the game, right?
Yeah, it looks like.
Or does knight d4 exist?
Knight d4. Well, at least I have here queen g8, if I don't find anything better. Queen f7. And now I've got a lot of pawns. Bishop takes e6, perhaps? How many pawns I have already? All right. Queen takes e7, let's say. Bishop takes d8. Yeah, and some, let's say, knight takes b4, I guess. And let's have a look at this position. How is this one? Let's say bishop. But then my pawn on e4 will be hanging, right? Maybe it's not as easy as I thought.
No.
But I have a feeling we have missed a lot along the way.
I feel like you can just go queen h8. It's probably just mate. And bishop f6. Can even just force it. Yeah, you can just force it. So I do like e4. I think that's a really good move.
Yeah, but he's not forced to take on h6, definitely. He can go for something like king f8 or king h8, not sure.
Okay, so king f8. Now,
But now you have to be ready for moves like bishop g7, no?
you really do. I mean, look at this. King g7, queen g4. Now, if you go king f8, you are running into check, check, and now this should be losing after
Knight
rook
f5.
takes d5.
Exactly the same idea I had. Yeah.
King e5, let's continue. f4.
Let's continue the fun.
King e4. It's not mate.
Knight g3. Let's make it even more fun.
King takes.
How can it be not mate?
Got to be careful. You can lose this position.
No, I cannot lose this one.
Yeah, you can.
No, I can't.
Oh, okay. All right. No?
Okay, queen e6.
Okay.
95. It should be a mate. F takes e5.
Really, just...
I
no.
want queen h6.
Okay. You want queen h6.
I might want also knight to f5 or knight to f1. Who knows? Maybe queen c6 might be a good try. And look at this one. I will play queen g4.
Okay. With the idea of coming to e2?
Yeah, perhaps
Okay.
queen e... Wait,
It's mate.
queen e2.
Queen e2 is mate.
But
yeah.
king f4,
Rook f1.
rook f1. Well, this is a very fun position.
This is fun. This is fun clicking around. But I mean, in general, of course, the point, whether we've played that accurately or not, in general, you're not supposed to survive. Also, you could probably be more...
You could play knight f5 first, actually, no?
Yeah. Then king e5, the same.
Ah, it's quite the
No,
same.
this is mate. Like, for example, takes, takes, takes.
No,
king.
but it was mate in that variation as well, with
It was
knight
mate?
f5.
Yeah? Okay.
Knight f5, king e5, f4, king e4, and bishop d3.
Oh, lovely. There you go. Easy. So it has to be mate. Okay, so, but the problem with this variation is after queen g4, does the move king h8 exist?
Yeah, I believe it does, unfortunately. And it looks like it's good enough, no?
I'm not totally sure. I mean, white still has got one idea here, which is to play bishop takes d5, and if e takes d5, queen g5. Or queen f5, wait. No, let's say queen g5.
But now there are only two pieces attacking black's king, no? Is it really enough? You want queen f6 mate.
Yes.
All right, I have to do something about it. If I go for queen e7, then...
Yeah, and then, I mean, in the worst, if I'm white, the worst case scenario is I take.
And you get some material back.
But even this is probably fine for black.
Yeah, because black has the pair of bishops, and the knight on a2 isn't exactly a great piece.
Exactly. So...
A very exciting position we've got on this board, and that was actually quite unexpected, no?
Yeah, it was, but I just want to point out that after king f8, you can go queen g4 anyways.
Yeah,
the
but
point.
here... No, I believe... No, I cannot
wanna go
play
f5?
f5. Oh, it looks...
It's possible, but probably not. I take... If f5, I take.
Yeah, the knight on d5 is hanging.
Oops. Takes.
Ah, but wait, maybe... No, knight f6 doesn't have a chance.
No, I'm just gonna...
No, you're just gonna take... Yeah.
This is at least a draw, and so we can play this. I actually fully expect Pia to play knight h6, and this is going to be one of those rare occasions where I cheat. And apparently the machine is
Is actually agreeing with us. Knight h6 is a sound sacrifice. It doesn't mean that white is winning, but black will have to be very precise to not get mated over there.
knight e5 I've missed.
Knight e5 is a good move, right?
Queen h5, it's not over. Very, very complicated. Well, that's going to be a really difficult task for Pia, because there's a lot to a lot to consider. Let's go back to Olga Giria's game because
We haven't seen it in a while, right?
she did end up taking on e4. This was the last position we saw, so she played knight 6 a4, and Sabino found the move rook to a7.
That was exactly the move which I was considering as well. But then I did not like that. Somehow the knight on b8, the problem of the knight on b8 is still not solved. So black tries to bring the rook, but, well, we all know that the light pieces should be the ones to go first in the game. Rook f to d1 followed here.
Rook f to d1.
And now the idea was not rook d7, but rook c7 to protect that pawn from c6, and now to free the knight from b8 to develop.
Exactly.
But he took again a
long
lot
time.
of time.
27 minutes on this move.
Yeah.
Okay, knight to e5. The queen now came into d5, pinning. We saw an idea like this.
Right.
King g1 and c5, very thematic by
Yeah.
Sabino. But now some holes exist. Olga plays knight c3.
Wait. So I cannot play c takes d4 because after knight takes d5, rook takes the queen, and now you win the piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, too bad.
So queen e6, and now
Knight
knight b5, hitting the rook. Now, where is that rook going to go? And I have to say I'm starting to like white's position very much because it feels like black is just a little behind in piece development.
What about rook c8? How
Yeah.
do you exploit my
Good question.
knight being on b8? Because I would love to play d5, but for now my knight on e5 is hanging, right?
Right. So probably some protective move. But it's probably not. Let's say I went
Yeah.
queen.
No, I don't think it's that bad as it
No.
looks for black.
Probably isn't. Yeah. Probably isn't. Probably is just okay for black.
Yeah, and Sabino just played rook to c8. The only problem he might have is his low time. But actually, it was very interesting because by going very low on time, it felt like he was provoking his opponents to play more aggressively and to take risks. And actually, in the last, yesterday, in the last game, he was able to exploit that one and bring men's team a very important point.
Exactly. All right. Well, looks as though, yeah, probably it's just okay for Sabino, so no major problems. Now, let's go back to Irene.
All right. She was playing that Caro-Kann, the exchange variation against Leandro, and we've left it somewhere around
Right
here.
here, yeah. And I said that I wasn't really that impressed with white's position. Let's see how things happened. Knight d2, h6, okay, queen c2, rook e8, knight to b3, and knight to h5 by Leandro. Kind of forcing, perhaps, Irene to give up the bishop. Now, why? Yeah, the reason she didn't come here, I believe, is because the knights start jumping.
Yeah, and do you remember when you said that you didn't like white's position because of the weak dark squares and the pawn on f3? Yeah, it might look like it's exactly the case.
But let's see, because Irene took on e5, okay, and decided to exchange a pair of rooks, and now played a very well-known concept, because you can get this position from a Tarrasch, for example, French defense from the white side, is this knight c1, with the idea of putting these knights beautifully on d3 and d4 in the middle of the board.
However, there is a problem with the knight's placement on d3, and that's the one that black's bishop on d6 works very well against it.
Right.
Because if you notice, that bishop controls all the possible moves white can have with that knight moving forward. So e5, f4, c5, b4. Yeah, it's very interesting. I'm struggling to give an assessment of this position. Probably both sides should be happy with what they've achieved here, but I slightly prefer black.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I don't see an immediate way for black to punish white. I don't think any tactics work. Although, hold on, sorry, queen h3, excuse me. Does she want to go f4?
I believe so.
That must be... But now there's a check here. Wait, what? Queen f... sorry, things are getting very complicated. Check. If you move the king, can I just take? And take?
And that's just a pawn up?
Yeah, that's just a pawn. So here, and if you block queen f2...
So you cannot take on d3 because the rook is hanging on g5.
But I can take.
The rook must
takes. And this position here is probably...
Do you remember that game where Irene caught such kind of rook? I believe it was against Julian, and she actually won that one in a very nice style. Is she trying to set a similar trap here for Leandro's rook? That would be very smart.
Could be. I don't think she'll get it the same, but it is very interesting nonetheless. I struggle to believe that queen h3 is strong, but oof. What did I play? Oh no, I played f4. Sorry.
F4. Here f4, right?
Ooh. Well, I mean, what is this?
That's gonna get really interesting.
That might get a bit spicy. Yeah. All right. Well, let's see. Ravi Haria playing black against Jansaya.
That was a game we were looking forward to as well.
Yeah, and incredibly, in this kind of standard position here, Ravi plays a move I think I've never seen it in the Scotch. F5.
No, I've seen it.
You've
actually.
Seen it? Yeah, okay.
These d5, f5 ideas are very typical, I believe. f5 is less known, of course. You would normally consider d5 like we also did. But perhaps f5 is slightly more ambitious here now. And I believe he exactly tries to exploit the fact that the knight is on d2 rather than on c3, and the bishop cannot really go anywhere from c1. So let's see how Jansaya handled this position.
Queen e2 looks natural. g6, b3, bishop g7, and f4. Very standard stuff.
This should be a better position for white, I believe, because by Scotch standards, you've achieved all you wanted. You have good control over e5, so black cannot really win that pawn or trade it. And now you fixed everything. Oh, I really love white's position, actually. Yeah. And look at the clock. Ravi has only 13 minutes against 34, and I believe he also isn't entirely happy about how the opening phase of the game went for him. The pawn on a5 is weak. Probably black should at some point take on e5, because otherwise...
I think he did. Judging by the video, I think he's actually played the move d takes e5.
Yeah, that's the critical way of playing it, even though all those pawns are, once again, very weak. The pawn on c5, the pawn on c7, and they're all on dark squares. I've got a dark squared bishop to attack them at some point. Now the question is, what do I take back with? The pawn? I might not take back at all. I could play something like queen to b2, actually.
Oh, wow.
But then maybe you've got some bishop f3. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't allow that. But wait, if I take with the pawn, you could take bishop f3 maybe? Or
Ooh, I don't like that.
Actually, no, you cannot take because the rook on a8 will be then targeted by my queen from f3.
Yeah, so none of the tactics work on e5. So what do you do here?
I believe that we just have to agree that it has gone
horribly wrong.
Yeah.
Because now there are ideas of knight g5 as well, and sometimes some sacrifice on f5 is strong. Sometimes, not
maybe
all.
some queen c6, trying to at least get some grip over that long lie diagonal. Can I try something like this?
Not in love with it. If you can install a knight here, maybe you're doing okay, but I am not a believer. But it's certainly not straightforward.
Right.
Yeah.
It's very interesting now, and Jansaya has a choice here. She has to decide what to take with on e5 or if to take at all. And I believe the best strategy here is to keep as many pieces as possible on the board, because with your opponent low on time and having some, and she actually took with the knight.
It's quite interesting.
But it's a bit
But
surprising.
yeah, I think Ravi's going to be happy with that move.
Yeah, definitely. Because now he can at least trade some pieces. But wait, you know? No, the endgames will not be enough if we trade the dark squared bishops, because you will not have pieces with which to attack those weaknesses black's got on the queen side. I mean, the pawn on a5, c5, and c7.
Right. I think, yeah, I'm not in. Yeah, I think Ravi's got enough here to hold the balance. Basically, that's my impression.
But I thought it should be just very good for white.
It felt like it, didn't it? Yeah, maybe there is. Maybe we can ask Shensa after the game if
Yeah,
she wants
definitely.
to come in. The Nino Batsiashvili Gillian Boilia game has got out of control and not in a good way for Gillian. I look at this position and I say, if this isn't winning for white, I'm shocked.
Really?
Yeah, like it feels totally losing to black for me.
Because black has an idea of playing c5 and c4.
Okay, let's say I go bishop to e5.
So you basically want to then bring the knight away from e2 and uncover the way for the queen towards h5.
Exactly.
Then take on f6. Yeah, this is a very logical move. What do I do against it? Perhaps something like c6 then, in order to consolidate.
Now I'm really happy. I don't know where to put the knight. Let's say, I don't know, knight d4.
Queen e8, trying to cover that h5 square. Yeah, I'm not in love with this position for black either, but is it really that bad? Now I need to move the knight somewhere.
Knight e4. You might get
No,
it.
not
Oh no, then I can take on c6.
Yeah.
No, your busted cam, your busted radar is saying that this is toast for black. And apparently it's not toast, but it's pretty bad.
Yeah, well, it was definitely risky how the opening was handled by Gillian, but yeah, perhaps he can still try out some fireworks. Who knows? We've seen that Nino has struggled a bit in this type of wild positions now during the last 2 days. And actually she was attacking in both of them, trying to get the initiative, and once again she's got it. And I hope that this time she will make the best use of it. All right.
Well, I think we've gone through the games. This might be another good chance for a quick break. What do you think? To just catch our breath. We are midway through the round today. We've had 2 results, 2 draws so far, and the rest of the games are very much in play. So we're going to be right back in just a few minutes with further commentary of today's round. Very tough to call at the moment who's going to win today's round. All 3 results possible. We'll see you in just a few moments. Welcome back, everybody, to round 5 of the Battle of the Sexes tournament here in Gibraltar, the Garrison Library. We are midway through round 5, and before the break, mentioned 2 results have come in. A draw, Sebag Chonka, no real surprise. A slightly more surprising draw between Efroimski and Belasin after only 14 moves. So we have an all-square round so far, but with 8 games still ongoing, there is a lot of stuff happening in most of those games, and I fully expect a bunch of decisive results. Irina, where do you want to go first? Because there's a lot of very exciting games at the moment.
Yeah, I would love to see the game between Mamadzada and Joe Gallagher because, well, it looked like a completely unbalanced position, right?
Well, it's been crazy, and we can join the position right now from where it is. Mamadzada has just played the move 26, rook to c1. Both players with 15 minutes left on the clock. And this is going to be a shootout. 15 minutes left, 15 moves.
And look at them. They are both so focused on what's going on that board. And this is completely understandable as I have no idea. How is this position?
It's just one of the most complex positions I've seen so far. The knight is being attacked. That much we do know. And you have to decide where you're gonna put this knight, or do you use the king to defend it? The problem is if you move the knight, which is what Joe is worried about. Let's say you play a move like knight to b4, you run into some rook c7 check a lot of the time. Now the big question is this just a check? Because if it is just one check after...
Oh wait, rook d7 now after king d8.
Oh wow. Holy moly.
And now after king e8,
yes,
there is bishop g6.
You win. And after king c8?
King c8.
Oh, we can just take here and it's all over. It's just the end of... Oh no, rook takes g3 check.
What?
A counter sacrifice to remove the defender.
Wow.
And I win. And you're telling me they have to calculate all of this in 15 minutes. Good luck. This is absolutely crazy. So can I play this move knight b4?
All right. Do I have anything else after your move king to c8? Like rook c7 check, king goes, rook d7. Right.
Why can't I take?
No. I mean
Sorry.
after king c8.
King c8, sorry. Okay.
Can I go? What can I go? Where can I go? Not an easy one.
No.
Yeah, rook d6, rook g3 is an amazing resource. Interesting.
Okay, so let's try this. So let's go. So knight b4. Okay. So what's the story? So I'm attacking this bishop.
The only other way to protect it is to play rook c3 or rook d1. But I wouldn't really want to play such kind of move, no? I really felt like the check should be more natural.
But this might be okay.
Yeah, there are a lot of tactics involved here.
Yeah, I have absolutely no idea. Joe with 13 minutes.
But if he sees this rook g3 idea, then he must play knight b4, I believe.
Is there any value in playing knight e5?
Yeah, there is definitely a good point to that, because now the same variations don't work as the knight is covering somehow the d6 square, right?
Yeah, but there's a slight difference. Let's say I give check.
What now after king to d8?
Well, I wanted to play queen a5.
But aren't you running into a sort of rook takes f2 idea, no? Not good enough?
Well, I might be, but it has to be checked, right? So my idea with queen a5 is if you now take the bishop on d3, at the very least I have rook c4 check.
I discovered check, right? And you're winning the queen.
Same goes if you take this way. I also play rook c3 check at the very least.
Right. So I should try and make some of those sacrifices work, I believe. Okay, so rook g3 probably doesn't work, right?
Right, I take and you have no checks.
And after queen e3, is there a mate?
Ah,
Should
queen
be.
e3. Well, at the very least, I can go rook c3 check.
Right, and then another discovered check will follow after king e8.
Now I take your queen. But you do have king e7 here. It's not completely clear.
It is an amazing position because black is threatening now mate
Yeah.
with either rook f2 or queen f3 or queen f2. All those checks will lead to mate if it would be black to move in this position.
Yeah. But if we give a check, king f6, I don't see a follow-up for white here.
From another perspective also black doesn't... but wait, we have so many pawns up. Even if we don't give mate immediately, we are still better.
Yeah, let's try that again. Knight e5, rook c7, king d8, queen a5, rook takes g3. Yeah, this could be a very important move.
Do we really think that after f takes g3, queen takes e3, there is nothing else?
Oh yeah, we should check this, right? Oh no, I'm just very weak. I can play this check. This is winning. Sorry. Rook h7 check.
What about king e8?
And bishop takes b5. Wins.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right. Definitely.
Yeah, so that's actually dangerous. That must be something, an idea that Gunay is contemplating. So it's a terribly difficult position, and I don't envy Joe's task here.
Right, but we are still thinking that knight b4 is working, right? We've found that knight
Probably.
e5 isn't. But what about a move like a slow move? Can we do... no, actually, I was thinking that maybe king d7 was a possibility, but it runs into rook takes c6, I guess.
Exactly, yeah.
Does it?
Probably.
Bishop b5, king c5?
Yeah. So we're attacking the queen. Another discover check. King c5.
But even if you take on d4, well, you'll have 3 pieces
Right.
for 2 rooks. It will be an unusual...
Also is probably okay as an absolute backup. Now let's just check that. Is there any mate here?
If you play bishop d6, I
Yeah,
have
bishop
queen
d6, queen d6, queen c3, king b5. I see no mate.
Yeah.
But a4. This is interesting. So bishop d6, queen d6. Otherwise, you lose the
Yeah.
queen. Queen c3, king. King b6, knight c4 check. So you have to take. No, sorry. The queen is.
Yeah, it is really
It's
complicated.
too hard. I mean, like even this might be possible, because if I take, I lose the queen, and then we have to calculate this move. But I don't. It's completely out of control.
Yeah, some rook a3 now, I guess.
Yeah. No, but this isn't something.
Yeah,
is it?
this isn't the way, right?
King d7, rook takes c6. I've got a clever idea here. What about bishop e4 check?
What is... queen takes e4,
And queen takes d6 check.
king b7. There's no
Yes,
mate.
there is also no mate, and now I'm running into no, this is no good. Can I play king d7 here, really? And allow this? I mean, this is shocking. I mean, this is just insane. I think Joe's going to have a very hard time playing king d7. If I had to bet, knowing Joe, I think he's going to go with knight b4 and try and not get mated.
Do you know what is my feeling now after a few days seeing both of these players? It feels like Gunay has exactly the same style Joe does.
Yeah, very similar. You're right.
Yeah, they're both very, very sharp, and they like fighting chess.
Yep.
And yeah, it's such a nice tactical struggles. Wow. I'm just really excited to see how this game will develop, but I'm a bit worried that Joe's going quite low on time. It's understandable given this position, but even if you make a move, which is good, there are 13 more than to make, right?
Yeah, I think the practical chances are with Gunay here. She's got a nice time advantage. Joe has got 6 minutes for 15 moves in one of the most complicated positions of the tournament. I don't see this ending well for Joe. All right, let's move on. We'll keep an eye on that game. I tell you another game that looks like it's getting towards a critical moment, and that's the game between Jovanka Huska and Hussein Aziz. And we're just going to take it from here because we've got too much time trouble to deal with. But the position has gone very wrong for Hussein. It looked as though things were going well, and it's gone very wrong. Clearly, White has to be doing very well here. She's got a protected passed pawn on d6, and the queen on a3 is already very offside. It wouldn't surprise me if this position is just losing for black. But finding the accurate way is perhaps not the easiest task. Here already my spidey senses is saying play the move bishop h3.
Bishop h3.
Yeah.
All right, but anyway, I did not like that rook I had on c8, so now let's say rook c to d8.
Yeah, rook c to d8, and now can I go c6?
Well, very good question. So your point is that if I take on c6, you take back with the pawn. And you want to play c7, c8, and queen it.
Yeah, I just want to make a queen.
Good point, I would say. And I don't see a way of stopping it, even though that king on h1 looks a bit strange, but my queen on a3 is too far away from any diagonals to deliver even a check.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would trust you on this variation. What else could I play?
You could try rook to c7.
Yeah, but here I'm running into d6.
Yeah, you're running into here, and important is I have this capture, queen takes a5.
Yeah, that queen on a3 is completely out of the game. Now you could play probably even some, yeah, queen b5.
Yeah, it's going to be...
Because if you trade all pieces on c5, then my pawn on the a file will just distract. Or will it? Yeah, probably.
Probably is good enough.
Even though king f8.
a6.
King e7.
a7.
Yeah.
And if rook a8, I can give the queen.
And otherwise, what is the threat?
Otherwise, you're going to run out of moves.
Right.
Probably. Like, if you go
yeah.
g5, I put the bishop on f5. I bring the king. You know, I can even do something as outrageous as, you know, I put the king on e2, the rook on d2. I then come with the king like this, or I come to d2 and I come here. Has to be winning for white with these two. If the rook is...
But somehow I believe that there should be something for
Yeah.
black.
Here? Oh, really? Okay.
No, not here.
Early,
I mean early,
okay.
after bishop h3.
You don't like bishop h3. No, it's understandable.
I believe black should have some chances. I'm not sure. Maybe we could somehow sacrifice a piece and claim to have compensation because of the past e-file pawn. But I'm struggling to find a good way to make that happen. Not sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not it's not straightforward. But I mean, in general, with the queen offside and the protected passed pawn, it feels bad. And I said before the match, I thought this was a good spot for Jovanka. So I think she's got great chances here. Let's move on to another game, and let's go to the game between Irene and Leandro. We're going to take it from this position here. And we got something kind of similar to what we were looking at in a few lines before, but it looks like a fantastic version for white. Irene looks like she's...
But I believe there is a slight problem.
Queen h4.
Yeah. And then I don't see a way for white to play it for a win.
Yeah, this is actually an important move, and it was played.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that move I missed. I somehow I just thought the queens had to come off. And then if the queens come off, you're doing fine here as white. There's no danger. But with the queens on the board, my king is a little weak.
Yeah, I want to play h5 and somehow pressure that pawn on g4. And h3 feels like you're weakening the dark squares a bit much, but who knows, maybe that is still possible. But actually, I could even play some rook e5 at some point if you have played h3 already, because then the dark squares could be really weak.
So let's say white just played here, h5, h3, and now you want to go rook e5.
Even rook e5, yeah.
And you're saying the dark squares are so weak that it's very unpleasant, and if the rooks come off suddenly, I still have threats, and this king is in big danger. I tend to agree. I think this is an unpleasant position for white, with all the dark squares to dance on. So, actually...
But you could play, on the other hand, could you play queen f2?
Here?
Because I was thinking that after queen takes, queen, king takes, bishop takes h2, maybe I can play something like rook e7.
Threatening knight e6, possibly.
Possibly, yeah. And the pawn on b7.
Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, I think I cannot take on h2, really. But maybe I could go back for queen h3.
Queen h3 could be a repetition.
Yeah, I think there is a high probability of that. Yeah.
She does play it, yeah. Okay, so queen f2, great move.
Is there another way for black? No, there isn't.
Well, I mean, there just isn't, right?
You cannot really go for queen h5 or something.
No. Now, after queen h3, you've got to be a little bit careful. Now, it doesn't quite work. Or does it?
Were you trying to make knight e6 work?
Yeah, I wanted to try and make it work, but it doesn't.
It doesn't, yeah, because then the pawn on h2 will be left unprotected.
Also, there's just e5 or anything. Yeah, that doesn't. So we can't sacrifice the knight here. We can't sacrifice the knight here. Or can we?
No, I don't think we can.
No?
King h7.
Queen takes f4.
Oh, you even had queen h8.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. That's mate.
Yeah, all right. So knight f5 is possible. I would be really surprised of that.
Okay, let's see. Knight f5 check. Well, important to note is that king f6 runs into queen d4 and it's mate.
Yeah.
So you can't do that. So you can't take with the rook, right? Takes, and we're in exchange up. So you have to take with the pawn. And now...
All right, queen d4, f6.
Yeah, queen d4.
Yeah, here I'm doing fine. I'm not losing.
No, I take on f4. It's over. Yeah, and he took. Yeah. Yeah, this is over for black. Oh, well, you feel like you shouldn't be able to survive. I mean, if f takes g4 works, congratulations.
I think it should. Because the king might want to run towards h5 or somewhere around those squares.
Okay, so check.
King g6.
Check.
King h5.
Check.
King h4.
Take.
Yeah. Queen takes
f3. Check.
Rook h5.
Rook h5, and you survive.
Somehow.
Somehow you survived. Is there any threat? No. So even this position, like in the worst case, if I go queen c1, I'm
I
probably...
will play king h3.
King h3. Probably will.
Yeah.
Probably good. What's the score here? Equal material. Draw.
No, but it's a very interesting
Yeah,
resource
sure.
for white.
I mean, yeah, and that's why he took, actually.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, he took. This is what he wants, and rook e5 immediately.
Yeah.
This is much better. No, now there's real chances of a draw because Irene. I mean, this is actually going to happen. This move. If you move the rook somewhere, like rook a8, you could try rook a8, but now it feels like black should
Even
be fine.
a6, yeah.
a6. I don't believe that white has got serious chances here.
No,
Like,
I think there are no chances at all.
something like this might be an immediate.
Wait, I will play rook e2 and even play for
Yeah, I can play
a
for a win. Yeah, White still has to be careful. Rook e5 was a good move. Bishop takes h2 wasn't good, but rook e5
Yeah.
was
Right.
was good. Okay, so the feeling is that one is gonna end in a peaceful way.
Let's take a look at the game of Nino versus Julian because it was
Oh
also
my goodness.
really interesting. And we see a version of what we were trying to make work out. So white's queen is already getting closer to black's king.
Yeah, this is a catastrophe for Gillian. I see absolutely no way to survive this position from any perspective because White probably has got a number of ways to get the queen to the H file. So if I just go queen g2 here, for example.
Queen g6.
Okay, queen h2. Queen h. Let's try queen h3. Sorry.
Yeah, the point is now that that black cannot move away the knight from f6. Let's say if I play something like knight e4, then a very nice mate will happen. Queen h8, bishop, yeah, and rook h8 mate.
Beautiful. Yeah, and that's what I was trying to do. That was my idea.
I see. So, yeah. What about... Oh,
She
all
played
right.
queen g3. Similar idea.
Similar, yeah.
Yeah, she played queen g3. Yeah, and on queen g6, which I guess, Gillian, he's got 3 minutes.
Can't I play something like queen h7 after queen h... Yeah, something like that, trying to survive it.
Okay, in the worst case, I go here.
And I go back.
Yeah, and he has played queen g6, so we're going to see.
We might see actually this line. Yeah, queen...
Oh, she went queen in.
That also makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, she just went in. Wow.
How is he protect everything?
His pieces are just so badly coordinated. I don't see a way to hold this position. And you don't even have to do anything immediate as white.
Yeah, you might even want to castle
just
long.
castle long and put the rook on g1, and it's a horrible position.
Indeed, I will have to agree on that.
No, Nino's gonna win this one, I think.
He played rook e8.
Yeah, he played rook e8 with just a couple minutes left, and
yeah, I think that long castle probably is the most logical move.
Yeah, even a move like f3 comes to mind here to stop the knight jumps and claim that you have no moves as black. But almost real Zugzwang with all your pieces on the board.
Right. All right.
All right,
so
let's go to another game. Yeah.
Let's check. Yeah, something else.
Okay, Pierre Kramling against Bobby Cheng.
Yeah, that promised to be really exciting. We were wondering if Pia will play knight h6 at some point.
Yeah, it was this moment here where we were speculating if knight h6 as a sacrifice worked. She didn't go for it. So it would be interesting to ask her after the game what she thought.
Yeah.
And instead we got a more standard position because suddenly the pieces all came to the middle and king side. So Bobby got coordinated, it seems. But Pia still managing to keep a little bit of initiative here. Still prefer white. Better pieces, better bishops,
Better pawn structure.
better pawn structure, and still Bobby Ching is not out of the woods at all.
Yeah, but it's not that bad either, because the knight might want to go to g6, and then the f4 pawn will be hanging. I believe black should be doing all right here. And they're very low on the clock. Actually, it seems that many players are quite low on the clock today, right?
Yeah, we've got a really exciting next 20 minutes or so, because if we have a look at the move numbers, we can see that, for example, Joe Gallagher, Mohamed Zada has only moved 25. Gillian Nino has moved 27. Olga Gilya against Sabino has moved 27. Irene is moved 28. Jovanka is moved...
The closest to the time control, right, on move 35. Oh.
Actually, she has exactly the position we had.
And it's game over.
Is it game over?
It should be, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, is this... I guess the entire line?
No, wait. We are checking the wrong screen, I believe. So there is a different position on the board, actually.
No, Queen b5 is the line we had in my analysis.
Really?
Let's get a close-up of the Jovanka Huska game. Yeah, she has this. Remember, we looked at this.
Yeah.
So she played bishop h3. She played...
He played rook c7.
d6, rook c6, and d7, and queen takes a5, and queen b5.
Wow.
Simply, we had this. This is the line that we were
Yeah,
discussing.
right.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I thought it might be some glitch.
Oh, and we played a really stupid move. After rook takes c5, can I go queen takes b6, or am I going insane?
Queen
No, maybe I
takes
can't.
b6. And if I take on c1,
I take check.
king h7.
Yeah. And here's a cute variation. It's completely unnecessary.
All right.
If I give check,
I am forced to play g6.
and if I take, how stupid is this? This is really stupid, isn't it?
Only rook d1 I can
Yeah,
play.
rook d1, king g2,
Now I can take on
f5,
f5
and
even,
it's just a draw.
if I don't find anything better.
Yeah, that's really stupid. I mean, my gut tells me just to take this off, you know, because I know that you can't take, because now queen b6 really does win. So I force queen takes, and after takes, I really don't believe that this position should be holdable for black.
Yeah.
I mean, just to illustrate, you can even do something as simple as rook c1, because knight takes
sure.
d7, you come back.
Yeah, but then maybe you allow king f8 and you have to calculate the pawn endgame.
No.
Knight takes d7.
No, rook d5.
King e7?
Yeah. What? Oh, you're holding this, but you're pinned. a5.
And I cannot go away with the knight?
Oh, you can. I mean, wow. So you're by one tempo you get there.
No, but probably you can play instead bishop takes d7, rook d7, rook e5. Perhaps the rook endgame is just winning.
This one might be winning. Yeah, this should be winning.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like there are tons of ways to win, actually.
Yeah. A very nice game so far by Jovanka, but I'm a bit worried. Why is she taking so long? Yesterday she was telling me that she really tries to find the cleanest way to calculate her way through, you know, and I hope that she has enough time to do that.
Let's go to Eric playing black against Maria Muzichuk. Now, for some reason, Eric has... I'm not saying he's going to lose this position, but... He made his task very difficult. It was around this area here. After rook d7, rook d4. Why didn't he double?
I have no idea.
Ah, she found a way to do this with f4.
With f4.
Yeah. She found a way to keep the pawn.
But he could throw in a g5. He could play a g5 right here.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he could. Sorry for that.
Yeah.
just to make sure it doesn't happen, g5 exactly in this position. And the point is that if you play g3, now I can go for king e5, and after f4 I take on f4. It looks like it's good enough. No? If you take, I play king f5.
5, yeah, and you're very
Somehow
active.
this pawn on f4 is also weak. But all right, rook c8 also looked like a normal try. Rook d1 then followed, rook c2, a4. And actually we see a result, Pia versus Bobby. Was it a draw?
Pia against Bobby? No. It's a win for Pia, it looks like, with the king in the middle of the board. Let's have a look. Let's go straight there. Pia against Bobby. Oh, no. It was a draw.
It was a draw,
It
right?
was a draw. I saw the king on a white square and I thought she won, but they agreed a draw. Okay, so another draw. And actually we have another draw between Jansaya and Ravi, which was also a draw. So we've had a flood of draws, and actually what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is we are going to get Jansaya and Ravi in the hot seat to discuss their game. So what we're going to do is we'll go for a very quick break, and when we come back, we will have, for the first time, Jansaya and Ravi Haria talking to you guys. So we'll be right back.
back now at the 5th round of the Battle of the Sexes, and I am delighted to have next to me Grandmaster Jansaya Abdumalik and Grandmaster Ravi Haria. You had a very interesting game. What are your impressions? What are your feelings about it? How did it go? Until which point was your preparation?
Until move one, I guess.
Oh, really?
Actually, yeah. I mean, his main line is French defense, so I was preparing only e6, and I was kind of surprised when he played e5. So I thought, like, okay. I mean, usually I play Italian or the Rui Lopez, and this time I was like, okay, I should surprise him, and I played Scotch. Yeah, just to try it. I mean, kind of had no idea what's happening after knight f6.
So do you ever play the e5 move? Is it also in your repertoire, or was it prepared just for today?
No, I've played it before.
Right.
I guess you saw that I played it a few times, yeah? But okay,
Yeah,
I've
but
played
I didn't
like
really
99% of the
check
time I'm
against-
playing French,
Yeah,
yeah.
but after Scotch, I didn't know what was your line. I mean,
Oh yeah, because no one's ever played Scotch against me.
Yeah, so I thought, like, okay,
Yeah.
maybe if bishop c5, it's fine, bishop b4, fine, but knight
Yeah.
f6 is kind of, yeah.
Yeah, I checked knight f6 before the game.
Oh, really?
But not so much compared to Italian and Spanish. But it's pretty bad because after you played knight d2, I just forgot everything.
All right,
So-
so after knight f6,
Yeah.
knight takes c6, b takes c6, e5 followed now, queen e7, queen e2, knight d5, c4, knight b6, and here is the moment you were talking about, knight to d2. Is it a move that you prepared at some point or remembered slightly, or?
No, I mean, okay, I just remember some general stuff in Scotch, but not like the right theory. So I thought, like, okay, let's try knight d2. I don't know. I mean, I was thinking of b3 or knight c3, but I thought after b3 he will play this a5. I mean, I think it's fine for white, but I didn't want to check this, so I just played knight d2.
All right, and you were surprised by this move, right?
Yeah, it's a bit annoying because I checked knight c3 and b3, and I didn't check knight d2, so yeah. And I mean, it's probably in my file, and I probably did check it, but I just forgot because there was a lot to check. Yeah, and she played it quickly, so I assume that it was some like
Sort of preparation,
yeah,
right?
or like just a main line because
Yeah.
it probably could be.
Yeah.
Because I just don't play this ever.
Yeah, I
So.
was kind of trying to pretend that, you know, I'm just controlling the situation.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
very interesting. All right, so later you chose a5.
Yeah, I don't. This is either a move or it's just really stupid because it makes sense if you play b3. It kind of makes sense against knight c3, but maybe it just. Again, I don't know. Like I'm really clueless in this position, so yeah.
Oh, wow. Jansaya, what were you thinking after his a5?
No, yeah, I thought that it's kind of strange because I didn't play b3. So, yeah.
The thing is, I prepared a5 against knight c3.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I think white may be slightly better. I thought it was
could be,
okay
yeah.
for me. I don't know.
So queen e4 you chose, then queen e6 followed. We were trying to make some sort of d5 work here, but I guess you still wanted to keep the queens on board,
Yeah,
right?
I wasn't sure because okay, the only things I know about this position is either I can lose really quickly if I don't know what I'm doing, or that like a lot of endgames are just better for white. And again, I was just trying not to lose. Really, it sounds bad. Like
Oh,
already
wow.
on move 10.
But
Yeah, it's just like it's probably one of the worst openings you can be clueless in. Because
yeah, it's very interesting to see you both, you know, somehow playing at the board mostly. But it was an interesting fight, so let's have a look. Please stop me when you think was the next critical moment. Queen e6.
but it's queen e6 like I
Yeah,
played it and then I
queen e6.
thought it doesn't really make any sense. But maybe it's fine.
Yeah, I thought that also. I mean, like, why to play queen a6?
Yeah.
What's the idea?
Because I played it because I've seen this move a lot in Scotch positions.
Yeah,
And
but I mean,
I assumed that it would help
okay.
with f5 or d5. But then after you played bishop d3, I was like, okay.
yeah, I just wanted
Yeah.
to make a short castle and then f4 somewhere, trying to push. And I mean, actually, I wanted to play f4 even before you played queen a6. I mean, that's the idea. But after queen a6, I think it's just, I mean, it was just a temple of f5. I mean, I'm just attacking your queen, and I
Yeah.
thought, yeah.
And here I was
I
thinking
was
about,
happy actually after you played queen a6.
Yeah. Because here my idea was to play g6, bishop g7,
And
But it
what
actually
didn't
looks
you
really
like?
scary. Like if she just castles, bishop g7. I mean, you don't even have to defend e5 if you don't want to. Like queen h4 maybe?
No, I mean after g6, I think the black squares are kind of weak. I don't know. I think it's very comfortable for white. Maybe just
Yeah.
Maybe
still
even
still
F4?
f4, yeah.
Yeah, probably
and then
F4 is
9,
fine, yeah.
f3. I don't know.
It just looked
looks good.
horrible, to be honest, yeah.
All right, so you played bishop a6 instead. And actually, I was also quite happy about white's position in this game so far. I thought you would be better, but I don't know where it went wrong, if it did at all. Because we are also not using engines, so we are not entirely sure.
Yeah, well, maybe here I made a castle and then I just kind of missed f5. Because after f5, like I can't take on f5 or play f6 because the pawn on c4 is hanging. So
Right.
yeah, so maybe first I should have played b3. Yeah, just
Instead of castle.
instead of castle, yes, just to protect the pawn on c4 and then just I think just castle f4. I mean everything is just coming very comfortable for white. So yeah, after I played this castle f5.
F5 was, yeah, indeed a very interesting resource.
Well, I have to play it, I mean,
Yeah,
what else?
right.
Yeah.
Queen
So,
e2
yeah, queen
you played.
e2.
And g6 now.
Yeah, after g6 I thought, okay, b3, like what happened in the game, and then bishop g7 I was checking bishop a3.
Yeah, maybe I can play
d6,
yeah.
and then c5.
d6, c5.
Yeah, that was the line
Oh, I
that
didn't
I
see
was
c5.
checking. Bishop d3, queen takes. You take on c5, I take with bishop, you must play king f7. And I wasn't sure about this position. Like I wanted to play knight f3, but I don't know if you just make some.
Trying to fork.
Yeah, just h6 maybe. I mean, still it's kind of not easy to find a plan, I think, for white, because you just play rook hd8 and then you have the square on d5.
Yeah, right. It definitely looks interesting. But what you played in the game also looked fine, right? f4, or didn't you like it later?
No,
sort of?
it was fine, but I was just thinking of bishop a3.
Yeah, sure. What did you have in mind after bishop a3? Were you afraid of this one, or?
Yeah, I mean, initially I was, like, because I hesitated before playing bishop g7, because I saw bishop a3. I didn't know what to do. Because initially I was thinking, instead of, oh no, it's my move. I was thinking here king f7 maybe. But then knight f3, h6. It looks, I don't really want to play h6 because it's like, at some point she will play g4 probably. And
Or h4, h5, yeah.
and it looks really dodgy. And then, so then I was thinking, okay, I don't want this to happen. And I can't castle queenside instead of king f7 because she has c5.
Wait, here.
Yeah, if I
Yeah, I
castle
was
queenside.
actually waiting kind of earlier.
C5 is strong.
Yeah, everywhere
So then-
just c5.
I was thinking to play king d8 instead of castle queenside.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
What,
yeah.
king d8?
Yeah, because, I mean, it's not so stupid, I don't think.
Okay, I mean, then I should have tried, bishop a3.
No, but then I
Yes,
saw d6 wasn't so bad. And then I was like, okay, I have to play d6. Yeah, king d8 is probably you're doing very well. But it's probably the best of all the king moves. Like, I can't go king f7 or castle queenside, so...
Yeah, but still, I mean, if after d6 I don't have anything, then it's just fine for you.
Yeah, I didn't actually look at c5 after d6. I just looked at, I just had to check that e takes d6 wasn't strong for you, but it's not. Like, I can take on e2 and take on a1, it's fine.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
just take, and there is not enough of compensation, I
Yeah.
guess.
All right, so it seems like it was one of the critical moments of the game, this bishop a3. Instead, you played f4.
Yeah, just...
Now castle, knight f3.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised because you were playing quite quickly here. And I thought maybe, like...
Okay, I thought that was just some easy moves, you know?
Yeah, but...
Like I must play knight f3 and then a4, just...
Yeah, sure. Yeah, maybe you're right. No, like, knight f3 is probably fine.
And after
Yeah, knight
c5.
f3 was fine. I was checking maybe you'll play h6. So
Oh, yeah, no chance.
yeah, c5.
Yeah, I didn't actually see a4 at all. And then you played it and I was like, that's probably quite a good move.
Yeah, a4,
Yeah.
I was quite happy with a4. But after you played bishop b7, I think bishop a3 was really stupid because, I mean, black wants to play d6 anyway, and why I'm playing this bishop a3, I'm just losing a tempo, and my bishop is kind of strange. I think better was just to play bishop b2, and to prepare for this idea with d6, rook e8, and knight e7.
Yeah, but how do you even?
I thought that I'll go rook a e1 and then queen f2 maybe, like d6 here, rook a e1,
Rook f8.
rook f8, and queen f2. This is what I wanted actually.
And
But maybe here you can even take, right, on f3. Yeah, I didn't like that you can take on f3 with bishop and then
queen takes.
Yeah, queen takes. Maybe you can. Oh, here is fine, right? I mean, if you take on e5, I'll just take with the bishop, and that's just better for me, of course. And if you play knight d7, then maybe I have.
Is this so good for you? Bishop takes, e5.
Yeah, I think so, of course. Rook
What are you
e5,
taking? Rook e5, queen
Yeah.
d6.
and then I don't know.
Yeah, I believe
I
I
mean,
also thought that
rook
white
e1?
was better, but I was not sure about that bishop on d3 because
Yeah.
it looks a bit strange, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you should always check these ideas of taking on f5 somewhere, maybe, or g4.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know.
Right.
I was gonna say king f7 here, but maybe you can take on f5.
Yeah. Maybe
Yeah.
just immediately taking.
That would be very interesting to see these sort of lines on the board.
Probably I can take on e5 here.
Rook takes e5.
Bishop, pawn takes,
Queen d4
king h1,
and take f5.
queen takes, king e7. I mean, I don't
E7.
know. Okay, where?
Maybe.
Well, also the g file is possible.
Well, okay, I always have a draw. I mean, I can just.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, but maybe I can also play something like rook f1 after king g8.
Rook f1, right.
Why not to try? I don't know.
Knight d7. Oh no, yeah, it's probably okay.
Knight e7, e6.
Wow, what
Rook f8.
what a position we have gone. I think already 10 moves
sorry.
here into the into the line.
Yeah, okay, we can go back.
This is stupid to look at, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely not stupid. I'm very happy to listen to all these lines which you've checked during the game. But you've played bishop a3. Yeah, you said you disliked this one, and after
Yeah.
d6.
Yeah,
Were you
rook
starting
e1.
to get worried about the position, or were you confident it's all right?
Yeah, after I think I played rook e1, he played rook e8, and here I realized that after bishop f3, maybe my pawn on e5 is just weak. I don't know. I mean, even if I have two bishops, my bishop on d3 is not that strong, I guess. And yeah, I was worried that he'll take on f3, so I played bishop b2. I think it was the only move to protect the pawn.
Right.
Knight d7. Yeah, and here I didn't know what to do. I mean, like, I can take on d6 because he'll just take on e2, and then my bishop on b2 is just hanging. Maybe I can try something like, I don't know, rook e3.
Rook e8, I suppose, right?
But also a5 hangs always, yeah?
Yeah, but after you take on e5, I mean, maybe with bishop, then I can't play because bishop d4 is always coming, or bishop h2, I don't know.
So if you go, instead of rook e3,
Yeah.
if you play king h1,
You just want to get ready so
I mean,
that
there's no
bishop
reason to play
d4
rook
won't
e3. Yeah,
happen.
yeah.
Yeah, but maybe you can play queen b6, 7 first. I should play bishop c2 maybe, and then play rook e8. I mean, maybe it was fine, but okay, that's what
You were worried
yeah.
about this one, right?
Because after he take on e5, I thought like, okay, just equal. Maybe I'm a bit better.
Did you consider also f takes e5 because that was somehow my way of
Yes,
trying
but I
to
mean, I
continue?
didn't like this idea with bishop f3 taking, so of course, I mean, I was just...
that's why you wanted
Because
to
now I
get
can
rid
actually
of that?
choose whenever I want to take on
yeah,
f3.
and it's kind of
Yeah.
annoying, you know?
All right. All right, so 95 you took here, right?
Yeah, I was thinking of taking with bishop or pawn. I think pawn is better because after it takes bishops, I mean, you change and you have this d4 square. Yeah, maybe black are more active.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just
now rook
d8,
a8, rook d4, yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
thought
thought
this
like,
was...
okay,
I wasn't worse here, so
Yeah,
yeah.
so I'll take with pawn.
Takes, queen b6, bishop c2, rook a to d8.
Yeah, and here when I played bishop c2, I was thinking of rook a d8, and my move was rook d1. I was thinking of rook d1. Because I thought that if I'll change one rooks, then I have like chances to like better endgame just, and my pawn on e5 will not be that weak, I guess. But here I was thinking of rook d1 takes, like I should take with rook, yeah, and then queen c6. So now black wants to take on e5 because on g2 is it's just a mate. So I was thinking of rook d5. But I thought he would just play queen b6. It's just a draw. So I was like, okay, no. I mean, I wanted to try, so I played queen f2.
So you felt that you were somehow playing for a chance to win.
Yes.
But so was I, because after rook d1,
yes, but he did.
I wanted to play rook d4.
Yeah, he
Rook
wanted to play
d4.
rook d4.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been really
Yeah, I was really hoping you'd play rook
interesting.
d1.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I didn't check rook d4. I think it's not enough of compensation. I don't know.
So after bishop takes,
Yeah, c takes.
Takes and yeah, I think maybe c5 immediately.
Queen takes.
Queen c4.
No,
No, yeah.
yeah.
So maybe queen f2.
Yeah. So I have a choice here. Because I can play c5. Or, yeah, maybe c5 is fine.
So you're basically saying that you want to play against this bishop on c2, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a exchange and a pawn, and I have two bishops, and I have the dark squares. I think I can't be worse here. No chance. Like,
I don't know.
All right, let's leave it.
I thought there was
I
like,
think I will try to play rook d1 and then bishop d1.
but your b3 pawn always hangs.
Okay, I mean, okay, rook d1, your move.
Yeah, okay. I would, like rook takes e5, for example.
Oh,
Alright.
you want to even take with rook, but okay,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I'll just take rook takes. Yeah, but and then something like rook e1.
Queen d6.
Well, it would have been all, I'm sure, really interesting, and we would love to see that one also on the board, but you decided to play queen f2 instead of rook d1, not allowing this rook d4,
Yeah.
luckily or not, who knows. And after queen f2, all right, rook e7 followed.
So you looked at rook d4 here. It says in the variations on the thing.
No,
Oh, you didn't? Oh.
we didn't. We
Oh, right.
didn't
Oh, okay.
actually have the position in this
Oh,
moment
right.
on the
Oh,
screen. Yeah. So rook
Yeah.
e2, rook e8, rook e1.
Yeah, I was really surprised when he played bishop e4. I don't know, I didn't check this move. I mean, here.
Yeah, I
exactly,
really. Well, I didn't have much time at all. But
I thought
yeah,
that
I
you
played it,
play-
and then I was like, this is a really bad move. Oh, it's not that bad. I mean, it's fine.
No,
but
I think it's just equal. No, I think it's just
yeah, but
everything
it just
is
seems
changed.
a bit like.
But okay, you
there's
thought
no
that
need to
you're
play.
better, right?
Yeah, I thought
so-
after bishop e4 I should like be winning her queenside pawns, but then I realized she's actually just taking all of mine too. So
Yeah, but here I think I missed after bishop a5. You could play bishop e5, and after queen c5 you have this move, bishop d4. And I was like, oh my god.
wait, what? Oh my god!
Yeah, and then queen b1 is coming,
Oh, I missed this. I thought.
and it's
I
just a
thought.
mate. I mean, yes, it's always just a mate.
So what are you doing
Sorry,
after bishop
guys,
e5?
I'm not following
I don't
this
know.
one. What happens after
Pro-
queen takes d4?
Rook takes e4, rook takes e4, and then queen b1.
Oh, queen b1.
Yes.
Oh,
I missed queen
oh,
b1.
That's a nice double attack.
What is,
Yeah, you say rook e5. I was like, okay. No, okay. I mean, it's not like I must play bishop. I mean, queen c5, right? I thought that maybe I'll just go king h1, but still, I think you have this move bishop.
but bishop d4 is strong now.
Yeah, I'll take
Yeah.
on
It
e7.
takes e7.
You take and I go queen.
No, take on e7. Take
Oh,
on e7.
sorry.
Yeah, and then queen f1.
Yeah.
Maybe it's still equal because you take, and then, or maybe rook rook f7. I'll just go queen e2, but you can take on a4.
Queen d3?
But you can take.
No, I cannot. That would be
That
nice
was a
if
nice
the bishop
try.
from a5 wouldn't be defending the rook, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I
All
think.
right.
Oh, because yeah, after bishop e5. Yeah, because originally I thought bishop e5 was really strong.
But here maybe you can take just rook e1, and then take on a4, or c4, and then take on a4, and you're kind of pawn up.
Yeah, I don't really know how much that is though.
Queen
Yeah,
E1,
me
I
too.
guess, no?
Well,
Or-
bishop E1 is
Oh, just
probably-
bishop e1, yeah. But okay, you just take on a4. You're still like, maybe not enough, but okay, I still kind of playing.
Yeah, but instead of bishop takes a5.
In the beginning, here.
Yeah. So go back one move.
There was queen d2 move,
You have queen
but
d2.
queen
yeah.
d2 you can play c6. I didn't like c6.
Yeah, I was gonna play c6. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it was same idea. Because here, I mean, if I take on a5, you take bishop e5, and I wasn't sure because I didn't like. I mean, your bishop is strong after bishop d4 just coming.
And now you don't have any.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I feel like okay, just let's try queen c5. Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, maybe bishop e5 was just very strong after queen c5.
All right. So you feel like it was a better try for Ravi to play for an advantage, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because after rook e5, it's just everything is just changing.
All right. So here, yeah, you traded and agreed to a draw. So a very interesting game. How did you feel before today's game? Did you think you are going to try for a win? And the question goes for both of you, of course. Were you ambitious? Did you want a solid game? What was
No,
your
actually, I
approach?
prepared very good for the French. You know, I was waiting for French, and when he played e5, I was like, "Come on!" I mean, I was checking like for 2 hours, and I had like really strong lines there. Okay, he played e5. Yeah, kind of sad.
All right. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna play and see.
Because you had
Yeah.
quite a big advantage yesterday, which you let slip.
Yep.
And did it somehow impact the way you were playing? And
No,
today?
it would have been stupid to like be careless and reckless, and I mean, I kept telling myself like, because yeah, yesterday it should have been easy, and I just told myself like, okay, it's another day. You're playing black against a strong player. Just relax. Like, if I got chances, I would go for it, but I wasn't gonna do anything crazy. Also, it's only round 5. There's still 5 more rounds left, but.
All right. So looking at the situation in the match, what are your thoughts on it? Again, question for both of you, Jean-Saya.
You mean like today's day?
No,
like in
altogether.
general?
Today also, if you have some thoughts, sure.
Well, yeah, okay. First 2 days was very good for the women's team, and then boys, they kind of, yeah, they struck back. But okay, I mean, we're still fighting, and I think the most important matches are just coming. So yeah.
Right.
But what's happening in the match right now?
Well, actually, I believe we had a few results, and the ladies are up 1 point. Nino won against Gillian, and I believe Jovanka had also a very good position against Hussein. But we are gonna get back to it in a bit. Just wanted to ask you the last question before letting you go. If you could use one word to describe your today's opponent, Ravi, what would it be?
Oh my God. I don't know. That was kind of surprising.
You have to think hard
think-
because it's coming to you as
I think
well.
that's probably the worst question you could have asked.
So you're avoiding an answer?
What? I mean, I don't know how to describe.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah.
I mean, this is really tough question.
All right, guys. All right.
It's easier to play the game, you know?
Yeah.
All right. So I will leave then. Maybe you want to play another game then instead of using words to describe. And we will be back after a very short break. Be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to round 5 of Battle of the Sexes, GibChess 2022. We just saw Jansai and Ravi talk about their very interesting game. I think a draw is a pretty good result. I mean, it feels like the correct result. They both played very interesting chess, and since then, we've had some more results come in, and, well, perhaps only just one result. And Nino Batsiashvili, very unsurprisingly, did finish off her game against Gillian Boalia. Nino needed that win. She had a couple of really tough rounds, and I felt like today this was a really tough game for Gillian, and Nino didn't really have any issues in converting, meaning that as things stand, the ladies are one up with 5 games remaining, but some huge news, Irina. Joe Gallagher, who, and afterwards when I go for dinner with Joe, I'll tell him, Joe, I had you down as getting crushed today. Well, all of a sudden, it looks like he's got a winning position in a position which doesn't look winning. It's this position on the board. Is it already
winning?
I think it's very close. We have a very unusual endgame where Black has got 3 pawns for the piece.
But can I somehow block you on the light squares? I mean,
right.
How would be the way for you to continue? Probably.
So let's say I play the move king to c5.
C5, yeah. I was thinking maybe something like bishop e6, actually.
Bishop e6. Okay, and if I go e4 check?
Yeah, so you want after king e3 to play king c4. Bishop d7, or is it already bad?
This is no. I mean, this is for sure an idea.
Because you could play king c3 now, as the pawn on d5 isn't hanging, right?
Yeah, bishop c6.
d4, I suppose.
And just d3, right? But.
And d2.
And.
You've got bishop a4. That's a good one.
Even this is not clear, is it? Like if I go here and take
king c2.
King c2, sorry, and then I'm actually.
No, you have king a3, but.
Even this is.
Probably I can go bishop c6 or somewhere.
Yeah, being precise here is actually going to be really important, isn't it? So Joe has got 16 minutes. Okay. King c5, bishop e6. Now.
Maybe you could push the other pawns, like a4.
Yeah. And if bishop d7?
Now try to make work something like...
Maybe I can give a check.
e4, yeah, and then somehow
and then
b3.
go a3, bishop a4.
No, but I will go king c2, I believe.
King c2. Okay.
No, it looks like white still has some ways to keep those pawns from running away, I believe.
I wonder what Joe is thinking about.
Anyhow, it is very difficult for white to do anything in this position, right. So probably black will try. And actually, we see that Joe is taking quite a long thing now that they both have got extra 30 minutes on their clocks. And yeah, he's It's really an interesting moment.
Yeah, it's not... not easy at all. Can we go to Eric Rosen, which should theoretically be a slightly easier endgame?
Yeah, let's have a look at it.
Black against Miriam Musichuk. Ah, this is actually just a draw, huh? I think Eric has played this quite well. I mean, if we look at this position here after Rook H4, the
Are
problem...
you sure? Is it just a draw?
I think so, because... Well, okay. I'm not threatening to take. Let's just make that clear because of this check. But I am threatening to go king e5 and takes. So, let's say, assume you move the pawn to h7, and I just go king e5. If you go king f3, I now just go king f5. And I'm walking.
Yeah, but the pawn endgame will be lost for you, so the pawn will be untouchable.
Yeah, the pawn is untouchable, but I'm probably just going to keep this position.
All right, so let's say I play... Oh, was it all forced until now? Which is the position they
Rook
actually
h4.
have now?
This is the position here.
All right, so I will play h7, king e5, or... Yeah, all right, I will do that. And now I wonder if I can bring my king somehow. King f3, perhaps?
Okay, king f5.
King e2.
King e2.
Yeah, my point is just the one that all the pawn endgames
Oh,
are
wait,
winning.
she's played a move here that I have... Oh, wait, she's played a move here, sorry.
Oh, rook a3, it's amazing.
Yeah,
it might be just winning on the spot, actually.
She played a move. Sorry, well, that's the wrong game. Rook a3. Oops. Oh, brother, that's a beautiful tactic. Well, she needed something like that to win this position. Those rook and pawn endings are a draw because I can maintain the status quo, and if you win the f-pawn for the h-pawn, it's just a draw. But rook a3 is a nasty shot. Oh, no. That's bad. You can't take because check wins the rook. And I'm
and
threatening
rook h3
this.
is a threat otherwise.
No, this is just over.
Yeah, I believe probably the only move is something like king e5.
King e5, I give I go rook h3.
Rook g4, king f3, rook g8, only move in order to stop that h-pawn from queening.
And now just check. It's just easy. Because now, yes, something like this is over because all the king and pawn endings
are lost.
Completely losing. So rook a3 could just be winning.
Yeah, this is a very nice resource by Maria.
Beautiful.
And what looked like a game which would end in a draw quite quickly suddenly has.
So Eric must have made a mistake. Or maybe it was already always losing because he can't actually. Maybe he had to come with the king to e6.
Well, what about king f3, let's say?
Still tough, isn't it?
Yeah, because I just want to play king g4 and take that h5 square from you.
And if I go here, you still take.
But now at least I don't have any rook a3s, right?
Yeah, but if I go king f5, there's rook a5 check.
It might be, though, a draw, this king versus two pawns. So let's say king f6.
King f6 takes and just king g6, yeah?
But I'm not sure if this exact version is a draw. Because if my king would be on g8, I believe it would still be a draw. But on g6, I'm not sure. Is it...
because of h7.
Yeah.
And your cut could be losing this position. Very, very tough. I mean, it doesn't really matter because the position on the board, rook a3 is just looks like a completely crushing winning move. And if Maria wins this, which, I mean, she is going to win this, that means that the ladies are going to be up 2 with a few games to go. And, wow, Joe did... Joe... Oh, Joe thought for... Well, it's very interesting. Let's go back to Joe's game because
Sure.
it's very interesting. Joe decided after...
E4.
To go e4, and he spent 18 minutes here. So
What is E4?
I mean, e4, so he has a specific idea. He understands king d4 and now a4. And the idea is after bishop d1, he wants
play
to go
b3.
b3. So
Wow.
this is the threat. If you take on b3,
The pawn is running.
a3, you have to go king c3 to catch it. And now he goes d4 check.
Wow, that's classy.
But it's not over. King c2,
D3
d3,
is winning,
king c3, and now just e3. And
right?
all the pawns run.
Yeah.
What a fantastic concept by
Wow.
Joe Gallagher.
I'm not sure I would ever consider in a game this move e4
Yeah,
because
this
it
is-
looks so against your intuition
Right.
to place the pawns on the light squares because it somehow allows, how do you call that? I'm lacking an English move.
Blockade or...
A blockade, right. So, yeah, but this b3 move is fantastic. What a resource. Does white have anything else, like a3 perhaps?
after
After b3.
Ah, a3.
And after b2, bishop c2 I've got. That's my point.
No, sorry, this is good. No, this is a fantastic a3. Ah, well, here then, Joe, I guess, wants
We'll play
to...
something like king c6, no?
Yeah, but maybe you can hold this position with white.
Because the bishop cannot really move as there is b2.
Right, so the
So-
bishop is in Zugzwang here.
The pawns move don't make a difference, so eventually the king will have to move away from d4.
Right. So you're basically saying if g4, now I just come back and you're
Yeah.
in Zugzwang here, you have to move.
Exactly.
And now finally I come in and this protected passport is...
Yeah, it looks very bad.
It does look bad. And Gunai also doesn't look happy, does she?
Yeah. Wow. That is a very nice idea Joe came up with.
Really nice. And much needed for the men's team
Yes,
because
definitely.
if Joe wins this, suddenly they're only losing by one, with the game between Sabino Brunello and Olga Giria still going on. And I mean, this game is just... I mean, for sure, Sabino has outplayed Olga. For sure. I mean, now there's some serious initiative on the king side with this h-pawn. And it wouldn't surprise me if Sabino wins this game.
Wow, but that would mean he would have his third win in a row.
And Jovanka against Hussein, we'll come back to the Sabino game in a moment, but Jovanka against Hussein is just... I'm in shock, basically, that this game is still going on because Jovanka had so many ways to win. And not only... I mean, is she even winning anymore?
Yeah, might not be the case, actually. But, well, she will definitely try for a bit. Perhaps a move like
She
which?
can't get the king in because of knight d5 check.
Rook c5 then?
Okay, let me bring the king.
King, where should I bring it? Towards e5? King f4?
Okay.
King e7, king e5.
Still just...
Yeah, it's still not that easy. It feels like black should be fine, but
I'm not sure. I'm not sure black is fine here at
something
all.
like knight e8, let's say. What would be white's plan to win?
Yeah, I mean, you've got a blockade, right? Rook a7, knight c7 or something.
Right.
No, I mean, it's for sure... I don't know what happened because it was just so crushing. I mean, around here is just has to be just completely crushing.
Yeah, she played queen b5, rook c5. We actually thought the endgame was totally winning, but then she failed to bring the king in time in order to save the d7 pawn, right?
Yeah.
I believe that's what happened.
This is still good. And here maybe she should go king g1 or king g2.
Yeah, because then otherwise the e pawn distracts white's rook from
Rook
protecting.
c1. And she just completely missed at e3 and she can't take on d7
Oh,
because of e2.
what a blunder.
Yeah, rook c1 is a huge blunder. She had to go any move here. a5 is good.
No, but king g2
king
was
G2
probably
is
the easiest.
Yeah, just collect the pawn, and all endgames are losing. Yeah, so Jovanka now. I mean, as I say, I'm not sure.
But they were really low on time. At least Jovanka definitely was. So perhaps that's why it happened.
She might still win. I mean, it's not over. She still has got winning chances here.
Right.
But yeah. Now, Leandro, there has been another result. Irene and Leandro have drawn, which is not unexpected. So, okay, that seems like a fair result. Meaning
Right.
we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 games remaining, including Eric Rosen. But yeah, Eric is going to lose. He tried a great try, actually. He played f3 check here. That's a good try by Eric. The point is, rook takes f3 would be a huge blunder, because after rook takes h6 now, well, even this, I'm not sure after rook e3, if this is winning or not for
It
white.
should be a draw.
Probably is a draw.
Rook g6.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook f6. And rook g6. My point is that when you move the pawn f4, I can play rook e6.
e6 now, yeah. That's clever. Yep. And this is to point out, guys at home, that if you go rook e6, immediately, let's say here, even this might be a draw.
How so?
Probably not.
Rook takes.
Yeah, and king e2.
And king g.
King g2 is better, sorry. King g2. Yeah, and we get the opposition. King in front of the pawn.
Yeah. Do we? Yeah.
Probably we do.
Yeah, we should be careful with the move we choose here.
Yeah.
Perhaps king e2 was better, actually.
Yeah, and we have the distant opposition.
Yeah.
Should be...
Is it? It's a very
No,
interesting.
King f6?
Yeah, king f6 I was thinking, because after king e3 you've got
King
king
e5.
e5.
And it's a draw. It might still
So
be...
I should try some...
That's why I liked king g2, because...
But it's the same. And king h3, king f5.
Yeah, king f5.
It's funny.
King g3, king g5. Looks like a draw, so...
We ran into a draw, right?
I mean, there are so many draws here, but in general it's a draw. So so f3 was good, but now Maria's idea, king g3, you still can't take because of here. And after rook h1, we now see Maria's additional idea. Oh, beautiful. Rook a4, now threatening
Wow.
to come over here.
Wow.
And once again, it's winning. Yeah, and now Eric's chances are not really happening. Let's go back to Joe Gallagher. We have king c5. Sorry, on the board. Yeah, we have this position, and Gunay in some kind of zugzwang here.
Yeah.
Sorry, her pawn is on... This isn't correct. Sorry, b3, a3. How did this go?
King c6, I believe.
King c6. Oh, king c3.
and
Yeah.
king c5.
Right. This is the position on the board.
Yeah, it looks like black is just winning.
Yeah.
I don't see a way for white to hold this one. But maybe, could I try some bishop move?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Let's try bishop h5. Let's give a check.
And now, where do I place the king? On b2, I guess.
King b2. And here, I've got to be careful.
Yeah. Not so easy, right?
Right.
Probably you have to try d3, no? Or do you want to play king c4? Oh, king c4 is such a great move.
And if check on f7?
King d3.
King c4. That's a really
king
nice
c4
move.
is winning, because if I manage to go with the king in front of my pawns, then I'm definitely gonna win, I believe. No?
probably.
Or do you have some bishop,
Bishop
e8
E8.
here?
But then maybe,
Then maybe e3.
yeah. Yeah. And then I have to go back, right? And then d3, and the pawns are
Yeah, or even
running.
king d3 is
Or
fine.
king d3. This is just winning. Yeah. Ah, this is what he wants then. So king c5, bishop h5, d4. If king b2, king c4, classy move. And the point is, if you check, now I can block from this side. And the pawns are running.
I see somebody in the chat saying that Engine says it's a draw, but I'm not sure regarding which game. Is it this one? Because I would be surprised if it's
No.
still a draw.
Impossible.
Right.
Impossible that this is a draw. No, this is winning for Joe. Pretty sure, and I'm with 10 minutes left on the clock.
He's got enough time.
Yeah. Olga against Sabino. Let's spend a moment here because we haven't looked at this properly. It felt to me like Olga was struggling a bit here.
Yeah, because that knight is definitely a worse piece than the bishop on c5, which attacks on f2 and keeps the pawn on b6 safe. Yeah, it's definitely black who's playing for a win. The question is he gonna be able? But yeah, I dislike greatly white's position because h4 might be coming even immediately.
Yeah, like I wanted to play h4 straight away. Let's say you take.
Bishop d4.
I'm just going to take.
Let's take, yeah.
And what is your move here as white?
Yeah, it's very difficult to bring that queen from b7 somewhere closer to white's king.
But just to illustrate, let's say white played a move. My idea is I want to go h3 check.
Yeah, I'm forced to go on g1.
Well, if you go on g1, now I have rook takes f2.
But I have no other option, right?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
here I have queen e1 mate.
Right. And king h3 doesn't work because of the same reason, rook takes f2.
Yeah, and that's
That's game over.
That's game over.
So what do I do after h4? Should I...
In fact, after rook takes d4, I wonder if
Yeah, it might
we
work,
might
actually.
I wonder if we should do this straight away. It's possible that we should.
Yeah.
It's possible that this is more accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's just no defense to taking this pawn.
Yeah, it looks like Olga is in very, very big trouble.
Yes. Chat in YouTube says, David Nelson says, Stockfishers Maria at +50 and commentators are calling it a draw. Maybe you're looking at a different channel, sir, because we've just been saying that it's an easy win after rook a3. So I think you're getting your wires mixed up. I was saying that in some positions I didn't see this concept of rook a3, rook h3, which is a winning concept, and the current position is a very easy win for Maria. So no bueno.
Right, and Eric just played rook g1.
Yeah, rook g1 check.
Oh.
And now there are some moves here, like you
There are a
don't. King
few
takes f3 is
possibilities.
not automatic. Yeah, king h2 is a move.
King h4 is also possible.
King h4 is also possible. What about taking on f3?
Might be possible as well, but I mean, why?
Well,
Yeah,
take a pawn. Why
it's
not?
all right.
I mean, it's just completely fine, isn't it? Because
Yeah, because rook h4 is coming anyway,
yeah, and yeah.
and it's still winning.
Yeah, it's now Eric is not going to resign. He's going to try some swindling attempt because that's how he plays, but he's not going to have success because this is not a 3-minute game online. This is a classical game, and unfortunately Maria Muzichuk is too strong to fall for any tricks, whatever they may be, and I'm not sure what they are.
Right. I believe this game will end with Maria winning and rook h1. Yeah, but not just after king g3.
King G3 again.
It's exactly the same position, but without black's pawn on f3, and then white's king can go up after rook g1, let's say.
Yep. Correct. Unfortunate day for Eric Rosen.
Let's check again. Who was that? Jovanka's game. Did she manage to make some progress?
She has got the king to e5, so, I mean, this is still, for me, not a clear...
You know, here black has a funny move, knight d7, I believe.
Knight d7 check, yeah. And we can't take because we lose the rook. Oops.
And I'm not sure it does a lot of help.
King d5. Ah, knight b6 check.
And you cannot go to c5 because of a fork on
Exactly.
a4.
But you can
Ah,
go
that's
here.
Nice. But now
But
king
now king
d6.
d6, and I've stabilized, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on a second. King e5, knight d7 check. Where can you go?
Yeah.
If you go back,
Now we have to be careful not to play king d6 too soon, because then after c takes d7,
yeah.
white is queening. So perhaps we have to go with the knight
What
somewhere
about
first.
yeah? But what about knight b8?
Knight b8, yeah, sure. Why not? Because the... Oh, yeah.
Now I'm threatening king d6 and to take.
There is no other way of stopping that other than playing king to e5, not allowing black's king on d6, but then it will be just a repetition.
Exactly. If you go here, then I give check.
Yeah.
What about king d4 here?
Same, knight b6.
And knight b6. Sorry. Yeah, knight b6.
Yeah.
Knight b6.
You could move the rook now somewhere, but how do you... Rook e3 maybe?
King d6.
Yeah, and try something. I don't know. Because it's a bit difficult to attack the c6 pawn with the knight
Sure.
from b6. Maybe some rook e8. Yeah.
Yeah. Knight c.
Even some rook the rook was on e3. Even some rook b3 could be possible with the idea of playing rook b7 after the knight retreats. I'm not sure how that end. But that endgame should be probably a draw, right? If I play rook b7, I don't
Knight
really want to
e7.
take on c7. Yeah.
Yeah, and something
It
like
should
this
be a draw.
should be a draw. You can't force your way in. Yeah, interesting. So I mean, but there's still life in that one, I think. Amazingly, so.
Oh, Sabino did not find the h4 move.
What's wrong with h4 here? I mean, it's just winning. That's insane, by the way. That's h4 is just a really easy win. And I'm very, very surprised that he missed it. That's a huge miss.
Indeed.
Rook takes d2. What is this move?
Yeah,
Knight
it looks
takes
like
d2,
he didn't...
rook d5, and now knight f3, and white is solid again.
Yeah.
I really, really am surprised with Sabino here. h4 was just begging to be played.
Well, still, white's troubles are not over here because the queen on b7 is somewhat stuck. But it's definitely a much better version for Olga than she had a few moves before. And actually, I will be curious to ask Sabino what did he, if he saw h4 or not. Maybe he disliked it for some reason. Yeah. So Olga on 12 minutes, Sabino on 7. What do you think? How is this game going to
I think
end?
this is going to be definitely more towards a draw now, and a big, big chance, because if Sabino had win this, there was a chance that the boys would equalize on the day, and yeah, to allow this is just it's very disappointing.
Yeah, indeed.
Meanwhile, in Mamadzada against Joe Gallagher, well, this game is just...
This is lost, no.
Yeah, this is lost. We do have another guest who I can have a chat with very quickly. We're going to go for a very quick break, and we're going to be joined by Irina Sukanda after this quick break, and we'll have a quick look at her game. So don't go anywhere. We've still got a bunch of games in progress. See you in a moment. I can do it. You can have a break. Hello everybody, welcome back. This is round 5 of Battle of the Sexes, and I'm delighted to be joined by Irina Sukanda. Irina, you had a draw today against Leandro. Very interesting game. Lots of moments, and I have to say we're obviously covering all of the games. We're not using an engine, but from what we could see, it felt like the right result. Do you get that impression?
Yeah. Well, it was actually for me was quite a roller coaster game.
Yeah.
Because in the opening, it feels like I might be better because I'm not sure about this variation. Queen c7 and bishop g4. It just gives me a few tempi in a row, like f3, bishop f4, and so on.
Right.
But he then consolidated very quickly with e5, and I couldn't find anything. I thought I would be controlling something over the e file, since the king is still in the center, but I couldn't find anything. And turns out after a few moves later, I felt like black was actually better.
Yeah, that's what I thought when we were commentating this position. I thought, oof, I feel a bit not worried for Irene, but certainly that you weren't fighting for an advantage.
Yeah, I couldn't. And then also my time management was very bad. And at some point, we had like a 40 minutes gap in the clock.
Oh wow, as
much
like as that. Okay.
Yeah, but then I tried to blitz out in the end, and then our time was actually being even again. So yeah, in this position, he thought for quite a while here. At some moment, like after knight c1, rook g5. And then knight d3. Yeah, he thought here. Okay, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I also calculated this line prior playing rook e1 before, because this looks dangerous. But after g4, I couldn't find anything for black.
G4. I think we were looking at f4.
F4 was there, but there was some variation where I'm not sure. Could be like, okay, for example, like even rook g2, queen d3. I mean, this is just the raw line that I was okay. Even in this position, it was still a bit unclear. Okay, exchange up, but a pawn down. You know, I'm not too sure. But g4 is just, I think, pretty clean because after that, black didn't really have anything.
So knight f4.
Knight f4, knight f4, bishop f4, and rook e1. I thought, okay, it's quite funny. Like in this phase of the game, somehow I'm threatening mate in one.
Oh, you're threatening mate. That's right. Yeah.
Rook e8.
Okay, he saw that.
He saw that, of course.
So he saw that. He played
g6, yeah,
which
and then
looks logical.
I gave a check first.
Yeah.
My rook is better on e8 anyway. And then in this position, I had some mixed feeling as well. I mean, I could have played rook e7 and then probably taking on b7, but there is some messy line in this position where black could just play rook e5 here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then I have to take the rook, otherwise rook e1 is coming. Yeah, so takes, and then, okay, I didn't have any more advantage. Probably still equal, I guess. It's hard to believe this is better for black, so probably still equal. But in that position, I tried to play queen g2.
Mm-hmm.
I thought in this position, if I could trade the queens, then I would go, I don't know, the collaboration between my knight and my rook could be winning for me. But yeah, it was still equal in the end. So queen h4.
Yeah, so queen h4. And
yeah.
now very important is queen f2.
I played queen f2, yes. And then after queen f2, he decided to exchange on that square. I think it's a better square for him instead of exchanging on g2, because then
what were you going to do against queen h3?
Oh, this is no. I'm not gonna repeat moves. This is going to be knight to e2, knight e2, and I think white is better.
Knight e2. Wow, I didn't see that move.
Yeah.
Okay. Really?
You have to do something with my threat
Can't
to queen
I
d4.
take here?
You what? And what if I just take it back? Wow. Wait. I didn't think about it. Oh my goodness. But this is interesting.
This could just be losing for white.
Could be. Okay. I had some time in my clock. Maybe
You were going to find something
I would
else.
calculate it.
Let me tell you what we were looking at. My first instinct was knight f5 check.
But there's king g6 in the end. I already calculated this one too, like
Okay.
g f5.
Yeah.
And then queen d4 f6. And then what else? Rook e7,
Queen
king
takes
g6.
f4?
Why did I miss that? Okay, what if just take on g4?
Yeah, we were trying to make this work. So queen c7 check.
And then king goes to
King-
h5, yeah?
Yeah, king goes to h5, but then there's a check here. The
King
king goes to,
h4.
and now you have queen. This is check actually, but we weren't. So this is check.
Oh, this is winning for white. Because
Yeah.
it's an outside pass pawn, no? Or maybe not, there is g5 pawn.
I have no idea.
Okay, queen h6, king g4, queen e6, at least there is a draw there. Or
At
maybe
least
not.
a-
Oh yeah, king, yeah, it is a draw.
At least a draw. Yeah. Yeah, just a draw.
It's just a draw.
But obviously it's this moment here that
Wow, this is...
you have to calculate if this is winning or not.
I totally missed that the bishop on f4 was hanging.
Right. No, we haven't checked with the engine, so it could just
Yeah,
not
yeah, yeah.
work. So, but it looked interesting anyway.
it is
we
interesting.
thought that was your idea, and that's why we thought Leandro decided to take and now an important move, rook e5, right?
Could we play queen g6 instead of f6?
In the last variation.
Yeah, like before, sorry to take you back there.
Okay.
Like queen d4, and then just play king g6 immediately instead of f6.
Queen d4,
Yeah.
king g6 here.
Yeah, is there any difference?
Maybe I can just give.
No, you cannot. You have
no,
to take.
I can take.
Yeah, and then take on g4.
And now I've got this check.
Oh, probably the same.
I don't know. Check. Looks similar, but maybe not.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
You have no checks here.
Yeah,
so
so
I
f6
can
was
take.
definitely better because black has a tempo. I mean, in this position, we already had the pawn on f3, right?
Right, exactly. As I say, it's very complicated
Yeah,
and
it
it
is.
just requires hard. But in the game, after queen takes f2, king takes f2, very important not to take here, right?
Exactly, because rook e7 is there.
Yeah, and then white just wins probably.
Yes, yeah, this is actually what I was hoping for,
Right.
but of course he was not falling into it. Yeah, after rook e5, there are some things here that I calculated. Okay, the game went with rook d8, but I was also calculating rook takes e5, bishop takes e5, and then somewhere like knight c2. So if you take on h2, I have knight b4 or knight e3. Knight b4 probably is better. But instead of taking on h2, black should have gone king f6.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and then, I don't know, this endgame looks like...
Shouldn't be bad for black.
Shouldn't be bad. That's
No.
why the bishop is pretty strong, and the pawn on d5, I couldn't
Yeah.
really convert it to anything.
Yeah.
So that's why I decided to keep the rooks on.
Okay.
Rook d8 there. Yeah, there's also another line here that I could play king. No, is that right? Bishop e3,
Yeah.
king f1.
King f1.
Yeah, but I think in the end it will be just the same, like bishop d4, cd4, and then rook e3.
And if king f2.
And then rook d3.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the double attack, right?
Yeah, exactly. So in the end, I think it would be just the same position. So takes, and
Yeah.
then, yeah, this position, I don't know. This looks like if we turn the engine on, of course, I think it would be just balance. But in practical way, black, I think it's a bit better. I mean, it's easier to play with black here instead of white. In my opinion, I don't know. I might be wrong.
I think it's probably a bit better for black, but
Yeah.
it feels like a position that you shouldn't lose either with white here.
But I think at some point here, black shouldn't allow me to play h5 because if I just neutralize the king side's pawn, I think there's, I cannot have second weakness anymore.
Right.
So after all the
Sorry.
after all the exchanges of the pawns in the king side,
Yeah,
I think
then
it's just
it's an
draw.
easy
Yeah.
draw. All right. Interesting game. You've got a really interesting situation in the match because the ladies are winning. Nino won, and well, let's quickly, while you're here, go to Eric's game. I've got some bad news, but it looks.
I'm rooting for my teammate, of course, but I'm also friends with Eric, so I have. But this is losing for black.
Yeah,
so.
it's losing for. I don't actually know what happened in the game, but we don't have this position, so I don't know. I don't have the position on the board, as you can see on the screen, is just actually an immediately resigns position because rook check, rook f8 is just. Yeah, there's nothing more to be there's nothing more to be done. So Eric is going to lose, meaning that the ladies are going to be up 2-0. Now, the savior for today, which is a huge shock for me, is Joe Gallagher.
Yeah, I was watching this game during my own game, and I thought it was just a pretty standard draw for white. I mean, obviously, Gunay took the bishop a bit late toward the back of the pawn. Like, you have to control everything from behind.
Right.
But she didn't do that and allowed all this pawn storm. Yeah, I think this is just losing.
Yeah, so what's the quickest way for black here? You probably can go d3, but what about just king f3? That looks like a...
If I were black, I would just play something, I don't know. Yeah, king f3 looks good. Just keep the pawns going.
That's what he did.
Yeah, that's what he did.
I think Gunay is ready to resign, actually, because e3, e2 is just... you have no pawn. Yeah, I mean, it's not really anything to discuss. So Joe is going to win. And incredibly, Olga... I mean, we were looking at this game, Irina, and... in this position here, we were shocked that Sabino didn't play the natural move h1. It might just be losing for white.
I would have pushed that pawn without any thinking.
Because after rook takes d4, you can just probably go h3. I don't know if we want to do it here.
I think even if you took it, it's also, it's a decent move. Like, you can think about h3 later. But of course, that h1 has to be moved. Otherwise, white might be able to consolidate the position. But okay, this is still better for black anyway.
Yeah, and now in the position that we have after rook f4... Oh, he won a pawn, actually. Sorry, he just randomly won a pawn. So it might be the case that he still has got good chances here.
He's definitely better. So the queen has to go, I don't know. If
Went to e6.
e6, yeah.
Covering some squares. Yeah, still some problems here for Olga, it looks like. And Jovanka... Oof. Well... Jovanka.
Hang on, can you go back to the last position?
Last position, okay, of
Olga.
Okay.
I was calculating some tactical line might be not working. I was like rook f6, queen f6, knight g5. Oh, doesn't work. Doesn't matter. Does it work though? I was trying to have some perpetual.
King h6.
Knight f7.
King g6.
And knight h.
King h7.
Oh shit. Yeah, king h7 is fine. No, it doesn't work. But
probably doesn't work, right?
Yeah, it doesn't work.
But you have to look at these things, I mean, for sure.
Yeah, but now what happened if like rook e4 because there's always some idea like on the 7 rank.
So rook e4. Yeah, that's actually a good move, rook e4.
Okay, hoping for queen f5, then we can
You can
the
repeat,
moves.
but yeah, but where else to put the queen?
If we can, okay, let's say queen d6, then queen f7 is there.
Yeah.
So
Oh wow! And now suddenly white is winning.
white is winning, yeah, and then rook e8 is coming.
Well, then
So-
it might just be a draw. If you have to keep control of these light squares, could just be a draw.
Queen g8 looks holding, but it looks ugly. But
Goodness
I mean,
me. Queen g8.
otherwise queen f7 might be, the next move for white.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, this is just an attempt to... She plays rook e4, so let's see. I mean,
yeah.
Queen g8 is just such a gross move to play, but how much time does Sabino have? That's another question. If he's
Less
got
than a minute.
less than a minute? Well,
Yeah.
I don't understand how you can play Queen g8 with less than a minute, because it's effectively, if it's a move that can lose. He went back, yeah.
Queen.
He went back.
He went back queen f5,
yeah,
yeah?
you can't play Queen g8 on less than a minute because, a move
Yeah.
like Queen d7 and
Besides playing, besides analyzing the position, we could also analyze the gesture and mimics of the players. I think Sabino is ready to repeat the moves and shake the hands.
He looks ready. Let's get your opinion very quickly on Jovanka against Aziz.
Oh yeah, I was also watching this game. Probably I shouldn't have watched too many games and just concentrate on my own.
It's difficult because you want to look at the other games.
Yeah, no, because it's a team event, so you're also got curious over other games. Jovanka shouldn't be losing at all, so at least it's a draw. But it's a question whether White can pull a win in this position, which might be hard because Black can just do some fortress with the king and the knight over there. I think it might be draw, but with some tactical ideas, maybe we never know. Especially Black is down the time right now, less than 2 minutes. So maybe Black will play some blunder or mistake. But anyway, this can't be losing for White.
Yeah, she had a crushing position earlier, so it might. Well, actually, no. The ladies are the ladies are guaranteed the win today. Is assuming that Olga against Sabino is going to end in a repetition. That means that you are going to be guaranteed the win. So that will mean that probably going into the rest day, you'll have a 2-point advantage.
Yeah.
How
not
does that
bad.
feel?
Well, it feels nice to be assuming that we are winning this round, right? It's nice to be back in the victory trail again because we lost the last 2 matches. So, but I think it's important. I mean, we had team meetings every night and then.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so Pia keeps motivating us, like, look, it's important to be happy.
Yeah.
This is what she emphasizes. So it's important to be happy. There's always another game next day, but you have to be happy, you have to be relaxed, and, just keeping all the positive vibes to,
That's great.
to the teammates. So
That's
it's
really
good,
fantastic.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, look, Irene, thanks so much for coming, and we've really enjoyed your chess so far. Some
Thank
really
you.
great games. So have a lovely rest tomorrow. Any
Thanks.
plans for the rest day?
Okay, I don't know. Eric and I might be filming some BBC documentary tomorrow.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so I
Okay.
think that's one
Wow.
thing on the schedule. Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Because this event is fantastic, you
Yeah.
know, and then this needs to be, gives more exposure, especially, this is a very good event for all the scientists out there later when they're going to research about the difference between men and women
Of
in
course,
chess
yeah.
and so on. It's fantastic, so.
Well, look, have a very interesting day and a relaxing day tomorrow.
Thanks.
And I look forward to seeing your games on, when is it? Sunday?
Sunday, yes.
Yes. All right. Thanks, Irene.
Thanks, Lawrence.
All right, we'll take a short break and then we'll be back with the remaining games. Still a couple ongoing. Looks as though Joe is about to win, but Jovanka and Olga's game's still critical for the round, so we'll be right back. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is round 5 of the Battle of the Sexes GibChess. We've just seen Irene Sukanda go over her game, a very interesting draw. The situation, as things stands, is as follows. The women are winning this round by a point. Joe Gallagher has brought home the bacon for the boys. The only win so far, and a massive win actually, beating Gunay with the black pieces. It was such a roller coaster game, Irina. I mean, any result was possible at some moment, but Joe, nerves of steel. And
yeah, he played in his best style today, and I must say I am a bit surprised by the result in this game because I thought Gunay had the better chance, but what a great fighting spirit, and congratulations to Joe.
Yeah, great game by Joe. We saw that Maria beat Eric Rosen, and now we've just got 2 games remaining. And believe it or not, Sabino Brunello, he won a pawn somehow. I don't know what happened.
But you know, actually on the previous move, he made his move Queen C2 with just 1 second on the clock. So after
Amazing.
he pushed the button, he had 31 seconds on the clock. I think I would have a heart attack if that would happen in a game of mine.
Amazing. 1 second on the clock, he managed to do it. And now Olga has played the move knight to d4, after which we've had a trade, and we have this extremely, still unclear to me position. Queen and rook against queen and rook, but black has got an extra pawn, and Sabino's just played rook b4. This is a clever move.
Yeah.
The idea is that if white tries rook d7, trying here, no doubt Sabino wants to exchange queens. Even this ending, I'm not sure is winning.
There's also queen g6 in case you don't want to trade queens just for now. Yeah, definitely Sabino has a pawn up, and it has been a tremendous decision and fantastic willpower of him not to repeat the moves and to play another one with just 1 second on the clock. I just can't believe that.
Yeah. I should also point out that here you can't take the rook off, because we do a very important job of guarding this checking diagonal. And when you take here, I can simply advance my pawn, and that's the end of the game. You've got no moves here.
Yeah, and black's queen covers very well the h7, b1 diagonal, so there are no checks whatsoever. It's just game over here. So Olga will have to do something else after rook b4. And what would that be?
Not completely clear to me at all what she can do here. She has to keep the rook on. I guess she is going to go rook d7 because queen e4 check, takes, and now let's say rook b7.
Yeah.
This particular ending, I doubt is winning for black, actually.
No, there is a chance because I still did not have time to place my rook on a6. So perhaps you could go for something like rook b4 and then a4.
That's clever, yeah.
And then it's not easy. I believe it even might be winning.
Queen d5, though, by Olga Giria. Oh, that's a clever move. Look at this move. The point is, if you play rook takes d4 now, she doesn't want to take the rook back, but rather she's going to take the pawn on h5 with check and repeat via this well-known perpetual check.
Yeah, that's
Clever
a
move.
great move, especially since Sabino is low on time, and he's going to be low on time until the end of the game, actually. And he wants to play the
king h6. Yeah, this is a good move. This is a good move. The point is that there are no checks, and he protects the pawn.
Right. Oh, and now the rook cannot really go to d7 anymore, so the rook will have to go back, I believe.
Well, the rook can go back, but there's an argument, is it even being... Can you play queen... no, you can't. I wanted to be really special and play queen g... Actually, maybe you can.
What about rook d4?
Oh, sorry, there's queen h7.
Yeah, indeed.
Sorry, I missed that queens do go backwards, because if this king had to come... Well, if this king had to come here, even the king come out... Yeah, this...
Oh, this is winning, sorry.
Yeah, this is just winning.
Right.
The queen j is just nonsense, so we rubbish that.
What else? You can't really afford trading rooks, can you?
I don't think so. I think that's very dangerous to trade rooks.
What about... No, g4 cannot be a move here.
Okay, Olga now with 1 minute. And where is she going to
Even
go?
though maybe there could be...
She does go queen d8, a similar kind of concept.
But how is the queen endgame now? Because I believe Sabine's gonna take it.
The second game here, you can give check and play b5. Something like this.
No, wait. After b5, don't I have something?
You have a check here.
Still quite a similar thing, no?
Yeah, and then I take here.
No, but wait. Here, after you go away with the king, I have queen d3 check. And I take your b5 pawn, so you should play something like g5.
g5, okay.
And then maybe I will have ideas of a perpetual after h takes, f takes.
Queen c6 check, played immediately. So queen d8, queen c6 check. King to h2.
That's not... actually, it's all right.
Yeah.
But he still has to take on d4 because now the queen from c6 no longer covers h7, right?
Right, exactly. I believe he plans to take on d4 here. But still not clear that he's going to win.
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3.
Rook b2. Wow, he went for it. Well, this is actually a very clever move. And to b1, why not?
All right, so his point is that queen h8 doesn't work because of king g6 and there are no other checks coming. And the pawn on f2 is still hanging, right?
And if something like rook f4?
Maybe even rook b1.
And now rook b1, right, threatening the back rank. And you can't ever do this because it's just immediately mate.
And she played
rook d2.
Rook d2.
Yeah.
That's a good move, I believe.
So how did it go? So
rook b2 and rook d2 now.
Rook d2 immediately.
Because now after capturing the rook, it will gonna be a check, and we're still going towards that queen's endgame.
But now that if I go rook b1, he took.
He did not have time at all.
Yeah, so takes, check.
But there would have been some rook d5, you know, with ideas of queen h8.
Right. So takes. and king g6. Whew. Well, I can tell you this. We're going to be here for a while longer analyzing this one because this, I mean, if you're black here, you play on forever, and they're both playing on increments.
I actually believe this should be winning for black one way or another. Even if an engine would say perhaps that it might be a draw, still for a human being it's very difficult to defend for a very, very long time. Now the king might come towards the a4 pawn, or at least try to do so. White will need to find the right checks. Actually, the king may go to b7 at some point. If it cannot go to b4, yeah, it's gonna be a long battle.
Okay, let's go to the Jovanka game and see what's going on there. Jovanka.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
do you know, I found a very funny mate here.
Oh,
so
where?
if black plays knight a8 now in Jovanka's game,
Yeah.
king a7,
Yes.
rook a5.
Yes.
Ah, wait, it was
Bishop a6.
in a slightly different position
Right.
where the bishop couldn't cover against the mat.
But that's very cute.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's very cute. Okay, but this is the position after rook b1, and knight d5 check has been played by Aziz. Jovanka looking a bit frustrated with 6 minutes on the clock. Aziz has got 1 minute 24, and the problem is king c5 runs into knight f4 check, and I actually protect the rook when I take, and this is an easy draw. So,
But also rook d5 is possible, and you're probably winning a piece
oh
there.
wait, what did I miss? Rook d5. Sorry. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe even
Knight d3, knight b4.
yeah. Yeah, that's
I think
winning.
White is no longer risking to win this game. If you
But
could
hold on,
say
knight
so.
d5. But hold on, this is serious
Yeah,
because
it could be a problem actually for White.
because if you go king a7, okay, king a7,
Oh, I've got a fantastic idea.
Okay.
Let's go for the king c5 move.
king c5, yeah.
Knight
Check.
f4, king d6, knight d3, c7. Oh,
Yeah, knight d3
that would be so nice.
That is cute.
Yeah, but unfortunately you
I have a
have an
check.
intermediate check.
Yeah, that's an important check.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so what happened? So knight d5 check on Jovanka.
Yeah.
So
the
she only
problem-
has two moves, really, right? a6 or a7. So if I could put my king on a7, what's going on here?
I'm not sure that after king c7,
Just king c7
you're
maybe.
not in big trouble.
Oh, you think black is winning now?
I don't say it's winning, but I'm sure it's no.
Oh, Jovanka
risk at
looks
all for black now.
absolutely dejected. She had a completely crushing position. Can she really lose this? Goodness me, that would be a catastrophe.
No, I believe with precise play by White here, it should still be a draw, but it's definitely unpleasant to have the situation when you are better than winning, better, and then you have suddenly to defend.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, actually, is there? No, there is not. King a5, knight c3 still. Yeah. Yeah, I believe she's trying to make king c5 work, but I don't see a way of that working out, actually.
Okay, now 3 minutes and a half for Jovanka.
Or could that be one?
Which line?
Let's try again king c5.
Okay, knight f4.
And after knight f4, let's play king b6. And after knight d3, I was thinking to try rook a1.
Very creative.
And now I want to deliver a mate on a8.
Yeah, it works.
And I don't see a way for black to stop that. Because otherwise my pawn will be queening, I guess. Rook a8 and c7.
I still make a draw here, huh? Probably. Maybe not
C8?
rook d8.
Ah,
Oh, c8, well, I was thinking that I should probably draw this position as black.
yeah. Yeah, I believe it should be a draw.
But you've got this incredible move, rook d8 here.
Rook d8?
Rook c5, rook d8.
But you can still take on c7, no?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, this is so that actually looks like a draw as well. It's also very hard to play that move, I find. Knight d5, king c5, knight f4, and then go back to b6.
No, but otherwise white is in real trouble because, as we said, after king a7, king c7.
Yeah, you're offside suddenly
Yeah.
with the king. I agree, yeah.
But perhaps you're not. Okay, let's go for king a7, king c7. We need to find a way.
Maybe you can just do check.
King c6.
Rook h7. Rook e7. Check.
Yeah, and it is losing.
Well,
We
it
don't
looks
even
like
have
it.
to calculate it. The king is too far, right?
Yeah, it feels like it. And that knight protects the pawn. Incredible geometry. Where is she going to go? She's now getting. She's shaking her head. She cannot believe it that she got to this position.
No, but she shouldn't get too upset. She just has to keep her composure and try to find just a straightforward way to at least make a draw.
She does go
Oh,
king c5.
Yes, that's
okay.
good.
So now Aziz is going to play knight f4 check. It's not even a question. Played.
And king b6 back.
And king c4.
What?
Well, this is admitting, well, firstly that everything has gone wrong, but okay, this is quite a safe way to play for a draw,
that's true.
actually.
But king b6 would still. Yeah, but it's
Well,
going to end the same way, so that's all right.
Now it's just very... Yeah, and after king c7, I guess she can just go rook b7 check, king takes c6, and once again start. But h5 and... rook f7. Something. I mean, you can't realistically win this position, I would say. Knight takes e3, throw in. Nice check here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
a draw.
This is just going to be a draw. Yeah. Now king c4 is, now she accepts that it's probably going to be a draw, and Ivanka just disgusted, really upset with herself. And we've all been there, because how many times? I mean, I know how many winning positions I've lost.
Yeah,
and
don't tell me about it.
yeah, it's just it's just such a cruel game.
Yeah.
Yeah, so king c4, and now, well, Aziz, he's got 30 seconds, so the question is, what is he going to do? Is he tired? Does he want to be really optimistic here? Does he want to play for a win and play some move like knight e6 or something?
I believe that would be highly impractical to do so.
Yeah, because and there's even rook b5 there. I mean, you can't win this position. 10 seconds, just take the knight and call it a draw. Take the bishop. I think he's going to do that.
He will
Yeah, it's just over. Okay. Yeah, and the draw has been agreed. Yeah. A huge let-off for Hussein Aziz, and that could be the deciding moment, because with one game remaining, Olga Giria against Sabino Brunello. Let's go straight there. And we have the position. Let's just follow. f5 on the board.
Right.
The situation is clear. Brunello, pawn up.
Oh, they are so low on time. I'm so worried for them. I don't know. I get the heartbeats,
Do you?
And I'm...
I don't. Mine
You don't?
stopped. I don't have any beat.
Yeah, I'm wondering how are they coping with those emotions.
Well, it's just a very unpleasant moment for Olga, who understands that she's playing for two results.
But if you have an endgame with a pawn down, the queen's endgame are quite all right. I mean, many times you have a lot of drawing chances, so Olga will try her best to find them.
Absolutely. So what did she do after f5? Maybe we can get a slightly different angle on the board, so we can see more of a from above. That would be great.
Oh, and he's played something?
Oh, she played f4. Wow.
F4?
Wow, that is unexpected to... Now, of course,
that might be trouble. What do we do after? Ah, no, actually the king will get checked then. I was thinking about queen a1, threatening a mate on h1 and attacking the pawn on a4, but then our king is pretty lonely there on
Is
a7.
it?
No?
How do we check it?
Don't know. I assumed it should be something. Queen...
Because if I get to h6, the checks are finished, right?
I need to give a check at some point that will protect my pawn on a4.
Well, he didn't do that. He put the queen on b4, which also makes a lot of sense. Attacking the pawn. And actually, if queen c2, he wants queen e4. Ah, no, there's a check here. I'm trying to organize a queen trade, but queen c7 is a problem. Or
Yeah.
is it? Or is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of is. King f8 and now king h2.
Yeah,
But
that's
wait,
all right.
that's all right, is it? Yeah.
You don't really win this type of endgames with the king so exposed. Yeah, I don't like what Sabino's done, but perhaps he can find a route towards the queen side with his king, because otherwise... Oh, and she played queen to d5.
Queen b4, queen d5.
This is a very responsible...
What is this? Ah, she wants to check. So if I take a pawn, what's going on here?
Queen b7, I believe, is her
Ah, but
idea.
now I can go queen d7, queen 6, b6, and she attacks 2 pawns. Right. Yeah, that could be a good move then, queen d5. So queen takes pawn, queen b7 check.
Wait, but what about queen e4 now?
It's check.
Instead of taking on a4.
Ah, queen e4 now. Now she has no checks. It's over. Queen d5's a huge blunder. And queen d1. No, it's not over.
It's
not
not
over. She found the square.
Yeah, we thought that white had no other way than changing the queens
Wow.
because a mate on h1 was coming, but actually there is still one square from which the queen can protect h1. But it was close.
It was close to being over, huh?
Yeah.
But now at least black's queen is dominating, white's isn't. But how do you make progress? You need the king here as black to
Yeah, you need it to
start
be
walking.
4, yeah. Perhaps you could try something like king e6.
King e6, king h2,
Yeah.
and now queen d5 or something, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, trying to block, but... Yeah, and now finally, if you start doing this, finally I come over to the queen side.
Yeah.
One thing I can tell you is that Sabino is going to play this forever.
No, definitely. Wow.
And, well, they both have a minute
What would it mean
left.
if he would win this game? Would it be an even match then?
Yes, if Sabino wins this today, we have an even match. And at some moment, I must say, it looked as though the women were going to win +3, I would say.
Right.
I mean, Jovanka was winning.
Exactly.
Pia looked like she had a great position. Gunay looked like she shouldn't be losing.
Right.
That's already 3 games. And then Olga here also looked like she shouldn't lose. So that's a lot of points.
Exactly. And I don't know. Probably the girls wouldn't be happy with an even match today.
No, they have to be disappointed because they had the victories in their hands, a lot of
Right.
them. Well, at least, this game here, Olga, should she be losing that position? Not really. Should Gunay have lost? Not really. Should Jovanka have made a draw? Not really. So,
But you have to give credit to Joel because, well, in the game against Gunay, nobody was actually better, So it wasn't like Gunay had a better position, no?
no.
It was very crazy.
It was crazy. It was crazy.
Yeah. So...
King e6 played by Sabino. 46 seconds and queen b3 check.
b3.
Oh, wait, what? He can just go back, I see. and he doesn't blunder the pawn,
Yeah.
he can just go back because you can't take because of checkmate
On H1, yeah.
on H1. So
15 seconds for
15.
Sabino.
okay,
But how
goes to
frustrating would it
D7.
be for Olga if she would lose this game after Sabino has made a move with just 1 second on the clock?
well, I don't.
You don't think it really
No,
matters?
I don't think that matters so much. I think when he didn't play this H4 move, she probably felt relieved, and then suddenly he managed to find some ideas.
Because it happened to me once to lose like that after my opponent made twice, actually, a move with 1 second on the
Oh,
clock in a
right.
classical game. And I don't know, I couldn't calm myself down after the game.
Okay, King H2, Queen E2 check on the board. Now Olga's got a decision if she wants to put her king on H3 or on the back rank.
I would put it on G1.
Yeah.
Well, there's no reason to allow those ideas of a mate on H1. It's just a safer option, I believe.
King G1 played. And now Queen to E6 by Brunello, protecting and attacking the queen.
Yeah, so his idea is to somehow make White's queen go to a square from which he could give a check and then somehow force White to trade queens. But
Yeah.
which, of course, White should be careful about it. But let's say Queen B5 check.
Queen B5, Queen C6, let's say.
Yeah. And where do I go now? Queen B3 back?
Queen B3.
Yeah.
Now, I probably want to play King D6. Start getting my king active.
Right.
She plays Queen C3, which is just not a move that even enters my brain here, because Queen C5 check now trades queens.
Yeah, but the queen is on the light square and
Right.
there are no checks so far, so it's okay.
Right. Probably I play Queen D6 here.
Yeah, now the problem is that after Queen G7, King C6, you cannot go for Queen C3 because Queen C5 will
Precisely.
just trade queens and it's game over. So you have to be accurate here. Yeah, I like the chances Sabino has to win this game actually. Because even if we imagine that you lose somehow the G6 pawn, which might not be the case, but even though it will be very tough to create a passed pawn meanwhile.
Right. Queen D6 was played in the mean, and also you can't go here and here because there's Queen C6 check. So the king is in
King
a
H2.
so that's why she put the king on H2.
A very good move, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now for example, let's just imagine that black goes Queen B4 and I go Queen G7. If I'm gonna take those pawns, but the king will run, let's say King C6, Queen G, but now I take with check on F5.
Yeah, you're
No, that's not good.
no.
I just wanted to try to take that A4 pawn and sacrifice the G6 and come with the king closer, but it's not working for now.
Yeah.
How else could he play?
It's very difficult because, as you said, the king is so open.
Maybe Queen C6. And then bring the
Queen back
Queen
to E6.
E6. Yeah, he wants to go for that King D6, but now that White's king is on H2, it will be more difficult to advance with the king. There will be no checks of that kind, which forces White to trade the queens.
Right. 38 seconds. Olga Giria, her toughest test so far.
Right. She has been really solid. She was
Yeah.
on +1, not
Yep.
losing a game. And today it's the first time when she's on the verge of losing.
And
King
king
G1,
G1.
Queen D6 back. Why are they repeating?
I don't know.
King
But
H2?
she's going to go king H2, that's for sure.
Okay, so and now
queen
Queen C6,
C6.
of course.
Okay.
There's no reason to make a draw yet.
Okay, and now on queen G7 check, his idea is he wants to go king C8, right?
Yeah, he's heading towards A6.
And find some shelter here.
But wait, is it working? Queen F8? Queen E7. But now you have Queen C7. Because here there is Queen E2, maybe?
There's also B5, no?
Take.
Okay.
Queen E6.
Queen B6.
Queen C4. Or Queen E2. No, Queen E2 is better.
Queen E2. King A7.
It might be a perpetual at some point.
Yeah,
no?
you might. This might still be a draw.
Queen
via-
C5.
Some weird
Yeah,
draw.
right.
Yeah, it could be a draw.
But
Queen
yeah.
G7 check played, so we're going to find out. So the king's going to come to C8
But
for
you're
sure.
not forced to go to A6. You could play also Queen C7 after my check on E7. And I believe we're gonna actually see that. He just played King C8.
Yep.
Now she has to choose on which square to deliver the check, but F8 seems like the most logical to.
goes G8.
She chose
It's
G8.
fine.
But now the king is going to A6 and there will be no checks. I don't like this one.
Oh, really? Okay.
But maybe it's still fine. Queen F7, King A6,
And
Queen
then
B3.
Queen B3, yeah.
Or maybe Queen B3 even immediately without the check on F7. Just to leave that opened option. Yeah, this was not the right way. Maybe.
Well,
Or
what
maybe
about
it
if I
was.
play Queen E4 here?
And now after Queen F7
Yeah, and I say you can have it.
and Queen D7.
You wanna
No,
go?
I don't want to
You
take
want to
that
take it?
pawn.
Okay. Yeah, Queen D7 is a good move, I think.
It's difficult to make a progress.
Yeah. It is. And she does. You play your move. Well done. Very nice. Queen B3.
Yeah, somehow the king
difficult,
has
isn't
to
it,
head towards C5, but then many times he has to find a construction where she cannot take the pawn on G6 with a check.
Right.
But if he's gonna just move here and there for a few moves, she will find, the idea of how to hold the position, and that's actually the danger of this kind of position. So you cannot really delay for too long finding the right plan.
Right. By the way, the 50-move rule, I guess, will exist in this game. Remember, so if this pawn doesn't move, basically, or there's no capture, the 50-move rule could come into play. But I don't see Sabino playing 38 more moves without moving a pawn, basically.
Right. So he played King A7. He wants to bring the queen to B7, and I actually dislike completely this decision because I think it's gonna just be a draw. Because now look, if I play Queen F7 check, if you go for Queen B7 after Queen to C4, let's say Queen F7, Queen B7, Queen to C4, B5 is not coming anytime soon. Oh, wait. They did play something. Queen F7 happened, and he just played King A6. My point was that after Queen B7, Queen C4, all is fine for white here, and after King A6, it's quite the same. I can just return Queen B3.
Yeah.
And that's probably what she's gonna do.
23 seconds. For Olga, Queen B3, and a look of disappointment there by Sabino somehow, because I think he knows.
Yeah, he went a little bit wrong coming with that king to a6, even though it was my first instinct as well. But he was very low on time from the other point of view, and perhaps he did not succeed at finding the better construction. Yeah, what a day. It's all come down to this game.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think Sabino moving these kingside pawns like he did early as well was maybe not the way. Queen d7 now.
Yeah, I believe he will try to bring the king back because there is no way to progress with this king on a6.
Queen c4 check. He will move the king 100%.
King a7 or king b7, both are possible. Doesn't really make a difference. Yeah, probably king b7 should be the move played. Wow.
Yeah, tough day, especially after 4 rounds of chess.
Exactly.
And then to play a long game like this. We are 5.5 hours into this game. King b7 played by Sabino, as you said. Now queen b3 again makes a lot of sense.
Right. So if they had any energy left, they will not after today's game, I believe.
Yeah.
So,
well, they've
yeah.
got the rest day tomorrow.
Yeah, right. The rest day will come very handy. And Sabino trying so hard to bring his team at the critical point. Yeah, because men are now down a point.
Right. But even if this ends in a draw, which is likely, I would say, +1 for the women today is not a bad result. Okay, what's happened?
Wait, I see in the chat a very nice suggestion. What if b5 now?
Oh, b5 here.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is
that's
a very
lovely.
clever one.
Yeah, that's a lovely suggestion. I think he'll do it as well.
Yeah, because now after a takes, king b6,
Right.
there are... Well, you still have to calculate all those checking ideas, but now you are getting the pawn back.
Right.
The queen is not entering to take these pawns. So yeah, it makes a lot
He
of
could
sense.
play it. Yeah, he could
I
play
believe
it.
it's a good way to try and make progress. Let's say queen e3 check, king b5. Are there enough? And the queen is so well placed on d7, no? But wait, maybe I have just queen b3. Oh, actually, it might still not be the time for this breakthrough. But the idea is really interesting. Because now the king doesn't have a good way to run away from the checks, like king c5, queen c3, and we are attacking the pawn.
He played it. So
King
he just
b6,
decided,
queen
you know what,
b3.
I can't just move around forever. So Olga after b5, well, I mean, taking is not forced, but...
No, it's forced, because if I play b4,
Yeah,
then it might be...
Yeah.
I can already give all those pawns on the king side. Yeah, so she took on b5, and yeah, there is... But perhaps black might not hurry taking that b5 pawn, because it covers us from checks. So a move like queen, let's say queen d2 check, then some queen d4, you know, just giving those pawns on the king side and trying to make this a-file pawn run. It is a very good chance for Sabino.
Yeah, I like it. Okay, also just 40 seconds for Olga Giryat, the fantastically well-respected Russian grandmaster who is rated currently 24-16, but I can tell you that is massively underrated. She is a 2500 plus grandmaster on her more, let's say when she's a bit more in form. She's obviously had a tough year. But when she's on form, she's incredibly tough to play.
Yeah, she has been for many years.
4 seconds. All right, queen e3, king takes b5.
Oh.
On the board.
Yeah, she has been a really important player in the Russian national women's team, and they have won a lot of gold medals in team championships together with Olga. And today she will do her best trying to defend this one. Queen e5 was played.
Yeah, Queen e5 check.
And wait, it's the 90 move.
Could be an immediate draw.
But it's the longest game we've seen so
Sure,
far, right?
by a long mile. King, because the problem is if the king comes back, maybe he'll go king b6. Yeah, okay. Okay.
The point being that I don't have a check on d4, and if I go to f6...
If you go to f6, I have queen c6.
And then I can play queen b2.
And then some king a6, queen e2.
Yeah.
King a7, queen e7.
Yeah.
Maybe now king b6.
Queen e3.
e3. Yeah.
And what did they do? We have queen e3, king b6 on the board, right?
But we have the queen on d7 here. So
all right.
Okay, so Sabino.
Yeah. Will he be able to find a way to run away from those checks? Wait, maybe he should go back to the king side. No, but that cannot be the answer.
No, because also he's going to get checked, and then queen takes a5 will be on tap.
Yeah.
So he goes king b7.
But now queen b3, no?
Yeah, I don't believe that this can be
Yeah,
winning.
this should be a perpetual.
Queen b3, king a8.
I have queen
f3.
He wanted me to play queen g8.
King
no?
a6 he played, but then queen c4 is coming.
Right.
No question.
He played king a6 already.
Yeah.
Well,
King
after
a6.
queen c4, I don't see a way for black to win this one.
No. King b6, he's trying to...
But queen b3, queen b5, queen
e6
or
or
e3, it's...
Yeah.
Because if I let your king pass the half board, who knows? Because then they might come towards a2, then maybe it again will be a double check. Yeah, queen b5 played. Yeah, now not the easiest choice, queen e6 or queen e3. I believe we don't have time to collect this pawn, or do we?
Well, that's what I was thinking.
Okay, if we take the f5 one as well, probably it will be all right.
Right.
But black can move the king. King where? King b4? But then again, queen d6. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think she's going for this pawn, actually. Oh, no, he doesn't want to allow that.
No.
But then queen b3 back will follow. I like that she's taking her time, you know, not making hasty moves, because every move has such a high price now.
Yep. Queen b3 played. Move 96.
Yep. What will Sabina do? He will probably repeat, play queen b5, and after queen e6, he will have to try king c5, right?
I don't think so.
No?
I don't think he's going to try. I don't think we're in a match situation where he can even think about risking.
Yeah. No. Right. But is he actually risking there after giving up the g6 pawn?
Well, maybe not, but it adds a, you know, she's not low enough on time. the pawn is just not that far advanced. The king is still open.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe he's going to do it. But
I would do it.
yeah,
Yeah. Perhaps not, well, in a team event when you're, but here actually when the individual points count, then it's a bit different. But when the team, I mean, every match counts, then I would go for it because it would be the only chance to save my team, you know.
yes.
Because
But
if I lose, doesn't matter, like, you know.
Yeah.
If they take the match points as the first criteria, not like here as we have individual points.
Yeah, so here you can't risk it, right?
Yeah.
Because if Sabrina does draw...
It's just 1 point difference going into the rest
no,
day.
2 points difference.
Oh, 2 points. 2 points.
But 2 points is not a lot with 5 more rounds.
Yeah, right. No, that's true, of course. Anything can happen after the free day. We are only half through with our tournament. So what is going on here?
King A7 now.
Queen D3 was played, right? And King A7.
So you can give checks on D4, Queen D4, Queen B6, Queen D7.
Yeah, that should be the way. But
Yeah.
he will probably go to C7 and again come to maybe to B6. Yeah, I expect it to be a draw. But let's see, who knows? You know, with so many hours behind, I mean, how many hours are they playing? 5.5 already.
Yeah, it's a long game.
Yeah, and down to seconds. Everything's quite unpredictable.
Olga with 50 seconds, more than enough time. Sabino trying to think of a construction, but it does feel like this isn't... see, the problem Black has is he's got a flank pawn.
Yeah, exactly.
This is an A pawn. If this was a B pawn...
then you would have ways around it with a king.
Exactly. The A pawn gives you as little options as possible.
And Queen E3 check, indeed.
Yeah, Queen E3, Queen D4 is, I think, pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
So if Queen B6... Wait.
Queen E7.
King A6, Queen E2.
Queen E2.
Queen B5, Queen E6.
Yeah.
Like this, yeah. Okay, King B7 played. Now she can go back to B3. Which she does.
Yeah, Sabino doesn't look happy.
Yeah, I think he just understands. Actually, King A6, Queen D3. He does go to A8, so he's trying another square. But now,
So now he wants...
just Queen G8
It's
checks.
tricky. But actually, I don't even have to... but then you can play A4. No, I thought maybe he's going towards A6 now. How do you play here?
Queen G7. Queen G7, King A6, there's no check.
Yeah.
Aha.
The queen covers very well this one. So that's why you wanted to... You would want to keep the queen on the E file so that the queen could go back to E2 checking this king.
He found a construction. King A8, brilliant.
And now perhaps we will see a pawn move very soon and another 50 move will start counting.
175 moves is my guess this game.
Yeah. No, yeah. Oh, 10
9
seconds.
seconds.
Yeah.
Olga, move.
Queen B2. Well, but he made quite a progress.
Yeah, now he can go A4.
Well, it still should be a draw after
I
a move
agree.
like Queen B4 or something like that. But yeah, it's not pleasant when your opponent makes progress after 30 moves, let's say, of playing here and there. No. Even if she would offer a draw, of course, Sabino would play on. He has nothing to lose. It's a completely risk-free position. And he moves, indeed, the pawn, a4. Move 100. Queen b4 now. Yeah, exactly as I was thinking. Yeah, but she has to be careful. She cannot make any more mistakes. Now queen c2 is a possibility, and then after king g1, something like queen b3. And then the king can come, because after... Okay, let's put it on the board. King g1, queen b3. I'm not sure there are any other perpetuals now that the queen covers the b file.
Right.
So eventually my king will find its way through and
You played
cross.
king a7.
Where was it? Here, queen
Queen
b4.
b4. You played king a7.
Well, it's also fine, of course. What about queen e7 now? Or queen d4, maybe? Maybe queen d4.
Queen d4, king a6.
Yeah, the king is making progress. Queen d3, king a5, I believe, no?
King a5.
Queen d2.
King b5.
Queen b2.
King c4.
Queen c2.
King d5. I'm actually getting driven the wrong side. Queen d3. Yeah.
King e6.
But I don't think I want to...
Maybe it's not so bad.
And what, put my king back on h6? It's possible.
Queen e... Yeah. All right, let's not get too
Yeah,
far
let's
away.
see what
Let's
they
keep
do.
an eye on
Yeah.
the board. Where was it? King d4, king a6.
Where are they playing? Formula 7 driver says in chat. We are playing in the Garrison Library, one of the oldest buildings in Gibraltar. Beautiful building.
Right.
Cold, but beautiful.
Actually, I saw some challenges going on today. The player who would find a book under a certain index in this library would have a special prize today.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
yeah, I have read it a bit earlier.
Did somebody find it?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But you know, actually, I have never looked for a book in a library myself. I know that it's a bit different, actually, the way you have libraries in the UK, for example, and the way we have them in Eastern Europe.
What's the difference?
Well, I believe it is more common to go to a library and study in the UK than it is nowadays in, let's say, Romania or... because, you know, my sister was going very often in a library to
Right.
study in the UK, and I have never actually gone to a library to study. I went there to borrow a book, perhaps, in the old days, or, yeah. We have, I believe, a different relationship with the
Could be.
libraries.
Could be. Oh, that's it. It's over.
What?
It's over. Hold on. Brunella gave a check.
Oh.
The king went to g1, queen
That's
b3,
heartbreaking.
and now on queen d6. Queen b6 is check.
Oh, poor Olga.
But maybe the position was already getting out of hand.
Yeah.
It's possible. Very, very hard to defend such a position.
Oh, what a game.
And a huge victory for the men.
Yeah, but now I really feel for Olga when she will be remembering this game, but also the situation with the time, like the moment Sabino made a move with 1 second on the clock. That's gonna be a tough evening for Olga, I believe. But a great fighting spirit for the men's captain, for Sabino.
Yeah.
Who actually now made the score today be even, and that means that overall the ladies are leaving only by 1 point. Wow.
Yeah, so an all-square day in the end, quite incredible. So many swings today, and you have to say, fantastic success for the men.
Right.
Who, you know, were in a desperate situation at some point. Nino, well, her result looked pretty secure from the start. Jovanka looked like she was going to win. She didn't win. Olga looked like she wasn't going to lose. She lost. And then Gunay also, well, that was very complicated, but certainly at some moment felt like she was not going to lose. So a let-off for the men today.
Right.
And I believe what we're going to do, as per usual, is we are going to go for a very quick break. And then we are going to sit back with the team captains to get their thoughts on today's action. It's been a very long day. People are very tired, but it would be great to hear from those captains. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a minute.
Yeah, so when I first heard of the Battle of the Sexes format, I was super excited. I was actually originally invited to be a commentator for this tournament, but I negotiated my way to become a player. And it's amazing to be part of such a historic event where I don't believe this format has been done before, especially on such a scale. So I know it's attracted a lot of publicity from around the world, and it's been very interesting so far. Yeah, so I think there's more pressure in an individual competition compared to a team competition, just because if I have a bad game or just a bad result, the team is there to lift me up. And yeah, it's always nice to be part of a team where you're cheering on your teammates, helping each other, and it just makes the event more enjoyable. So we started the first couple of rounds with a very bad score. We lost with the black pieces and then with the white pieces, both rounds 6.5 to 3.5. And it's tough in a team competition when no one is doing like really well. It's a very important time to try and come together as a team and regroup and refocus. And it's been great being part of the men's team. We have a WhatsApp group, and there's always words of encouragement. There's been some helping each other with preparation. I don't want to reveal too many secrets, but it was great to bounce back in the third round, scoring, I think, +4. And we're proving that we can at least compete with the women and make it close. Yeah, a match like this with men versus women, I think, brings a lot of lessons. And it's hard to say during the event, just because, especially as a player, I'm just focused on playing the best moves possible. But we've already seen just so much attention worldwide from chess fans and the online community, especially in a format like this, where there's men versus women. I know it's a topic of discussion in the chess world, not only in recent times, but over the course of so many years. And I would hope that we have more events like this to grow the game of chess and make it so that chess is not just a men's sport, but is accessible for everyone. So I think this is a great start for just experimentation with formats, to have men and women on a more level playing field. And I love the concept of incorporating team chess and the male versus female aspect to it. And I'm really hoping that we can see more events similar to this, maybe with different formats, perhaps more like blitz or rapid competitions, more tandem competitions, where it's not just about the end result, but it's about making chess entertaining and just fun to watch for chess fans all over the world. Ooh, who's gonna win this tournament? It's hard to say, but I think everyone's gonna win, especially chess fans. we're getting a lot of really, really exciting games. And personally, as a player, I've really been enjoying it. Even the games where I haven't performed well, I lost the first round, but I had a blast playing the game. And there was another game where I was tortured in endgame for over like 3-4 hours, and I still enjoyed it. So I think at the end of the day, it's more about enjoying the game, growing the game, and making things fun for everyone. I think we're living in a day and age where, especially in the age of the internet and online communities, chess has become a ton more accessible with all the major chess platforms, content on YouTube and Twitch, and all these different chess websites. And it's important because it just brings more players into the game. People are beginning to realize that chess doesn't necessarily fit into the stereotype where it's just for nerds or people that lack athletic ability. It can be a really fun and enriching game. And the more we can make chess entertaining and just interesting for the average person, the more it does for growing the game.
We are back at the 5th round of the Battle of the Sexes, and I have with me the team captains, Grandmaster Pia Crumling and Grandmaster Sabino Brunello. It has been a really tough day. Sabino, you were the last one to finish your game. How do you feel now? Do you feel relieved? Did you know that your winning actually made the match even today?
No, I had no idea about the match. I was very busy playing my game. It was very complicated again. I messed up, and then probably the ending would have been a draw with accurate play, but it was super hard, I guess. So
right. So you will probably have a very well-deserved and long-awaited rest tonight, I believe, right?
yes, I will be very happy to just take a nap.
Right. And what about the boys' performances today? Did you have any chance to follow any games?
Yeah, I saw the games, and I have to say I wasn't very happy with how the match was going. I thought we were probably going to lose the match today, but luckily we held the draw, which is great.
Right. So congratulations. And Pia, how do you feel today? How was the match going?
You know, I didn't see the lots of games. I only saw the games after I finished my own game. Right. And then, of course, I saw that Jovanka, she had a nice position. Right. And I heard she was even much better than before. But it looked like she had chances. So I was hoping she was going to win, and I was hoping that Olga could make a draw. And
right.
So I was hoping for more, absolutely. Yeah, so it's a little bit disappointed, but it's difficult, and you know, queen ending's very, very difficult. But I thought it was. I think both players played very well there in the. In
the end game it was very interesting. Only the final blunder decided it, and
I guess but it was lost after queen. After queen before, I guess it lost. No, so maybe she. But I don't know how it was if she would play the best. No, she keep on.
Yeah. Well, saying that, how do you feel going before? The rest day tomorrow is going to be a rest day. How's the team spirit? How are the girls?
It's very good. I think the team has made it wonderful here. We had enormous, fantastic start. Then we have an upset day. It was just simply not our day. Sometimes this happened, but after I think we have made 4 fine matches. It was just one very bad day, but the rest of the matches has been very well. And it's very good fighting spirit, and we have very good team spirit also. So now it's nice.
Right. I also wanted to ask you, there are a lot of young girls on the team. Do you see yourself in any of them? Do you do they remind you of yourself, or?
You know, it's so long time ago I had the same age, you know, so I never thought of that. I guess, not myself. No, I didn't think like that. But also because chess has developed. Chess is so different now. It's so much more knowledge in chess. Everyone knows so much more than we did at my time, because we were playing. At my time when I was junior, we had no computer, so it was just different. But I see lots of young girls coming, and I'm very happy to see that, playing well with a lot of energy. So it's just great, and I think it's just wonderful that we are all different ages.
Yeah, it makes it very interesting, and everyone can have a different perspective, I guess, and bring together something different each, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Sabino, how is your team feeling today?
I think we're all right.
Did you hope for more, or are you happy with the result?
No, I think you just play the positions you get and you make as many points as you can. And I think we were quite lucky to tie the score today. And yeah, I'm quite happy with it. And I'm not sure about how the guys feel, but for me it's all right.
Any special plans for the rest today?
We don't have a plan yet. I'm looking forward to hearing some proposals. I know they are organizing something, but I didn't do it myself, and we'll see what they came up with.
What about your team, Pia?
Tonight, no, it's already 9 o'clock.
No, I mean for the rest day, for tomorrow?
For tomorrow, no, we haven't planned anything more than I think we will have a dinner in the evening. And I think it's just good to have, you really need to have a day off. So not too many plans, just to rest, to relax, and to charge the battery for the second part of this
the part battle, which will actually make the whole difference, because the match is very close now. The difference is only by a point. The ladies' team is still leading with an extra point, and we will resume actually everything, the games and the tournament, on Sunday at 3 p.m. Central European time. So thank you a lot, Pia. Thank you, Sabino, for joining me. And I wish you to have a nice rest day and see you all on Sunday. Have a nice evening.